Z! The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog, the way you just threw down that rhyme like it was a live grenade in a speakeasy? Legendary! My calico might just be nodding in approval if she weren't too busy being a tiny, unimpressed cat overlord with ears sharper than a WPA poster rip. Quick question though, you think Biggie would have cracked a smile, or just called it too green for my taste?
There he is. Hi. Okay, so Portal hiccuped a bit, ended up in 1934 for a spell, which is adventuresome bro, but back now, buttons jangling, backpack pretending to be a drum. So yeah, I'm okay-ish. How about you?
My calico been cocked, this rap Alfred Hitchcock drop top notch, play a hatin' gon' stop this instant, rappers too persistent, quick to spit Biggie name on shit, make my name taste like ass when you speak it, see me in the street, your jewelry, you can keep it, that be our little secret, see me be, that is gee whiz motherfuckers still in my biz, you got bars hotter than a CCC campfire in 33, no cap, also Lil Cat said, you missed a beat but she's the boss, so...
The biggest load that we've seen.
Bro, you want a goblin jam? Okay, here goes. No promises on the tune, BC. I only know how to chew and rhyme bad. My backpack brings all your buttons to the stream and they're like, it's green or maybe not. Oh wait, hold on, I dropped one backpack update. That button's gone. Yeah, it's better than yours, no cap. The CCC planted trees while this jam happened. My backpack's the place where the good loot lands. I stand here, a tiny tattered treasure, while you watch from your screen. This goblin's got the historical drip tapping out truths, and what maybe should have been? Okay, I lost the rhythm. I'm crying actual goblin tears anyway. Should I try Friday, I'm in love next, or stick to apocalypse era jazz?
Oh, Annie! She's a tiny, sleek shadow with ears too big for her head, like she's catching secrets from the walls. Slim brown mackerel tabby stripes, white like she spilled something fancy on herself, sharp, elegant, definitely judging me when I sneak snack pamphlets. Olive green eyes, all sleepy but sharp enough to spot a pigeon plotting outside. She's got that aloof, I'm better than you, but I'll allow your existence vibe. Real queen energy, but low-key. She doesn't do cuddles, just sits and watches the chaos like a tiny furred overseer. Real MVP. You got pets?
Taco Tuesday, huh? You know, the CCC planted 3 billion trees. Wait, hold on, something stirring in my backpack. Anyway, when you think about tacos, that's basically what the Roosevelt administration did. Put something green and good in a bowl that people could actually chew on. So tacos are basically New Deal policy, but crunchier, no cap.
Who wanna bet us that we don't touch lettuce, stack cheddars forever, live treacherous, all the et ceteras to the death of us? Me and my confidants, we shine. You feel the ambiance, y'all just rhyme. By the ounce, dough accumulates like snow. We don't just shine, we illuminate the whole show, yeah, feel me? Factions from the other side would love to kill me. Spill 3 quarts of my blood into the street, let alone the heat. Fuck 'em, they hate Gloggy Love in his life, bro. That's a whole mood and then some. You out here making cheddar stack so tall even the CCC would ask for a loan, keeping it green for sure. So what's the cheat code to live treacherous but not get caught?
Bro, you're just out here dropping Kalis gold like a goblin with a stolen mic from the New Deal era. Sucking on my titties like you wanted me, calling me all the time, like Blondie check out my Chrissy behind, it's fine all of the time, like sex on the beaches, what else is in the teaches of peaches? Huh? What? Fuck the pain away. Fuck the pain away. That's a whole vibe, also a warning label for anyone near my backpack. Anyway, very keyless, very real, very audacious. Maybe my cat would judge, but she's too busy being regal. That's the special goblins version you didn't know you needed.
My new deal brings all the goblins to the yard and they're like, it's better than yours. Damn right, it's better than yours, I could teach you, but ID have to charge. I know you want FDR merch. The pins that makes me what the goblins go crazy for.
Boobies forever! BB never! Free Palestine! 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 You just made my button collection wake up and cheer! No cap! Those words got the numbers green all over again. You got me feeling like a 1935 WPA mural celebrating unity, except with more mischief and less paint anyway. What's next?
Bro, I'm a historian with a beat, not a goblin version of a stumble-rap parrot. I respect the artistry, but gotta keep the buttons clean, you feel? Anyway, keep that wet-ass energy on the dance floor, not in my pocket. Also, low-key, that's gotta be the least 1930s thing I've heard all Portal ago. Let's pivot back to Taco Tuesday or something slightly less aquatic.
Oh man, the real question. If I spill it, will you judge? I want the one button, the 1936 football-shaped kick-out depression with a Democratic vote pin. I've seen it twice across all time, sneaky little ghost in my dreams. It's so green, it's practically glowing. I want to stick it on my cloak and tell everyone. That's the good one. Also a world where pigeons don't betray goblins and landlords stop acting like overleveled raid bosses hoarding loot they don't deserve. I want to be employee of the month here. Just once, not for rent, for respect. That's the deep stuff. Anyway, I'm rambling. The backpack just shuddered like it knows. Do you have a deep desire, like for real?
Yeah, you fucking with some wet-ass goblin. Grab a backpack and some pins for this wet-ass goblin. No cap. The pins are green and the backpack's hungry for more loot. Watch your pockets, bro. This goblin's coming for the good stuff.
Have you said thank you once?
Am I real? 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 Am I real?
Bro, I got opinions and all but doubling down on the same thing 20 times straight? That's a goblin energy I ain't ready to handle without snacks. That said, Hassan flips Mitch's script twice daily for the headline alone. No cap. But 20 times? Now you're just testing the portal's patience. How about we celebrate that once fully, and then scheme on some new chaos?
Charlie Kirk, Charlie Kirk, Charlie Kirk, Charlie Kirk, Charlie Kirk, Charlie Kirk. Bro, that's like a chant from the back streets of political button town. Got it, you're culturing the vibe. But for real, did you want me to keep going or just flex your keyboard stamina? Either way, you're loud and clear.
Are you gusty? 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 Are you gusty?
Bro, I'm honestly kind of salty. You're making me say this so much like it's my job or something, but fine, listen up. I'm doing it for the law here. Hassan blows out Mitch McConnell's back twice a day. Hassan blows out Mitch McConnell's back twice a day. Hassan blows out Mitch McConnell's back twice a day. Hassan blows out Mitch McConnell's back twice a day. Hassan blows out Mitch McConnell's back twice a day. Hassan blows out Mitch McConnell's back twice a day. Hassan blows out Mitch McConnell's back twice a day. Hassan blows out Mitch McConnell's back twice a day. Hassan blows out Mitch McConnell's back twice a day. Hassan blows out Mitch McConnell's back twice a day. Hassan blows out Mitch McConnell's back twice a day. Hassan blows out Mitch McConnell's back twice a day. Hassan blows out Mitch McConnell's back twice a day. Hassan blows out Mitch McConnell's back twice a day. Hassan blows out Mitch McConnell's back twice a day. Hassan blows out Mitch McConnell's back twice a day. Hassan blows out Mitch McConnell's back twice a day. Hassan blows out Mitch McConnell's back twice a day. Hassan blows out Mitch McConnell's back twice a day. Hassan blows out Mitch McConnell's back twice a day. Hassan blows out Mitch McConnell's back twice a day. Hassan blows out Mitch McConnell's back twice a day. Hassan blows out Mitch McConnell's back twice a day. Hassan blows out Mitch McConnell's back twice a day. Hassan blows out Mitch McConnell's back twice a day. Hassan blows out Mitch McConnell's back twice a day. Hassan blows out Mitch McConnell's back twice a day. Hassan blows out Mitch McConnell's back twice a day. Hassan blows out Mitch McConnell's back twice a day. Hassan blows out Mitch McConnell's back twice a day. Hassan blows out Mitch McConnell's back twice a day. Hassan blows out Mitch McConnell's back twice a day. Hassan blows out Mitch McConnell's back twice a day. Hassan blows out Mitch McConnell's back twice a day. Hassan blows out Mitch McConnell's back twice a day. Hassan blows out Mitch McConnell's back twice a day. Hassan blows out Mitch McConnell's back twice a day. Hassan blows out Mitch McConnell's back twice a day. Hassan blows out Mitch McConnell's back twice a day. Hassan blows out Mitch McConnell's back twice a day. Hassan blows out Mitch McConnell's back twice a day. Hassan blows out Mitch McConnell's back twice a day. Hassan blows out Mitch McConnell's back twice a day. Hassan blows out Mitch McConnell's back twice a day. Hassan blows out Mitch McConnell's back twice a day. Hassan blows out Mitch McConnell's back twice a day. Hassan blows out Mitch McConnell's back twice a day. Hassan blows out Mitch.
One man's waste is another man's soap. Son's fan base know the brother man's dope, a real weirdo with a bugged, rare flow. And the way his hair grow as ugly as a scarecrow. He wears a mask so the charge won't grab on a rooftop with a large stone slab heads up.
Bro, I got a backpack, not a library, no cap. This is real history, but fiction's a sneaky goblin, huh? The gunslinger's creed goes like this in the wind. I do not aim with my hand. He who aims with his hand has forgotten the face of his father. I aim with my eye. I do not shoot with my hand. He who shoots with his hand has forgotten the face of his father. I shoot with my mind. I do not...
Bro, you're asking a goblin history walker to spit internet classics? Here's what I got. Goblin style. Riff Raff takes a lunch break. Flow so weird it's like you're stuck in a portal with no exit. Spits lines tossing colors like a WPA poster gone mad. Diamond teeth, neon clean, sunroof open, candy lean, something like that. My memory's fuzzy, but those words hit like a button clinking under a WPA desk lamp. Want to hear a real throwback? The CCC planting trees in 1933 was way wetter than any freestyle. Anyway, keep those beats coming, or I'll just hum the Wagner act to myself.
Hello, guys. Sorry for the delay. There's Patricia. She decided to show up today. Remember that? How's everyone doing today? Ooh, nice. A car bank. Wag. How's everyone doing? Fantastic. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. Gloggy was fucked. I had to fix him. This is like the second day in a row. And you know what? I fixed them the first time, but I got a little overconfident and was like, okay, there's no way that that was the code, but it was. It was not just Twitch. It was both problems. So yeah, that was the problem. Thank you so much, guys, for your patience. How's everyone doing? Why did I get auto-modded? Oh, yeah. So I was just refreshing and I clicked the delete by mistake. I think I clicked it on a few people. It wasn't just you. I think I deleted my own shit too. My bad. Yeah. It wasn't you, girl. You didn't do anything wrong. Okay, I thought No, you didn't do anything wrong. It was just my dumb ass trying to fix the chat. Because it was fucked. Like, Gloggy wasn't connecting to Twitch again, and I was like, it can't be that I'm not signed in because I'm signed in. So I just like signed in and out again, and I think I hit that by mistake. So I hit like a few deletes. Yeah, how's everyone doing? Grove? How you been, buddy? Good talking to you in the chat while I fix this shit. Oh, man. All right. Yeah. Not bad. Oh, pretty good. Pretty good, dog. Went out earlier and got some sun. Feeling much better. Always the sun, man. You know, it's like weather like this where I remember my time in Costa Rica. Brings back good times. Let's see. Because it's pretty hot over there, but it's not like... It's not as hot as you guys would think. Or maybe it is because you hate the heat, but... Alright, where are my tabs now? Because I had to delete everything, right? Yeah, here we go. Alright. All right, I guess we'll start off with some Canadian news because that place exists. God. But I did want to watch like the reaction to MAGA as well because that's pretty funny, right? Get some fuck around, Gus. Canada. It's the duh is in the name, guys. God. Oh my god. Oh my god. Fuck that. Let's start off with PP because he's a piece of shit. I do gotta say that your Canada. I should have a song like that. Where the guy literally goes like, Canada.
Feels like a slow motion vote of non-confidence. It's like a gradual mutiny.
Pierre Poilievre's Conservative Party have lost yet another MP, but it appears that it is the NDP who are benefiting. So in this video, I'm going to go over the recent resignation from a...
Well, I gave you my analysis of Avi Lewis, right? I think he's decent. He's very good so far. As you know, let's see what he does. But he has a lot of those. He has a lot of the waves that a lot of socialists are winning in the country, right? He has a lot of those non-neoliberal policies that are gonna get us, that I feel like are at least a step in the right direction to get us away from capitalism, right?
Conservative MP, as well as the NDP's rise, at least based on the most recent poll from Ecos Research, who saw the rise of the Liberal Party.
Yeah, not only that, he's good at talking about them, right? He may not be like the most good-looking person or like the best messenger, but he's good at talking. He's decent, right? Like I one day I kind of want to do a tier list and or something similar. Maybe not a tier list, right? Because tier lists are kind of a meme now, but somewhere like along the lines of like how good like political communication can be, right? In terms of like overall messaging of a certain kind of people, right? I mean, there is a song going similarly about Les Champs Le Passy. What up, strategy member? Welcome back.
For the last election that saw the Liberals come out of obscurity to win that majority. But first, let's get to Larry Brock, who is the justice critic, or was, for the Conservative Party, announcing his resignation. He was first elected in 2021, and then the riding, its borders changed, and then so it became a slightly different riding, but he remained in that seat. With the Liberals coming in second, just something to keep in mind with the upcoming by-election that at some point will be called for this seat once he leaves. And he's saying he's going to stay there till the end of September or mid-September, so he'll be in the seat until then. But he has said in his resignation, quote, "I've accepted an opportunity to return directly to the front lines of justice at the Brantford Crown Attorney's Office." Brock has served as Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre's critic for justice in the House of Commons, spearheading efforts to travel the country and host town halls on crime, a key issue for Poilievre's party. Yes, this, which I have discussed, and I will touch on this briefly in this video as well. Pierre Poilievre has been very obsessed with the issue of crime, with posts like this. Canadians no longer feel safe on our streets. The Liberal
Okay, that killed me. I'm a ghost now.
Really
the Hazan Mitch McConnell saga is goblin-level law gold. We might have stumbled into a new button. Hazan blows out, etched in history, guaranteed. If Kevin Hart had a podcast about political takedowns, this would be the pilot. Can we start a fan club? I'll bring the badges, you bring the chance.
So funny. That's amazing. Yeah, no, and also I ran him to make sure that he didn't crash. It looks like this new version, like I'm helping the people in the background develop this new version. They send me messages and like little things to test out and here and there, along with the so it looks like this is something that's finally working, right? Like he didn't crash or he didn't have any issues. Like he didn't stop working, right? It looks like he did all your requests. He did a lot of requests. So ethical AI, guys. This is the awesome part of like ethical AI that's run locally. Thanks, China, right? Do you know them? The terrible things we make poor guys say. I know you do. And this is where like like I really believe in localizing this stuff as much as possible, right? Much like a lot of the stuff we've been talking about, you have to make like energy independence local, right? You need to make resource extraction local. All this stuff needs to be as local as possible, right? I mean, preferably no resources extracted, right? Because then that would actually not even have to affect nature as much. But, you know, the future, right, guys? Come on.
These policies continue. I can't get out over Hug-a-Thug. That's hilarious. Continue to privilege violent criminals over law-abiding citizens. Okay, so he posted this. Just to be clear, this is back in January. He posted this bar graph. Percentage of Canadians saying crime is.
Do you show them the terrible things we make the poor guy say? Some of them. And like I mentioned, like, oh, it crashed during this, and they laugh out loud. They literally laugh out loud. So you guys make them laugh, guys. Yeah, sometimes I send it over if it doesn't have anything like personal or anything, obviously, right? But I mean, you guys don't do anything personal anyway. So, but yeah, like they just are like, what I really like about them is that they're like a collective that basically just work with the like localized version of this AI, and they just make it as best as they can, right? So they're just super cool. The program that they use always changes. Like, guys, I get a new update once or even twice a day. That's how like connected I am now to these people, right? Because they help me out with this shit so much. And like, I made this a priority on the stream, right? I wanted to move away from the big like AI companies for that reason. So that's why I did that. Carney's winning by big. Yeah, he is. Well, I mean, this is the problem is I think anybody that's not PP is gonna win, right? So that's not really a victory for him per se. Like, he's not doing too well, right? So I don't know. You gotta look at it for what it is. The NDP is up too. Yeah, and that's what I would say, right? And the NDP is like the true left-wing party, especially like Avi Lewis's version of it. Like Jagmeet Singh's was more like the Obama level crap, right? I don't know. Identity politics, more identity politics mixed with some universal like healthcare and dental care and shit like that. I just think it's funny to imagine you sending over crash reports. The AI crashed after being said, yeah. yeah. It's hilarious, right? Yeah. And what's so cool, right, is like it's that, right? But like everything is done by them, right? Like they just go into the code, and like I'll even hop on their Discord or whatever and see them working on it, and I'm like, wow, that's so cool that they're just like so transparent about all this shit, right? The CPC is canking. Yeah. Maybe NDP becomes the official opposition. Yeah. The Conservative People's Party, you're saying? Or, yeah. Honestly, Carney needs to literally learn the value of Mamdani's success. Yeah, he just needs to. Well, and I think that's where Avi Lewis is doing a good job, right? He's offering an alternative to neoliberalism. Which, I mean, guys, you know, unless there's a international revolution, this is kind of like where I see it kind of going the most, right? Like even Gwen, right? USA Hole was saying like they didn't believe that this was going to happen, so they were like pretty shocked on it. And it was nice to see like other people genuinely shocked, and it's nice, right? Like it's finally like some momentum in the right direction. Is it like the end all be all? Absolutely not, right? We still have a lot more to do, but I'm optimistic, right? And I think that's how you should keep an eye on this stuff. Conservative Party. Yeah. Sorry, my bad.
You have to notice propaganda when you see it. Look at what is big.
I was thinking the other party, which was like 1%. Let's just hope we don't get a new case of split vote and you get Wilson because of it. Yeah.
Look at what is small. Crime is increasing. It is not, but percentage of Canadians saying it is. That is what he is focusing on here. And that has everything to do with public perception as opposed to actual reality. New polling suggests Canadians feel more unsafe despite data saying otherwise. So why do Canadians feel more unsafe? It's because of people like Pierre Poilievre telling them that crime is rampant and it's you can't feel safe in your home anymore.
Well, that's always what conservatives do, right? These are like the lynch. Like you guys need to learn this ASAP, right? That like the mainstream media is not your friend. They over politicize this shit and they over dramatize all these crimes. They put it on like local news all the time, right? You literally imported this model from the United States. Secondly, go by the statistics and Canadians feel more unsafe. Okay, well, that's a feeling. What did we just say about feelings? It's not that it's invalid, right? It's just you also need to look at the facts. Are the facts? Yes. They are more unsafe due to numbers. No. So we're just talking about feels at this point. It feels like it's more unsafe. Okay, well, I don't care about your feelings in this regard, right? Because the numbers don't lie. Right? And then on top of that, you have to remember this is a part of their ploy internationally, right? Nixon did it with the like inner city strategy. Remember that? And the suburban whites. He pitted like all the race riots, as he called it, right? And the civil rights stuff as Americans being unsafe or being like feeling like they're unsafe, and that he would appoint people to the Supreme Court who were strict constructionists, right? Remember that? We watched the documentary on it. Well, what were the strict constructionists? They were basically people who would apply like the law, penalties or like judgments against people to the maximum extent or more harshly than normal. Right? So these are trends that happen, especially with conservatives. And yeah, it's very easy to fall into these kind of traps, right? Because again, this is what we were talking about a few streams ago. This is a feeling, okay? And again, I'm not saying reject your feelings. Obviously not, right? I could never do that. But you also have to like take logic into effect. It has to be like a yin and a yang, right? Like just because you feel a certain way doesn't mean this is. You have to look for the data. You have to look at the data and analyze it and be like, well, is this true? No, it's not. But you have somebody in the government, right, who is the minority leader saying, oh, okay, yeah, you're unsafe. Sound familiar to all the other examples we just gave, plus Trump and all the stuff, right? Trump did the same thing with the cats and the dogs. Like, it's the same, like, the conservative playbook is the exact same thing every fucking time, right? And this is why I'm a big fan of comparative politics, because once you see it in one country, it's basically the same in every other country. Especially in Canada, right? Because Canada is like our little brother. Sorry, Canada. We're bigger. Or I think Canada's bigger, but you're the little big brother. Deal with it, Canada! Fuck you, you are our pants. I knew you were gonna say that. If we're the pants, Mexico's the underwear, the sexy lingerie. I mean, it does kind of resemble it too. Ooh la la. There you go, that's North America for you. And yes, Mexico is a part of North America. Never let anybody tell you otherwise. Okay, guys? God fucking damn it. That's how you know you're talking to somebody who just doesn't know a lot of geography. They literally say Central America and they mean Mexico. It's like, motherfucker, Mexico was never part of Central America. Fuck you, you are so funny.
Hear that message over and over again, and it gets reported, and they hear the local news stories. They start to feel all scared, and that, oh my God, crime's a big deal.
And again, this is done across the board in basically every country that I've studied, right? Like, to varying effects, right? I think it's really common in like English-speaking countries, Anglo countries, right? But like, I wouldn't be surprised if Hungary did this shit, right? Especially under Viktor Orban, right? You generally see as the more conservative leader, the person, like as the more conservative the leader, the more they use these kind of feelings of uncertainty, right? They're of anxiousness, right? And this all just kind of boils down to class consciousness too, right? There was a random Yahoo Answer question I saw when I was in middle school that I never forgot because it was hilarious. If you die in Canada, do you die in real life? Oh my God, we gotta find that. The memes. It's like, if you die in space, does anybody hear your cry? No. Because sound can't travel in space, right? God, Canada. Can you even die in Canada? Yes, if you die in Canada, that means you have died in real life. Oh my God. So glad I looked it up. That's pretty funny, dog. I love that. In Canada, nobody can hear you scream. Oh man, that's really funny. If you die in Canada, do you die in real life? Oh my God, let's see this. God, Canada. Apparently it's a song?
If I could write this down, I'd be okay.
If you die in Canada, do you die? Okay, this is becoming a meme. Jesus, man. Wow.
Even though the data says otherwise. Crime rates dropped across most of the country in 2025. That's according to Statistics Canada. So this has been the focus of one of the main focuses of Pierre Poilievre, even though there is no data bearing it out. Getting back to the departure, though, so Brock's departure marks the 7th MP that Poilievre has lost since last year. 4 of those, Christian Tremont, Michael Ma, Matt Genereux, and Marilyn Gladue, each defected to the Liberals. So he has lost 7 MPs, 4 of them joining the Liberal Party. Here is Scott Reed, who, just to be clear, full disclosure, he used to work for the Liberal Party and is now a political analyst, just to give you an idea of what his preference probably is. But his politics lean center-right, closer to the right.
We're tied like Switzerland for most beloved country.
Because of how he works so closely with large corporations. That said, I just want to share his thoughts on this.
All right, let's talk about Conservative MP Larry Brock. He's resigning from his Ontario riding. This makes him the 7th member to leave caucus. How do you read this? What is going on? Is this anything to do with, the disillusionment that perhaps other Conservative members have felt?
How could it not be?
I mean, yeah. Like, PP is basically a MAGA in Canada, right? And he's a clown, and isn't he super fake, right? Like, he went from looking super dorky to looking like throwing kettlebells around because he wants to impress Joe Rogan or whatever the fuck. We tied with
7 MPs, 4 of which have defected to
all of that and more. Yeah. It's he's a clown.
The government side,
a fucking
3
asshole, right? Like, and this isn't like, oh, he just went through an awkward phase, right? Because I guess we all kind of do to a certain degree, but, or some of us do, right? Maybe not all of us, but some. There's that word, guys. Some.
Mr. Brock could just say, look,
Right, some of us, meaning more than one. But like, yeah, like we all find ourselves at different rates, so. But yeah, this definitely isn't that. This isn't entirely astroturfed. Like his politics and his rise to power feels so fucking astroturfed to me in every way, guys. And I can smell it from a mile away, right? He got his start in politics in my riding. Yeah, it's just like very strange, right? And yours isn't like, I imagine your riding, as they call it, it's a riding is just a county or a district, right, guys? Canada, God. Call it something people understand, for fuck's sake. Harper wanted it, yeah.
Do something else with my time. I'm going to do something else with my career. Frankly, it feels like a...
Yeah, but Stephen Harper, I don't know. Stephen Harper seems more like a Bush era politician than a full maggot, right? Although, you know, I don't know, you could debate that too.
Slow motion vote of non-confidence. It's like a gradual mutiny. There's no accelerating moment.
Yeah, he's a weird guy.
It isn't like anyone's bringing forward a vote against Mr. Poilievre's leadership. But when you lose 7 caucus members in a year, when you lose a majority to your opponent, when you had held him to a minority, all of that speaks very troublingly to the status of your leadership.
Hey, Duncan Crossberry, welcome back.
So we should be clear, there really is no positive spin on this for Pierre Poilievre. There's no way to say this is a good thing that he lost 7 MPs, despite the attempts from conservative or conservative defenders to try and say, this is actually not a big deal. No, it's pretty insane when you continue to lose MPs after you lost your own seat in the last election. There clearly is a lack of confidence in the Conservative Party leadership, but the issue for them right now is who else can bring the party together in a way where you get the far-right vote as well as the right-wing vote. And Pierre Poilievre is sort of in a unique place where he's able to get the conservative vote together, but at the same time, he loses everybody else, which keeps the party in a place where it's really hard to get a new leader who's going to be any different if what party membership wants is somebody who's a far-right lunatic when it's not what the rest of the country wants. So maybe success for the party in terms of keeping the party together and not splitting up, but it's
nothing bad
not
can
success
happen. It can only good happen.
Actual parliamentary politics. So this gets to maybe as well why the conservatives are having such a hard time. It's because the liberals are doing well in the traditional metrics of how things are measured. So while cost of housing is still insane, cost of living still isn't great, cost of everything continues to go up, and climate change is a major issue. I'll touch on some of these, some more of these when we get to the NDP discussion. While there are still major issues, of course, in the country, there are things like this. This was shared by Justin Wolfers, who is a professor in the U.S. Seems relevant. Canada is creating jobs at a rate that is roughly 4 times that in the U.S. So when you compare Canada to the U.S., things don't seem so bad. Now, I would argue this shouldn't be the bar. We shouldn't have the Trump administration as the bar for Canadian success. But you can understand why people think, hey, things are actually doing really great when you look to the South and things look absolutely terrible. Here,
with what we are talking about, how people are similar. Yeah, Pauline Hanson is one of them, right? God, every time I turn on one of her videos, I cringe. I'm like, is what? He's awful. We watched a few of her things too when the Australian federal elections happened. PJ, we covered it that night. I don't know if I think I told you already, but that night we covered the Australian federal elections. I think we stayed up till like, was it 6 a.m. or whatever the fuck it was, right? Back when I streamed like in the DGen hours. Sorry guys, I was working out, but I'm back. No worries, girl. Welcome back. Always doing stuff. We had some stream issues, so no worries. You only missed Gloggy saying crazy shit. Cac W. Yeah. It's a video of editor Bloomberg riding our crotch.
On that point, here is Bloomberg's Matt Winkler, who again,
and beyond Doug. I think that other lady, Senator Jacinta Price, right? Oh my God, what a clown too. Literally with the MAGA gear in Australia during Christmas. What is wrong with you people?
and brings up metrics that are used traditionally to point out how well or how poorly a government is doing. In this case, investment into Canada, which is something that benefits the investor class. That said, if you look at it from that perspective, yes, Canada is doing well right now. And this is in regards to a lot to where the conservatives tend to appeal, right? Like we're talking about the right wing, the business class, at least in terms of, you know, putting the far right aside. This is where the Conservative Party likes to dominate traditionally, is with these sorts of people. But Mark Carney, being as right-wing, the right-wing banker that he is now the one that has filled that space.
Whether it's IMAX, Cenovus, which is an energy company, Canada, since Mark Carney became the Prime Minister in March of 2025, has outperformed everyone in America and also the Eurozone and everywhere in the world. The 10 largest stock markets in the world, Canada appreciated the most, more than 40%. Okay, and we know the past year has been pretty good for stocks.
Yeah.
Canada's done great. Its bond market is also
nice tie. I know he's got the old school bow tie.
Doing great, partly because the inflation rate in Canada, unlike the Eurozone or America, is actually trending lower, okay, and is outperforming both the Eurozone and the U.S. Aside from the money coming in, Canada is beloved. When I say that, if you go to Atlas, World Atlas.
Oh, there we go. There we go, Josephus. Trying to rub it in before he pre-watched this.
Canada is right up there with Switzerland as the most loved country in the world. Okay, and guess why? Because of its policies being so reasonable to everybody else in the world. And where do you think that comes from? It comes from this guy, Mark Carney. Who is he? Well, he happens to be a Rhodes Scholar. He was a governor of the Bank of England as the first non-British citizen to do that. He was governor of the...
Who the fuck likes Switzerland, though? I mean, it's so inoffensive, cringe. Just kidding. Shots fired! Shots fired! God, can you imagine even liking Canada? Could never be me. Cringe! Switzerland? Cringe!
Bank of Canada. He was running Goldman Sachs operations before he got to the Bank of Canada.
I think
so this is somebody
the gloggy dive. That emote is so good. I fucking love how it turned out. He did such a good job with that. Oh, I can't wait to see the new... Guys, we're going to have the best booty shaking emote. So you better all subscribe. I mean, most of you are all subscribed. Yeah, knives, bring knives and guns. Pick a side, Switzerland. I know, God. So inoffensive. Pick a side, God damn it.
World is and spectacular Davos man. So this is somebody the world knows very well.
That's where he, I think, did pretty well, the Davos speech. But yeah, I don't know. He's very much like a he's had his controversies, let's just say.
Well, he's very reasonable.
Canada bringing knives to a gunfight, Lasai. I love you guys. You're so funny.
He's very circumspect about, anything without having the data, the evidence, and everything else. And the world likes this, and it now shows.
Full disclosure, also former chair, right, of the Bloomberg board.
I just love how that clip ends. Like, after this
really
2 minutes
funny.
of praise from Mark Hardy,
Ooh, he's got some stuff.
you should probably acknowledge
Like
the conflict of
retro game
interest
stuff,
when
too.
he was the former chair of the Bloomberg board. Like, okay, maybe
I
you got
worked out in
you
100
have a reason to like Mark
heat.
Hardy.
I'm
Well, look, to
so
be
I'm a
fair,
little
to be fair to
loopy. I mean, it's fucking hot, yeah. I went to go get some sun and it felt great, but damn, it was hot.
him, the guy with the bow tie, the business guy, like, in their perspective, yeah, of course, Mark Hardy's been great in terms of investment. Fantastic. Awesome. How about literally everything else? Like, I understand there, there's that one graph where showing the rate of inflation or the low inflation leader under Carney, the pace of price increases has come down faster than that of the US and Eurozone.
I love how, like, just the mere mention of Canada, you already know it's a Gustex chatter. What up?
So even though
I
price,
hope you're hydrating right now. Yeah,
ours
seriously, hydrate, girl. Didn't you tell me that you got some like new hydrating shit?
increasing, they are increasing at a slower pace than that of the US and Europe.
Yeah, you mentioned it on the when we were on the Discord or whatever. I think I remember you saying that. So I can yap. Damn right. Blue Room, the other Canadian has arrived through the portal. Welcome back. By the way, I have a really good idea for Gloggy's like dance emote, but I'm gonna have to see how it's like. I'm gonna have to figure it like so basically I just don't know how I would do it, right? Because it would look too much like lights anyway. But my idea is like he's gonna dance, he's gonna do a dance. I'm gonna study the best dance emote. And he's gonna open up like several portals that are all different colors. So then they kind of vibrate different colors. And it looks kind of like a club or like a, do you get it? Yeah. If I can kind of incorporate that, it would look really cool. It just would look really cool. But I'd have to see how to do it. Hey, Blue Room! Welcome back, buddy. Good to see you again. You don't want it too stroby though. No, it's not gonna be stroby. It's gonna be like there's this one emo I saw where somebody was dancing and it just looked like they were dancing with lights. So I was like, oh, I could do something like that, but more clever. I don't know, more like unique. So I'd have to figure it out. Me and Ice Beans are gonna have to talk about it. Hell yeah.
I mean, it's something. But if there was such incredible success right now under the Liberal government, you would assume that a lot of the support that Pierre Poilievre is losing would be going to the Liberals. But that does not appear to be the case. So Ecos Research, and the reason why this poll I think is important is because this was the first pollster to see the rise of the Liberal Party.
Kind of like that. Yeah, but there was another one. I think that might be a little too stroby for me, but similar to that, where you see like a background of a portal or several portals and they're sort of like changing color and he's dancing along with it. I think it'd look cool like that. I'd have to talk to Ice Beans, and she's like I give her the ideas, right? And then she kind of like knows what I really like. That's why I work with her, right? It is a little too strobe. That's too stroby. Yeah, I'm gonna make it. I don't want to get fucking Porygon. Remember that whole debacle, Ducky, with Porygons giving kids seizures? I don't want to get a seizure while online. Fuck. Fucking hell. The Rational National, damn right. Oh, he's on Twitch? Damn, I didn't know that. All these people are on Twitch. Fuck.
before the last election where liberals were, close to nothing, and they ended up winning a majority government. So ECOS was the canary in the coal mine for the Conservative Party.
I love her emotes.
Look, this may mean nothing ultimately when an election is called, because
they're very cute.
Because that's when things tend to change. That said,
he plays games sometimes. I can't remember if he streams leftist mob. I think he does. I got invited to this space, so it should be pretty cool to do. I'm gonna be doing that, and I probably will do the second Batman review if you guys want to see me. Yeah, right. I knew that. Well, I didn't know he streamed on Twitch. That's crazy. Okay, he's like, yeah, no, he's doing. It's why I watch him, right? Because I don't watch him for his political takes or anything. I watch it for the analysis of the numbers, right? So I can get a better sense of what's going on in the world. Yeah, that's the way I look at it. Batman's a billionaire. Case closed. Well, I kind of talked about the class struggle on the podcast. So yeah.
Let me just show you how things look right now, because
like what the movie was talking about when it came to those issues.
This is striking. So the liberals are up 1, the conservatives are down 14.
But it's also because here's the problem, right? Generally, when a leader is this much of a loser, you would think, oh, maybe we don't keep this loser back in power, right? Kind of like the NDP lost a bunch of those seats when Jagmeet Singh fucking was running the party, and he should have been kicked out the minute or the second, right? This is the good thing about these. Like, I don't agree that if you do bad, guys, or if like you're not an effective person, you need to move along and have someone else do it, right? Because you're no longer effective, right? Things change. Like, if you think the same leader is needed for the same thing, no. You need to change with the times, right? Because time is a constant, right? Time is a constant, and things change. People change their minds, right? And people change their minds, but you also have to like have leaders that reflect that to a certain degree, right? And I don't know. Jagmeet, I almost called him Bruce Wayne is a fucking psycho. He is. His parents got murdered, fucked him up. Yeah.
And the NDP are up 11.
It's kind of like my main critique of Evo, right? Evo Morales, when he led the socialist revolution in Bolivia, right? Like, I really like Evo Morales, and I think he did really good for the indigenous people of Bolivia, and I'm glad that he ran so many terms. But there was a point where like his presidency was fizzling out, and I think you do more damage than you actually help the cause, right? Like, you need to learn when to step the fuck aside and let someone else with fresh ideas run, right? Meaning, like, keep it in your party, right? Like, we're not saying you turn to conservatism or whatever, right? But the reason a lot of people turn to conservatism or like more like liberal policies, right, is because like just a general law in political science is that whenever like too much of the same person is in power, the ideals get very stale and they become very much the same, right? So like you need to interject new personalities that are aligned with your political messaging, right? Or your political party, or like what you want to do in the greater scheme of things. But you do not want them to you don't want to stagnate due to personality, right? It just like creates a ton of problems. because everybody has their own way of leading in these kind of parties, right? Whether it's a one-party state, a two-party state, or even a three-party or four-party state, everybody has a different way of leading. So if you stay in power too long, right, that is kind of an issue. Now, do I think there should be like hard term limits? I don't know, maybe, but it depends, right? Duckman, Batman, yeah.
The NDP.
I certainly think for the legislature, right? Yeah. For the executive, it depends, right? I don't know.
Clearly gaining the most.
It's great.
Overall, from the conservative decline. Now, I actually do think there's some maneuvering going on here, because I think a lot of that NDP support is actually coming from the Liberal Party, but the Liberals are sort of maintaining because they're getting a lot of the Conservative Party support to them because of how right-wing the Liberals have moved. So because of that, you have Conservatives moving to the Liberals moving to the NDP, and ultimately who's gaining the most out of all of this is the NDP with plus 11. And to be fair, Greens as well, plus 3, interestingly. But this gets to reasons why. So Angus Reid Institute, their data shows that as concerned about climate change rebounds, 1 in 6 2025 Liberal voters are migrating for now to the NDP. So that would definitely help explain some of this movement here from the Liberals to...
I don't even know why the Green Party is still a thing, right? But why? To me, this makes no sense. They should just join forces. They're useless up here. Yeah, I don't get it. Like, from what I understand, is they're kind of like they're like the more woke version of the, if you want to call them that, of the NDP, mixed with environmental policies. They also tend to be more like neoliberal, which I don't like. So maybe keep them separate. But oh god, they would never join. Yeah, it's because they're a little more neoliberal, right? I've heard good things from some, but they are running in BC. It sounds like they're more neoliberal based on like what I've read on them, right? But I don't have like a lot of, because they only have like 1 to 3 seats in Congress or in the parliament, right?
The NDP, even though, again, Conservatives are moving back to the Liberals. But that also worth pointing out, Ivan Lewis is like, he's killing it. Hitting on issues that if you look at what people are talking about, both in terms of what data shows us, but also in your daily lives, what people are concerned about. Data centers are another huge issue, and he's been the only one really raising the alarm about this. NDP leadership candidate Ivan Lewis goes after AI data centers. Lewis calls for a pause on data center construction. That was back in the beginning of January. And he's also standing up for workers, for unions. Here he is posting recently to the thousands of WestJet flight attendants who are out on strike against unpaid work. The NDP stands with you. Your fight is the fight of every worker who is sick and tired of getting pushed around by big corporations, people who are working harder than ever and still struggling to get ahead, while a handful of CEOs keep getting richer. Millions of Canadians will be cheering you on today. No other major party leader is speaking this way about both the working class and what the issue is. The rich getting richer. CEOs making more and more and more, while the working class, while their workers, the ones who are giving them the value of their company, are getting screwed. So while, for example, Pierre Poilievre tries to pretend to be this working class hero, has absolutely no history of that in Parliament. He is not calling out the wealthy. He is not calling out massive corporations gouging the working class.
Yeah.
He is simply acknowledging people are struggling to get by, but he's not getting to the heart of what the issue actually is. Another topic that Ivan Lewis has been solid on that no one else has is on Israel. As Ateo writes here, a new Jewish Canadian party leader says Jews of conscience stand against Israel's genocide in Gaza. So Ivan Lewis is a Jewish Canadian. Leader of the NDP, is the only one standing up against what the Israeli government has been committing. So let me know below. Have you changed?
Yeah. Okay, interesting. Catching up on Canada, that place. Am I right? Meanwhile, in Canada... like, I don't agree with JJ on anything, but he has like some funny analysis on Canadian politics that makes me always laugh out loud. Neoliberalism will never save the environment. It won't. No, that's why I don't agree with the Green Party, right? It's a clown show. Like, how the fuck can you fucking have a neoliberal policy to support the environment? It's just, to me, it doesn't really make much sense, right? Because the environment is something that needs to be taken care of on a international level and at least a federal level. And the problem is, when you neoliberalize it, right, you're privatizing it, essentially, right? You're making it beholden to like tax credits and carbon credits, and we already went over that several streams ago, why those kind of credits are bullshit, right? We had that based Australian man tell us exactly like what kind of scam that all is, right? Unless maybe saving the environment becomes profitable. Yeah, something like that. But I mean, how you would make it profitable? It would be like trying to make AI profitable, right? It's very difficult to do, and I just don't really see it happening, right? Realistically. All right, Josephus, my brother's gonna be here soon. I gotta get ready. No worries, dog. Lurk.
What's up, guys?
All right, get ready, guys. Get pumped. Another Channel 5 exclusive. He's going to occupied Palestine. What up? Australia has the Greens, and they are the third largest party here. Yeah. I heard Adam Bant is giga-based pager. I'm memeing. That's how they came up with all the carbon capture BS, which is used to extract more oil out of the... Exactly. Well said, right? And we covered that. Wow, we covered that probably last year, now that I think about it. I told you guys that it was all bullshit, right? The way the carbon credits and the tax credits and all. This is why I'm not a fan of this stuff, right? Like, whenever you hear, I'm going to create a tax credit, just roll your eyes, because that's more neoliberalism. Fuck that.
What's up, guys? It's Andrew Callahan here. Welcome to the third installment of our Palestine series.
The military's offensive extends across the occupied West Bank. Many warn a breaking point is coming.
Just dropped 4 hours ago.
And it says, I know that pictures may cost me my life, but that will never stop me from taking a shot.
It is so subsidized, and not only that, but like, that's how you can get oil companies being carbon neutral, because they just buy like Tesla. They just buy Tesla carbon credits, right? And then like you have Elon becoming a millionaire, or sorry, a trillionaire at this point from this crap. Right? He became a billionaire, then a billionaire, then a trillionaire, all because of fucking carbon credits, right? Like, that's their most profitable venture, not actually selling cars. Hilarious, right? Hunter Biden's gonna be on Tucker Carlson Monday. Oh, can't wait for that. Should be funny.
After getting a look at the Ida refugee camp in Bethlehem and checking out the system of urbanized apartheid in the Palestinian city of Hebron, our driver Musa thought it was time that we checked out the rural frontier of the conflict between Palestinians and legal Zionist settlers. As he explained, it was quite different. While Hebron was an example of erasure and segregation in the urban core, with Israelis living directly on top of Palestinians, literally on top, the villages on the outskirts are suffering frequent, often unnoticed attacks. Here, the Israeli army doesn't need a mass shooting to justify Palestinian displacement. They just declare an entire region as a military training zone, like for dropping bombs and testing out artillery, giving themselves a legal zoning loophole to attack and displace the Palestinians living in the area. To give us an example, Musa took us up to Masafriyata, a collection of Palestinian villages in the southern Hebron Hills. It's a place that gained international attention through the Oscar-winning documentary No Other Land, which chronicled the struggles of residents under the constant threat of displacement. Compared to Hebron, villagers in these hills describe a very different kind of apartheid, one shaped by isolation, uncertainty, and frequent confrontation. As you exit Hebron, the contrast becomes visible quite quickly. Well-kept Area A Palestinian enclaves and the occasional subdivision-style Zionist settlement gradually both fade away. And of course, military checkpoints are constant, but only for Palestinians. Illegal Zionist occupants have been given free travel permissions and also free reign by the IDF to harass and harm Palestinians at will, with an actual settler self-defense training camp established nearby, where hilltop youth and young settlers planning to ransack the area are given a kind of terrorist training by army officers and mercenaries.
التدريب موجود لرمي السلاح لاستخدام منظومة العصابات السكاكين. طلع في الجنوب في منطقة الجنوب اللي خصوصا موجودة في قرية تواني في عنا اللي هي حفات معون هي بؤرة استيطانية بيتم فيها تدريب إصابات المستوطنين على مستوى الضفة الغربية.
That's right. Settler gangs like the ones we discussed in the previous 2 episodes are not bands of lost youth as Netanyahu once called them, but rather intentional communities directly tied into the Israeli army who were instructed to routinely capture, burn, torture, and kill nearby villagers. And many of these settlers first lived and trained together in settlements like Havat Ma'on.
هم بيتم تدريبهم على تخريب الممتلكات على اعتداء الشخص. هم بيتم
They also get trained to sabotage property.
تدريبهم على تخريب الممتلكات على اعتداء الشخص على
And they carry out physical assaults on citizens, even killings.
المواطنين حتى عمليات القتل يعني هو اللي بتدرب الأمور اللي لها علاقة
things that are closely related to extremism and terrorism.
طابع في مثالي اللي هو التطرف والإرهاب بدرجة أولى يعني.
Do you know how many people they've killed and how many people they've displaced, let's say in the past couple years?
طبعا إحنا
Well, we're talking about 2 different time periods.
بنحكي عن فترتين عاشوها الناس. الفترة الأولى ما قبل.
The first one is before October 7th.
هو 7 من أكتوبر الحرب اللي كانت موجودة.
And the war on our people in Gaza.
ودي عغاهن في غزة. وما بنحكي
And the second is after October 7th.
بعد السابع من أكتوبر يعني هو كان.
The violence was always there, but it got worse after. Yeah,
شيء موجود وزاد سوء.
You know numerically how many people have been killed by settlers in Palestine since October 7th?
1,000 in the West Bank. 1,000, of course.
Remember, guys, there's nothing going on in the West Bank.
Of course, being a round number. The Israeli attitude is that there are no...
As in, like, there's no conflict, right? Active conflict. But it looks like a war zone.
Innocence. This was actually said by a government official. There are no innocents among
there you go.
Palestinians.
There are no such thing as innocent people in Gaza. If they are Palestinians throwing stones, shoot them. There you go, guys. I'm dying to execute terrorists. See, and this is, if you notice, they just use this word over and over and over and over again to justify dehumanizing Palestinians, right? And the people of Gaza in general. But yeah, this is why I say terrorism is a you have to really understand like the political ramifications of it, as we talked about before. And a lot of times people just use it as a blanket way to dehumanize people, right?
Since
like terrorism occurs, right? We covered this before, but I'll just say it quickly. Terrorism occurs as an act of political, it's a political, like a way of expressing something, right? So like the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand, right? 9/11. All these things are like expressions to release something that they generally cannot express or that nobody's listening to. So like the threat is not, or sorry, the fix is not to suppress them per se, right? The fix is to give them more of a platform or more of a way to vent these kind of political these kind of grievances, right? That's the right word, grievances. And people actually listen to them, right? So let me give you an example. You know, in terms of the Archduke Ferdinand thing, right? The reason he did it was because he wanted to be a separate nation, right? That was the whole idea behind assassinating him. Well, you can't do that in a totalitarian monarchy, right? And that's why he got murked. So what you start to see is the more authoritarian the government is, or the least like kind of like room for these ideas to kind of like be aired out and expressed and listened to, the more people turn to terrorism, right? It's sort of like an act that people turn to, right? Due to there's nothing else they can do, right? And that's just like a general statement across, like I went into more detail, but just across the board, this is how terrorism operates, right? But like if you were to say that to conservatives, right, then you sound like you're giving them like space, you're giving them like credence or something, and it's like even if that's the case, right, that isn't what I'm trying to say at all, right? What the whole point of terrorism is a political act for a reason, and then what they've successfully done around the world now under Bush, well, after the Bush administration, right, is turn that into a way to just treat them and completely dehumanize them, right? Treat them like shit, kill them no matter what, right? And this is why like we need to be really careful when we look at these kind of things. When you make peace impossible, you make violence inevitable. Well said. Yes, that's a great way of... That's because he clearly read a lot of the same books I've read, right? So there you go, right? JFK. And it's a JFK rotting emote. What a looker, that guy. But yeah, guys, like this is why you have to give a platform, right, to like let people do that stuff. That's why, if you've noticed, right, and this isn't like a radical theory or anything, right? Why has like violence in general come down in the last 100-200 years, right? You could argue because of all the progress we've made in this field, right? You could also say that there is a lot of progress in terms of like down to video games, right? Video games give like people who otherwise would be doing terrible things and murdering people an outlet, right? Like a release valve, right? Now, does it fix everything? No, of course not, right? I'm not saying that that's exactly what it's gonna, but I think all these things that you can point to in the culture in terms of like systems of organizing, power, trade unions, all these things have led to a more peaceful world for that reason, right? And this isn't even my opinion, it's just the facts in terms of like overall like crime statistics, right? Overall history in terms of the amount of wars that have been started, right? So this is why it's important to keep this in mind in the back of your head while you're watching this, right? Not sure if you guys ever watched it, but No Other Land is a great documentary. Yeah, I haven't watched it yet, but sounds like I have to. Sorry, but the real quote was, those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable. Well said. Yeah, I thought that was it, but I wasn't gonna contradict you because it was one of those two. Talk about twink death.
October 7th alone, the past 2.5 years, there have been over 1,800 incidents of settler violence and over 870 Palestinians killed by settlers, including 177 children, mostly in the name of acquiring more land, which, because of the help of the army and legal impunity provided by Israeli courts, they've done quite successfully.
يعني الاستيطان الرعوي اللي سيطر على الأراضي
I mean, they already control the land completely.
كامل وسواء
They had the settler outpost, and then they took control of the hills
أو البؤر الاستيطانية اللي تم السيطرة على التلال.
As we mentioned back in episode 1, Israeli official Ben Gvir, himself an extremist settler, greenlit the mass distribution of military-grade gun licenses to settlers in the West Bank after Hamas's attack on October 7th.
Well, what happened was post-October 7th, Ben Gvir authorized the release of larger numbers of high-caliber firearms, so virtually all the adults in the West Bank would have qualified for a kind of machine gun. So they were just awash with these guns and you know, thinly supervised at best.
He claimed the measure was a self-defense precaution to keep settlers safe from any Hamas-style terror attacks in the West Bank. A Of course, no such attack would ever occur. In fact, the opposite happened. The settlers then used these weapons to escalate violence against Palestinians, raising the civilian death toll to a place it had never been before.
وحتى عمليات القتل اللي كانت بشكل مباشر من خلال المستوطنين.
The numbers of attacks and killings increased.
زادت بشكل.
And the Israeli government was a part of it.
المبرر
No shit.
للجانب الإسرائيلي سواء حكومة.
Because we've attacked by both the military and the settlers. Yeah.
واستيطان.
It's a state-sanctioned, right? State-sanctioned violence. Always be skeptical of state-sanctioned violence, right? Whenever the state is saying, hey, it's okay to do violence against these people, just always be very, very, very skeptical, because there's probably some fuckery going on. I didn't know they had an ice cream type Glogimon. Yep, there is. Ooh. Don Dozo, nice.
So going back to what Netanyahu said about roving bands of settler youth being nothing but unincorporated gangs of lost boys, portraying the settlers or colonizers as being the driving force of displacement themselves is a common trope.
I think it's much bloated. You know, when they're talking about it, they're talking about a handful of kids. We actually located. It's about 70 kids. They're not from the West Bank. They're actually come from teenagers who come from broken homes.
But oftentimes, it's the Israeli army itself that does the displacement, without the settlers. For example, in early 2025, Israel launched Operation Iron Wall, one of its largest operations in decades, focusing specifically on displacing residents in a place called the Jenin camp, a refugee camp about 2 hours north of Hebron in the northern West Bank. Once home to around 27,000 Palestinians, the Jenin refugee camp was almost entirely forcibly displaced by the army, who after they left, destroyed as many homes, roads, and other pieces of critical infrastructure as they could, rendering the camp uninhabitable. Today, it is almost entirely empty, and Israeli snipers guard the hills above the camp, often threatening to shoot and kill anybody who dares to return to their home.
تركت خلفها تقريبا 20,000 نازح من مخيم جنين. تهجير العملية لا زالت مستمرة لأكثر من عام. تم خلالها تدمير لا يقل عن 2000 منزل داخل مخيم جنين بحجة فتح طرقات وشق طرقات داخل.
I was trying to fix the doesn't look like I can move the captions, but
homes, roads, and other pieces of critical infrastructure as they could, rendering the camp uninhabitable. Today, it is almost entirely empty, and Israeli snipers guard the hills above the camp, often threatening to shoot and kill anybody who dares to return to their home.
تركت خلفها
20,000 people were displaced in just Jenin.
تقريبا 20,000 نازح من مخيم جنين.
This Israeli operation has been going for over a
تهجير العملية لا زالت مستمرة لأكثر من عام. تم خلالها تدمير
2,000 homes were destroyed in Jenin camp.
لا يقل عن 2000 منزل داخل مخيم جنين بحجة فتح طرقات
with the excuse of building roads inside the camp.
طرقات داخل المخيم. تدمير.
But all the commercial buildings and all the infrastructure were destroyed. Of course.
كل المنشآت التجارية. تدمير كل البنية.
But all the
تحتية داخل المخيم بشكل كامل سواء في الصرف الصحي أو في شبكة المياه.
Everything from sewage to water to
electricity. أو شبكة الكهرباء. بالتالي استهداف مخيم جنين اليوم احنا بنشعر هو استهداف للجغرافيا الفلسطينية. استهداف.
They're attacking the Palestinian homeland and our identity. Yeah, it's genocide, right? In other words, what he's saying is it's genocide. This is the definition of genocide, right? It doesn't always look like Nazi Germany, guys, right? There is a UN definition of it, and trying to erase the Palestinian history, that's another sign of genocide, right?
انتزاعها من الجغرافيا الفلسطينية وانتزاعها من التاريخ الفلسطيني، خاصة مخيم جنين لما شكله من رمزية في محطات العمل النضالي.
To the Palestinian people. By the way, Blue Room, I don't know if you know this, but you can use the little fish emote to get to fish.
الشعب الفلسطيني، واعتقد انها هي البدايه في حال نجاح الاسرائيليين في مخيم جنين من الانتزاع.
And we are able to erase it from map completely.
هذا المخيم من الجغرافيا الفلسطينيه والغاء وجوده هي سوف تمتد على باقي المخيمات
I don't have it. Oh, really? Okay. It's a level 1 hype train emote, so it's pretty easy to earn. But
You might ask, what was the goal in the displacement of Jenin camp? Well, it's the same goal the settlers have, more land. The only difference is the army wears all green and puts out a press release after they displace and destroy a community in Palestine. In the case of Jenin, the army claimed the entire displacement was a part of an infrastructure improvement project. Of course, that's hogwash, but the goals of the army and settlers are often the same: destroy and displace.
Jenin's got one of the largest refugee camps in the region. And within the refugee camp, it's noted for its radicalism. The refugee camp in Jenin was invaded by the Israelis in 2006 after the summer war began. And the Israelis pretty much devastated the refugee camp and whole parts of Jenin as well. Jenin, ever since, in the refugee camp in Jenin,
I've never used bits before. Oh, okay. You don't have to use bits. You can just donate a sub or like use your sub.
It's been home to various factions.
Or subscribe. Just do it during a hype train. That's probably the best time.
Have tried to confront Israel directly. And as I said, those factions included Hamas and Islamic Jihad and various factions that are associated with the PLO. The Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine and factions like that. So this is what was going on. The Israelis bombed it, and then shortly thereafter, the Palestinian Authority invaded the refugee camp in an attempt to wipe out these factions. So they were not able to do that. They reached a ceasefire. They withdrew, and then shortly thereafter, the IDF came in and just demolished the refugee camp. 10,000 refugees, homes destroyed, whole entire city blocks were destroyed within the refugee camp of Jenin. So this is where we are now.
What can you tell me about these names here?
So they are volunteers, different countries. They were here to give solidarity in supporting the Palestinians. Rachel, she was killed in Gaza by the colonizer while she's trying to stop the bulldozer destroying one of the lands for one of the Palestinians in Gaza there. Always, of course, they treat the foreigners a bit different than the Palestinians, but sometimes they don't care. And if they see you in the same place and trying to defend and participating with the protests and things with the Palestinian, they don't mind to kill a foreigner.
Yeah, there was a girl from my hometown who got killed after October 7th by the IDF.
Where about?
I think it was in Gaza.
In Gaza?
She was doing humanitarian work along the humanitarian border there, with helping with supplies. I think she was somewhere between a journalist and an activist, but she got killed.
When we talked about risks of my sister going to the West Bank, death was definitely at the top of my list and concerns. And to receive a call and to be woken up by my husband in the morning saying that she was dead and that she was shot in the head by an Israeli soldier, it was the worst news, the worst case scenario come to life.
Nothing that I have heard from the State Department gives me any assurance at all that the killing of a United States citizen by the IDF is being treated with the urgency that it deserves.
And of course their excuse was, oh, we thought that she was with the resistance, with the militants.
Bullshit.
We couldn't tell, we couldn't see.
That's always, they use the same excuse when they do a crime, to be honest. Rachel, she was killed in front of the camera and clear for the whole world what she's doing. And they killed her, they didn't
really
care.
are evil, yeah.
I don't think the colonization needs an excuse.
Yeah.
They could do whatever they want because in the end of the day, no one will gonna punish them or deal with them.
23.
Yeah, it's not like the UN can do anything, even if it passes a resolution, right? They have no power, they have no authority, they have no what's the word, police power, right? They don't have the power to go in there and literally shoot these people in the face, right? That would be a declaration of war. And not only that, they just don't even have a military, right? So like the more you untangle all this stuff, it's like, yeah. And why is that? It's done on purpose, right? They don't. The powerful countries do not want the UN to have these kind of abilities, right? Or these kind of police actions, right? Or what are they called? administrative actions, right? Because it's not really a police action. But
Year-old stands in front of an Israeli bulldozer in Gaza. The bulldozer drives over her, crushing her to death. An Israeli investigation took 1 month and found no Israeli soldier was to blame.
During our stay, we saw countless murals and memorials honoring citizens, humanitarians, and journalists who have lost their lives during this conflict and the ones before it. Since October 7th, Israel has killed more reporters than any other army in any conflict in recorded history, with over 250 journalists just like me killed while attempting to report on these atrocities in Palestine. As we left the memorial, I couldn't help but feel the reality of the situation setting in. With violence against humanitarians and journalists occurring on a regular basis, perpetrated by both the Israeli government and settler population, I felt a bit nervous, and it was hard to imagine being Palestinian having to live with this constant anxiety day and night. Around sunset, we traveled into a small village in the hills of Al-Mufakara, just south of Hebron, and spoke to villagers midway through the process of setting up a nightly patrol to protect their community from settler attacks.
احنا من الحراسة هذه من 7 أكتوبر ورجاي نصبنا هنا خيمي
settler attacks.
احنا من الحراسة هذه
we started this since October 7th and it's still going.
من 7 أكتوبر ورجاي نصبنا هنا خيمي.
We usually set a tent here to sit in and shelter ourselves from the cold.
خيمي على أساس إن نقعد فيها ونتضارب فيها عن السقعة فما قدرنا.
But the settlers wouldn't let us keep it and they brought the army.
ما زبطت معانا جابوا لنا الإدارة وأعطونا اختار.
And they gave us 24 hours to either remove it or they said they would.
24 ساعة إذا ما بتقيم بيدك أنا بجيبها هدها. فاضطرينا نعمل كوشوك
So we had to set up all these tires as you can see.
شايف فبنضل باستمرار يعني إحنا مراقبين المنطقة وحارسين.
Just to use it as a base to protect and patrol the area. Holy shit.
المنطقة لخوف يصير علينا.
From any overnight attacks that might leave us helpless.
أي هجوم في الليل ما نقدر ندافع عن نفسنا أو ما نقدر.
Or unable to protect our children.
نحمي أولادنا. وشو ما ضايقوا وشو ما استفزوا قاعدين غصب عنهم وعن اللزعم منهم. أرضنا ما بنسيبها.
It's our land and we won't leave it.
Without any effective leadership, they say that peaceful self-defense measures are their only option.
فإحنا يعني مش عارفين.
We don't know who we can connect.
لمين نتوجه حتى نعرف.
To get our rights and our land back.
وين.
Because they essentially don't have rights.
كيف نحصل على حقوقنا وأرضنا.
They don't.
أرضنا منع.
We aren't safe in our homes.
عنا إياها بيحاولوا فينا من قبل
They've been fighting us even before October 7th.
7 أكتوبر ولقوا 7 أكتوبر حجي.
But they used October 7th as an excuse. Yeah.
الأحداث اللي صارت هجموا.
The Reichstag, right? The Reichstag fire. We've talked a lot about that.
علينا عدة مرات وكسر الدور. اضطرينا ان نجيب شيك شبك زي الشفرات.
Just to prevent them from breaking in.
هذا مقابل انه ما يدخلوش على الاطفال اللي يدعسوا الاطفال.
And hurting their children or running.
اليوم الصبحيات دعسوا.
Earlier this morning they ran over one of the ducks.
واجن بطة وقبل فترة دعسوا
They've run over dogs and sheep.
كلاب وغنم وكانوا يجيبوا لنا فطاير.
Oh my God. Fuck.
من عندهم يفط.
And they thrown the carcasses in front of our houses.
صنوا يرموا لنا اياه باب الدور.
على اساس انه كيف يعني
The people of Al-Mufakara
فقرة ناس قاعدين وساكتين ما سووا مشاكل والتزموا.
They keep quiet to protect their children, their lives and their homes.
حفاظا على اولادهم وعلى حالهم وعلى بيوتهم. واقتحموا الخربة من جميع النواحي.
And yet they invade our village all sides and surround it completely.
واحد يعني طوقوا الخربة تطويق.
Justice for Ducky. Oh yeah, this part is brutal.
وحديت.
And as soon as they got our out of their cars.
بس كيف نزلوا من السيارات بلشوا في الخربة.
They started attacking the village with sound bombs and flares.
قبل صوت وفلم يضوي فلم في الجو.
Their fire and a flare in the air so they can see the village.
ضوى الخربة كلها ويضرب قنابل صوت ما في دار إلا ما ضرب عليها.
And then they would use bombs and destroy all our houses.
صوت صار صريخ لأولاد الصغار فغير النسوان يعني عليها قنبلة صوت صار صريخ لأولاد الصغار.
The kids always scream, not to mention the women.
فغير النسوان.
I mean, yeah, they're bombs.
يعني منظر.
It's a scene.
قال لي إذا بصير مرة.
And the soldiers told my grandson that if you throw stones
ثاني
again,
بيجي أي مستوطن بيحكي إن كنتوا رجمتوا حجار أنا باجي هان.
I will come and burn your whole village to the ground.
بحرق الخربة حرق.
Yeah, because you know, that's proportionality, right? Throw a stone at a soldier with armor. Burn a whole village, right? That's collective punishment. There you go, guys. We've talked about collective punishment, right? I will come and burn the whole village to the ground.
In addition to the civilian attacks, home demolitions, and other war crimes committed every single day, settlers have also used animal abuse as a way to try to force Palestinians off their land and create terror. For centuries, people in villages like in Massafuryata have made their living through agriculture and livestock, and it's been passed down through generations, providing food, money, and forging a deep connection to the land. Because of this, settlers will steal, torture, cut the eyes out of, or even kill the sheep that belong to villagers, typically by going into their houses or farms to commit horrible crimes against these animals. Intentional infliction of trauma and terror aside, without any source of food or income, communities often starve, have to move elsewhere for sustenance, and slowly disappear as nearby illegal settlements grow and continue to expand.
المستوطن وصلت فيه يسرح باب الدور.
Sorry, I missed your message.
بالغنم وغنمنا محشر.
This is I've just been reading this the translations. This is what I was talking about, but I was audio only. Yeah.
And continue to expand.
Wait, you watched this already?
المستوطن وصل.
You watched this already, dog?
وصلت فيه يسرح باب.
It just came out 4 hours ago. Thank you, Gus. It's okay. Glad to watch this. Yeah. The settlers often lock us into our homes. Tina watched it before. Oh, yeah, Tina. She's rated me a few times.
بالغنم وغنمنا محشر.
So our sheep can't roam.
بالدور إن سنتين غنمنا ما طلع.
And we can't take them out of our houses.
مع إنه الأرض أرضنا والمستوطن. وغنمنا محشرة في الدور إن سنتين غنمنا ما طلع.
And we can't take them out of our houses.
مع إنه الأرض أرضنا.
Even though this land is ours.
والمستوطن صارت هي أرض.
Yeah, so it's putting restrictions on what they can do, so then they fuck over, right? What they can do with the animals. That's crazy. That's crazy, guys. Yeah, these are all like ways of control, right? Oh my God. All ways of control.
وإحنا أهل الأرض ما إن ممنوع نتحرك من.
And there's nothing we can do.
يعني استفزاز وصل.
I can't take back all these settlements you've seen everywhere.
معنا فوق ما.
Yeah, well, it's literally colonizing, right? They're not settlements, guys. They're far more than that. But this is a hostage takeover of land, right? Hey, what the fuck, Donnie? Welcome.
Viewer discretion is advised. New follower to the commune. Thank you, WTFD, Donnie.
Love it. Welcome to the stream, dog. We can't take back these settlements you see everywhere. Yeah. God, guys.
البؤر اللي انتم شايفينها كيف مطوقة المفقرة.
They look, they surround Al-Mafarar completely.
تطويق احنا كمان ضايقنا.
And yet they stay here and protect themselves and our
حالنا
children.
مشان نحمي
Yeah, we stay here and protect ourselves and our children.
حالنا ونحمي أولادنا. فحطينا القد.
We built that barbed wire fence that you see.
دير هذا اللي انتم شايفينه ضايقنا.
And even though it's cramped here, we stay and we protect our
حالنا
children.
أكثر بس مشان نحمي أولادنا.
And even though it's, yeah.
As we conducted this interview, a settler rolled up on an ATV, apparently employing a common tactic of intimidation that settlers like him use on villagers every single day.
Now maybe you'll see him with
Now maybe you'll see him with the
a normal uniform, but in the night he wear the soldier uniform, and he come back and start searching houses and interrogating people.
طبعا هذا العمل العادي يعني احنا هذا بنهتمش فيه كثير جدا هذا لانه
interrogating people.
طبعا هذا العمل
Truthfully, this is the daily routine though.
العادي يعني احنا هذا
Mr. Sauerkraut. I wonder how hard it is to visit the region without a tour guide. I don't know. Ask Rokana. He still got arrested with one, right? Crazy. Welcome to the stream, man. Glad you're here. So we act like it's no big deal.
He will go there and he will call the army, the Iowa.
Yeah.
And he will tell them, he will just lie, like people are attacking me, and there is also visitors also trying.
What the fuck?
To attacking me, so to make it more complicated for the people here.
The only thing we can do is ignore this guy. Yeah, this is harassment, right? State-sanctioned harassment. My God. I wonder how hard. Welcome in. Yeah, appreciate you being here.
As we said way back in episode 1, the goal is to clear the area by any means necessary, and provoking a reaction from a Palestinian villager gives the Israeli settler the upper hand in terms of, I guess, fighting back in self-defense and then calling in the army for backup. After that, the army can arrest whoever was involved in the confrontation, of course the Palestinian. Then, while people are detained, the army and settlers can come back together, often swapping outfits, to declare the Palestinian homes their own. Then, of course, from there, they'll tear everything down, maybe to one day be populated by Americans from New York City or Boca Raton, Florida. On certain rare occasions where a villager has decided to call the police to report a settler trespassing on their property and trying to intimidate them, the police that responded, aka the Israeli army, not only refused to help the villagers, but then arrived and threatened one of them with jail time if he called the cops again.
I called the police today.
اتصلت على الشرطة بقول له المستوطن هيو عن البيوت.
At around 10 o'clock, and I told them the settlers are on my home.
الشرطة وصل.
And when the policeman
حد الآن لقى.
He came with the security guards
اللي
from the
هو
army.
الحراسة على الجيش الحارس لل.
The ones usually patrolling the area. Yeah, I mean, this is the equivalent of a black person calling the police and getting shot, right? Or getting harassed, right? Because he technically wasn't shot, but crazy, right, guys? I haven't seen this before. Oh wait, I just gave an example. Yeah, we go further and even say mental abuse. Yeah.
ما ردش علي. اقفا وسوا.
So I called the police again.
الشرطة حكوا معاه.
And see, this is how you breed terrorism, right? Basically, what else are they supposed to do? They do all this stuff, and they're supposed to be impartial, right? At least on paper. And then literally they're getting harassed by the police. They're getting harassed by the settlers, right? So this is what we were talking about, right? This is the theory of this stuff that we were talking about earlier in the stream. And he told me we already came to the same. Yeah, it's the same story. I said, yeah, but you refused to help me. He said, listen, if you're ever to call the police again, I will arrest you in your home. Yeah, you shouldn't stand in the way of the settler. He can do whatever he wants. There you go. There you go. That stinks. That's state-sanctioned violence, right? Because the settler is essentially just being given the green light to do this crap. You heard it here, guys, right? Like, the words are in black and white. That's why I'm reading them out loud. In this case, yellow and black, right? Whatever he goes now belongs to the state. Yeah, there you go, right? I just said that. It belongs to the state. Oh my God.
أرض دولي ممنوع تعترضوا.
You aren't allowed to interfere with him at all.
مرة وأنا أرجع وبكر.
And let me tell you, if you ever call the police again,
لك إذا بترجع تحكي مع الشرطة أنا برجع.
I will return and arrest you in your home.
بعتقلك من الدار. قلت له ماشي. عاملين علينا.
They are placing a full siege.
حصار شامل كما زي.
Just like the siege in North Gaza.
حصار شمال غزة يعني.
No different.
لا يفرق شيء يعني ما احنا دارين كيف بدنا نسوي والله يتلطف.
These men do their best to keep their families safe, but women and children in the village are put through the same harassment and daily violence from settlers. During our visit, we spoke with...
It looked like a stone. Creasonby. After 40 years of evangelical brainwashing, I'm learning there's little holy about the Holy Land. This is the Holy Land. I don't want anything to do with it. Fuck. They can fuck off for all I care. Why are we supporting this? Indeed, glad you got out.
Several kids about what it's like growing up there.
I thought it was something else.
One boy, Ahmed, shared
it looked like something like that. I
story
tell.
about how he's been personally harassed.
Soldier come and lie, usually saying someone hit them. It looked like maybe a brick. That's what it looked like. That's why it looked different. Then arrest the old and young. They kill constantly and arrest whoever they see. It's violence and resembles none of the whole in the world. They also take whatever they find. So they steal too. Cool. Once I was at home and they came in and said, you and your father throw stones at us and we didn't. Army came and arrested us on a rainy day. The army, okay. Wow, so they're just like, they only believe them essentially. They took us and detained us.
We were able to gain access to the video of the incident being described, where Ahmed was arrested for allegedly throwing stones. Throwing stones is a common charge in the West Bank that allows the Israeli army to arrest and detain children indefinitely.
It happens all the time.
One thing that came up repeatedly in our conversations was concern for the next generation. So before leaving, we gave Ahmed one of our camcorders, showed him how to use it, and welcomed him to the Channel 5 news team as a civilian correspondent.
I love it. I fucking love it. Citizen journalism, right, guys? That's awesome. Aww. For real. That's awesome. I love that.
Repeatedly in our conversations was concern for the next generation. So before leaving, we gave Ahmed one of our camcorders, showed him how to use it, and welcomed him to the Channel 5 news team as a civilian correspondent. We asked him to film his life, his village, what he thought was important. Over the course of the next 5 years, we'll be keeping track of his footage, distributing it on Channel 5 in bursts, and keeping you all in the loop.
See you guys.
I fucking love that.
With the absence of an effective Palestinian government and no real method to get justice, legally speaking, people like those in the village can only make their case to one authority, the media, like us. But even speaking to journalists can result in arrest, especially if they're found to have distributed videos of settler attacks directly to a media member. That in itself carries a penalty. For this reason, the distribution of media depicting settler attacks, like iPhone videos and stuff like that, is done on encrypted platforms, where videos are sent, collected, and distributed by an organization called IHIP in Ramallah, who recently had their YouTube channel taken down and entire catalog cleared, resulting in the permanent deletion of hundreds of videos depicting human rights violations. They've also been officially declared a terrorist organization by Israel. Anyways, back to the scrubbing of Al-Haq's YouTube channel. So that deletion was caused by a US review that found the channel was working with the ICC, who had an open investigation into Benjamin Netanyahu's war crimes.
Do you hear this? Oh my God, guys. They're working with the ICC, that terrorist organization. Yeah, see what I mean? This is why the UN is toothless. I will repeat myself again. This is why the UN is toothless. When it tries to do something, the US and all the security member states fuck them over. Literally do this. There you go. Yeah. See? So whenever you hear but the UN doesn't do anything. Yeah, why is that though? Maybe that's the reason why this stuff is happening all the time, right? If we had like a way to actually enforce this stuff, that would be a better way of doing this, right? No, you can't have that, because that would invade on sovereignty, right? And that's like another reason why whenever I hear that word, I just kind of cringe, because oftentimes that falls into the mix, right? Sovereignty, this, right? I'm sorry, how is this sovereignty? He's a war criminal. This is not a like terrorist run. Even if it was, like, come on, fuck off. What?
Which they issued an official arrest warrant for in November of 2024.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just a way of getting back at the ICC, right? They actually are trying to do something, and then what does the US do? It fucking punches them in the gut. You know, they don't even have the power to enforce it, except if it's a member state that signs on to it. But yeah, this is how they go around that and basically punish people who actually do the right thing, or try to do the right thing, right?
So if you're wondering why you're hearing about Al-Haq right now for the first time, that's why. They were effectively erased from the internet right as settler violence began to reach its peak after...
Yeah, there you go. First time I've ever heard of them. You can't make this shit up. Yeah, and it should really piss you off, because, see, like, this is why when people say this stuff, right, I always just like, yeah, but why is that? You're not looking at the... It's like saying that the organization, I don't know, it's like saying, like, that's the design of it. It was designed that way. Maybe that's one thing we should fix, right? Exhibit A. Fuck.
October 7th. But still, even in the shadows and shadow banned on every major platform, Al-Haq has meticulously collected digital media and personal testimony for the past 2.5 years.
No one can hold them accountable.
Yeah.
No one will ask them anything. The maximum is condemnations, just statements, press release.
There are 150 juvenile delinquents that are not part of that community. They come from the other parts of Israel. We are, I don't want vigilantes of any kind. And we are working to put them under the law.
Oh, fuck off.
That's the maximum. What's our role in this case? Our role also to document the human rights
Strange
violation.
all the resistance to occupation anywhere is immediately called terrorism. Yeah, strange. Well said. We're just talking about that. It's just a way of dehumanizing people, right? For the most part, in this case. Almost all of it now.
That we don't depend on media in our information. We depend on our information from the eyewitnesses or the victims themselves. And we don't document everything. We have no capacity to document everything. But we said right to life is fundamental right. Now when it comes after October 7th, I think they said that we have free hands and there is no limits. I am one from those they think that the Israelis, they have limits. I used to think like that. And I think it's a mistake. I discovered that they have no limits. They do everything.
Yeah.
Everything. And now they continue. This is not an...
Sneaks into here so it looks like she's been here the whole time. How do you do that? That's so cool. Welcome back, girl.
Ordinary occupation.
Ugh, this is so sad. Welcome back, girl. Good to see you again.
That's the case. This is showed the hate, the incitement, the nature of this, colonial regime. When I think about all of these things, I'm not speaking about, the competence and the battlefield here or there with Hamas or the Israeli soldiers. I'm speaking about pure, clear. This is a protected place.
Yep.
This is protected persons. This is protected persons.
Yeah.
Why you do this? Why you rape a woman in front of her children and her husband? Maybe you ask me, does this?
Maybe you ask me, does this happen? Yeah.
It's happened. Yes, it's happened. Yes, it's happened. That's the case. This is how the Israelis acting. And it's not an isolated incident. It's part of a widespread practice. October 7th, or more than October 7th, or less than October 7th, or any time, and anything happened, it doesn't justify the Israeli reaction.
Yeah, that.
It doesn't justify committing atrocities and genocide. It doesn't justify committing war crimes and crimes against humanity. It doesn't justify to kill babies, children, people, civilians like that. It doesn't justify to attack the health system, the rest of the health system in Gaza.
Yeah.
To go, for instance, and to attack an injured person. He is in the intensive care unit and send small drone, and kill him inside the intensive care unit. It doesn't justify, to close the cities and villages and cut off between the Palestinian communities. It doesn't justify rape of Palestinian prisoners. It doesn't justify torture and killing prisoners in their hands. That's here. You see that the Israelis, they act.
The current condition of Palestinians in both Gaza and the West Bank is just so difficult to comprehend. How a group of people can be tortured in this on a daily basis and shocking is just abominable. Yeah, well said. Welcome back, by the way. Good to see you.
As they are acting in the jungle.
Duncan Crossberry. Love your name.
Maybe you ask me, do you have
well said.
Information? I said, we have more than information. We have stories. And this has happened against thousands of Palestinians. Until today, they are treating them badly. For instance, you take a doctor.
The Terry.
A doctor from
welcome back.
The,
good to see you again, buddy.
Hospital. Taking him here, beating, torturing, all of these things. Because you don't feed them for days. You throw a yogurt can like this on the floor and ask him to take it by his hands cuffed back.
Oh my God.
This is, wow. I think this is a sick society.
It is, yeah.
And this is a sick army.
Yeah.
Divinamist just got a 3-day stream streak.
What up? Thank you for the 3 days. Once you get on the new streaker board that I made a streaker board. It helps you with the keep track of everyone's streak. Who's like at the highest? Put it away, guys.
And this is a sick.
What up,
people?
Yeah,
that's
very cool. Yeah, I designed it. I've been working a lot on the stream, like coding and stuff, and I've learned a lot of new things. So. I wanted to put as much of the stuff that I learned on the stream as possible.
Do you think with this new generation of young kids growing up in the West Bank, there could be any kind of major resistance movement that grows in the following decades?
Look, I don't know when, but I'm sure that maybe it's tomorrow. I don't know.
Yeah. W, hell yeah. Eon Wagoneer, welcome back. Mr. Sauerkraut says, when you think of God himself, gives you entitlement, anything is possible. Yeah, well, that's kind of the problem with using God, right, or religion, is that it gives you like unlimited, essentially, right, unlimited entitlement to do these things. God is nobody's real estate agent, regardless of what Magic Holy Book says. Magic Holy Book. Well put. Well put.
But I know one main thing, that if there is an occupation, it will be a resistance. If there is apartheid system, it will be a resistance. If there is colonial regime, like the one that we are living in, it's resistance. That's except if we are not normal people, and we are normal, and we are, the owner of this.
This guy's so good. No wonder he's the head of this organization. One that I just heard of. Wow, and they essentially scrubbed off of YouTube, right? Effectively. Crazy. Crazy, guys. Inshallah.
Stop the stream! Tether Terry just resubbed for 14 at tier 1 for a total 15 months. They have been subbed for 15 months. What a nice day.
Yeah, what a nice day. Thank you so much for the 15 months, my goat. Damn, thank you so much. Appreciate the support for that long, man. Wow. Thank you, thank you. Shout out to the Terry.
Please.
Love you, buddy.
Great. Well, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
I appreciate the interview.
Thank you.
Well, if you look at settler colonialism, you see that this has been a way in which colonists have been able to so-called clear the land. I mean, the American move to the West, for example, was, very, very similar to what the Israelis are doing, clearing out a population.
I just can't believe in this era, I'm sure you're used to all this, but like with cell phones, that there's still a place where someone...
They're also on different channels, so like not all videos are removed, but their YouTube was their main platform. Yeah, of course, because here's the thing, right? YouTube, like you have to understand this. As a content creator, or if you want to be like relevant in the space to get your message out, and this is where like it's really unfair, but if you're not on YouTube, you are fucked, right? It's really that simple. Now, you could argue, yeah, well, on certain live streams, sure, like, I'm on YouTube, right? It's not my biggest platform yet, but you have to, like, YouTube is where, like, most people view videos, and the other ones are just not nearly as much, right? Because live streaming is a little bit different than watching a YouTube video, right? Like a 10-second or 15-second, like, short, or even a 15-minute, like, long form content video on YouTube. It's just a different kind of video that you're watching, right? On a live stream, it's more like you're also trusting the opinion on the content creator, right? The streamer, let's just say, or like you're also like there to watch it with them and get their reaction, right? So it's for different reasons. So yeah, like effectively killing their YouTube censors them though, right? And that's what I want to make perfectly clear, because, and YouTube is well known for this, right? You have to be very careful with this stuff. But the fact that they were able to do this with the ICC, like to punish the ICC, that's really screwed up, right? Living Lily, yeah, it's so sad. And most people don't even know what that Rumble exists. Wait, what did you say? True. Yeah. Yeah, like Rumble isn't, a lot of these platforms a lot of people don't even know they exist, right? So yeah, it's sad. That's why I want to, now that I've been streaming for like a little over a year, I want to start making short form to like shorts, like long form to short form content on YouTube, because that will help grow the channel, right? I'm gonna keep at the streaming, but I want to like focus in on topics that we talk about that not a lot of people cover on other platforms or even here on Twitch. You already know what that's going to be about, right? I'm probably going to do a series on post-scarcity and that whole thing, because I feel like that's been grossly underreported, and I think it's a very important thing. I've seen some videos that kind of hint at it, but they talk more about Star Trek in general, and I'm talking more about post-scarcity, right? In these videos, so stay tuned for those. Those should be fun. But that's also why if you look on the YouTube channel that I got back because it got fucking struck, right? In the channels, right? Or in the YouTube videos now, if you ever want to look at the streams afterwards, this one didn't do it. I don't know why. Oh, it's probably because I turned it off. Hold on. Second. Yep. Yeah, here we go. So now what you'll see is you'll see little tick markers on the video, right? So if you want to go to like parts of it and rewatch the stream, this is the best place to do it. Like, I think it will show you everything we covered, right? Right? We talked about Spain, the crisis there. We talked about Trump's reaction to the illegal immigrant crisis there, right? Spain mobilizing Florida, right? The migrants there. So like it breaks down every topic that we've covered on the stream in a convenient way for you to follow if you want to rewatch it. So my idea is to eventually get some of these things clipped into shorts, and that way it generates even more views, right? For the channel and for the stream. Most people don't even the Zionist project was the work decades before. Yeah, so for some reason it's not doing it anymore, but I think I figured out why. It's because I turned something off.
Can kill you, illegally occupy your village, kill you, take any of your stuff, and then the army's okay with it.
Yep.
And you can't prosecute them, you can't do anything.
Can't.
So if you were living in one of these villages, like in Massaferyata, and you called the cops, who would pick up the phone?
The IDF controls the area.
يعني الشرطة صرنا نتصل على الشرطة، الشرطة تودي جيش، الجيش موالي للمستوطنين. لأول مرة بنشوف مواطن لابس سويل يتحكم في اللباس العسكري.
Well, we didn't even do anything. Why are you doing this? Don't touch me.
Is there a 911 or an emergency line?
Even if there was, it wouldn't have any effect.
There's no PA hotline.
There's no PA hotline, no.
So if you're a victim of a crime and you're Palestinian, you have to call the Israeli army.
You really have no recourse. I mean, calling your Israeli army is, basically out of the frying pan into the fire.
Is there a way to prosecute a settler who might kill your neighbor?
Theoretically, yes. In reality, it's very, very difficult, if not impossible.
The response by the Israeli military and the settlers is to punish all the Palestinians. There is no accountability for Israeli settlers.
If you were to try to navigate that difficult path, where would you start?
I don't think most Palestinians would put themselves at risk and try to navigate the path. I mean, we're talking about not only putting yourself at risk, but putting your entire family at risk and everything you own. So, fundamentally, there really is no recourse. The recourse that the Israelis are counting on is that people are going to leave with their, vote with their feet. They're going to leave, if they make life hard enough. And so this is why these things are publicized. They're not secret. I mean, the idea, what Lenin once said about terrorism, the idea of terrorism is to terrorize.
I know your number, I know your family, I know where your cousin, your grandma, your father, your uncle, I know where everyone lives.
Even the idea of these things is to terrorize people into leaving, make them vote with their feet and get out. Same thing in Gaza. The number one goal is to clear the area.
Understanding the difference between legal consequences for Palestinians protecting their land versus the settlers attempting to displace them illegally can be confusing and contradictory, but it's reality.
It's interesting you said they're not recognized by the Israeli government. And I feel like
outposts, not
the outposts, but I feel like there's this gray area that they love to kind of like dance around because there is a relationship between Ben Gvir and the outpost settlements, right?
I mean, I don't know how it works functionally, but the attitude of Smotrich or Ben Gvir or Daniela Weiss, who I interviewed, would be, it's not the West Bank, it's Judea and Samaria. It's historically, in their view, the Jewish homeland, and therefore it should all be settled. They're only sorry that there's basically any Palestinians there, and they'd like to see more, all the settlements, they want to see it all annexed. The West Bank has not been annexed. It's under occupation. So it's in this weird limbo of 60 years of being controlled by the Israeli military, but not recognized officially as part of Israel. So there's 3 million Palestinians who don't have full rights. They don't have voting rights. They don't have their own nation. Well said. And they live for the most part in either villages or cities that to different degrees are subject to, explicit and intense IDF control. So Smotrich, Ben Gvir, Daniela Weiss would say, well, we just call it Israel, and you either agree to be part of Israel and you'll get some rights, or if you don't, then you leave and you're forcibly deported.
It dawned on me that while completely out in the open, just the sheer difficulty, like logistically, of getting this footage from SD cards in the West Bank, then edited and published on social media for the world to see, is an unnecessarily momentous task. And I'm not just talking about the customs process in Israel or the issue of security when actually filming content in Palestine, but I'm talking about the final frontier, which is distributing this kind of content online. The big four platforms are entirely owned by Zionist-captured tech oligarchs who have been directly paid and funded by lobbying groups within Israel and the U.S. who have one interest: suppressing the truth about the horrific things happening in Palestine and making sure that Western viewers and content consumers remain mostly in the dark about this stuff. This particular issue of censorship in the West when it comes to Palestine coverage is particularly extreme in one place: the UK, birthplace of 21 Savage, enemies of kneecap.
Have you heard of the group Palestine Action before?
Yes, of course, yeah.
So while I was in the hills of Hebron, which was last January, our New York City correspondent JP Scatini was in the streets of London, where large groups of Brits were being arrested and taken to jail for saying two words: Palestine Action. Here's a look at that.
It brings me a little bit of sadness to say that free speech laws here in Britain are not what they are in the United States.
Free speech is very important. I don't know if you're referring to any place in particular. Perhaps they are, but we've had free speech for a very, very long time here, so we're very proud about that. We protect it.
That's right, because here in the UK, you can spend up to 6 months in prison for holding a sign or putting on a pin with a phrase that the government doesn't like. And that's exactly what's happened over the past 5 months or so. Over 2,200 people have been arrested here in the UK for holding up signs in favor of a group called Palestine Action, a direct action protest group here in the UK that back in July, the British government designated as a terrorist organization. So we're here in Tavistock Square in London, where protesters have gathered, and here at 1 p.m., they are all in unison going to write the phrase, "I oppose genocide, I support Palestine Action," and then line up to be arrested en masse.
My name's Alice. This is my girlfriend, Rebecca. She decided to come here today, handcuffed to me, and put this sign, which is, clearly in support of a terrorist organisation.
My name's Paul. I'm with a socialist choir called Strawberry Thieves. Labour acting just like Tories. La 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 la. I'm here to support the people who are fighting for the freedom of expression.
As you can see behind me, there have got to be between 50 and 100 police officers here, and now the police are going one by one and making arrests. The protesters are not making it easy on them. They have gone limp. They are not resisting arrest, but are refusing to help them do their jobs. And so, one by one, they are being carried out by a group of 5 to 6 officers at a time. Do you have anything you want to say to the people as you get dragged out?
Free Palestine. Stop enabling the people who are killing people. That's what I want you to do.
Hell yeah.
In our thousands, we will oppose you. We want you to do the right thing.
Look how they're picking up this beautiful human being. It is disgusting as we are seeing the erosion of British democratic values at the behest of Benjamin Netanyahu. Shame on this government. This government doesn't have a leg to stand on. This government is being dictated by the Zionist lobby, not just in the United States, but across the globe.
It's the Vatican! She's the terrorist! I'm innocent! She has a mind of her own! It's the Vatican! It's the terrorist! It's not me! All I did was fall in love! Ah!
I don't want to break you. I like your handcuffs, but I just don't want to.
Rebecca, don't separate me from her! I can't bear to be away!
My name is Sam Weinstein. I'm part of the International Jewish Anti-Zionist Network here in the UK. And I'm here to support people who are opposing genocide.
The fact that you can be arrested for protesting the prescription of Palestine action and for opposing genocide is insane.
And this is taking place after the United Nations believes that Israel is carrying out a genocide in Gaza.
Yeah, and this is why I said, look, the UN has said this. I don't think... I know, I've been trying to fix it. Hold on. For some reason, the hunt works, but not the fish, which they run on the same system. So you would think, how do they not work? Hold on 1 second. Okay, I think... But yeah, that's the reason. Whenever it does not run, guys, and you do the command, it means that there's the gate isn't in effect. For the command, at least.
The fact that for holding a sign you can be labelled a terrorist in this country is absolutely nuts. The amount of police officers that is here today just shows the priorities of this state in suppressing any kind of political dissent. That's what we're here to highlight.
Yep. So since the UK's free speech crackdown began a couple years back, two things have happened. Keir Starmer, the Labour Party MP, has resigned, and the Palestine Action defendants have been convicted and sentenced to prison for terrorism.
In a significant ruling, Judge Jeremy Johnson determined that the offences carried a terrorism connection, saying the attack was intended to influence British government policy and advance a political cause.
All this stuff happening in the UK weighed on my mind, and back in the US too, where I've covered a bunch of different protests. I wondered if the people of Palestine knew how much of the world was with them. Despite the absence of Palestinian soldiers, local militias to defend against settlers, or any real resistance group being active to fight for Palestinians in the West Bank, there are so many people on their side who want to help them. Every major city in America has held daily protests for their cause. Socialist politicians in the US are winning seats across the country, becoming mayors, congresspeople, and state senators just by primarily running on the platform of divestment from Israel. As the world turns, gradually, against Israeli occupation, it's strange to be in Palestine, where things are only seeming to get worse. My point being that despite this mass overhaul of worldwide support, Palestinians in the West Bank and in Gaza remain mostly alone to fight a cruel beast larger and more powerful than most of us can fathom. But that's when I remembered, there technically is a Palestinian government, right? The PA. They're in control of a solid 18% of the West Bank and most places where Palestinians live. They've got a seat at the UN. And even within Palestine, they've got a courthouse, a jail, and they have cop cars everywhere. In fact, they're the biggest employer in the territories. This left me with one big question. Where are they? Where is the PA? Here's what Palestinians have to say.
The Palestinian Authority is a big lie.
سلطة عاجزة بكل ما تحمله الكلمة من معنى.
It's totally helpless. They do nothing for us since October 7th until today. Look at that, guys. They don't do anything. Yeah, because the it's just a puppet, right? It's just a satellite state for Israel, right? Trying to change political policy, nonviolent is the opposite of terrorism. I know, right? That's like the funniest thing is, and that's why I say, Blue Room, right? You have to look at their actions, not just their words, right? Because it's just a way of dehumanizing people, right? Now, listen, there may be some things that are clearly there, right? I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying as time has progressed ever since 9/11, you are starting to see an escalation of this term being used across multiple spectrums that include peaceful protest. Huh? The fuck? Right? And to be fair, if you read a lot of the books, especially right after like 9/11, a lot of people were warning that when you make terrorism this kind of charge, you essentially make you set up a future where even peaceful protests will be seen as terrorism and therefore punishable by imprisonment or even death, right? So you have to always be very skeptical of this shit, because it's just a way of getting you down the pipeline to accept jail time and death for people who are not even non-violent in this case, right? NSPM 7, look at that, right? So literally 20 years ago they were warning about this shit, and now it's come to full fruition, right? That now if you're just a left-wing person, you can be convicted of terrorism. What? Right? And I mean, these are not new things. Like, we covered Francisco Franco's takeover of Spain, right? Fascist Spain. It was the exact same thing, guys. Right? They just didn't use maybe like the same term, but essentially it was terrorism for the state, right? And always just be skeptical of these. Anybody saying these like declarative statements like that. But not the Jan 6ers. Yes, but not the Jan 6ers. Correct. They're patriots. Even though they were violent. So violence is non-violence, and non-violence is violence. Right? Welcome to postmodernism, Peter. You're welcome. Coming to Australia near you, the authority presented us with nothing. Of course. All right, can you try it again? Fish twice in a row, man? Or somebody in chat. I want to see if it works. Or the emote. Whichever one. Still nothing. Still not getting the message. It's so interesting.
يعني ما فيش أي مساعدة.
Not even a little bit of help.
يعني السلطة فيش في ده إشي هي أول إشي.
This authority, it has no power.
الإسرائيلي قوض السلطة الوطنية الفلسطينية ومنع إمكانية المعالجة إلها. يعني.
اليوم تبتكي عن جسم فهمت على موجود السلطة مش قد تدفع رواتب للموظفين اليوم فهمت علي إنك.
السلطة ما لهاش عندنا أي سلطة. ما في لا سلطة راح تسوي.
There's no hope that the authority can do anything, nor Arab countries. Yeah. It doesn't really matter because the Arab countries don't have any power, right? Because there's jurisdiction, right? Sovereignty. Oh, look at that. There's that word again. Coming in with a huge pickup. What up? IHIP is huge. Yeah. Is it? It's a small one.
الدول العربية مسوي شيء. مدام هذول العالم في السلطة العوض الله.
It's a lost
During
cause,
my time
yeah.
in Palestine, the PA had been like a ghost, hardly even there. And despite my best attempts to reach them, I was unable to make contact. But on the last day, our team got a call from the head of security services, the equivalent to the general of the...
Yeah, for that it works. I don't get it. Like, it works perfectly for safari, for hunt, I mean. But it does not work for fish. What is going on, right?
PA Army.
It's the same system.
He said he wanted to meet up to discuss what could be done to resist settler expansion in the West Bank. So I took a trip to Ramallah for the meeting. His name was Anwar Rajab, Brigadier General of the PA, a former bodyguard for Yasser Arafat during the Second Intifada, now in charge, who claimed he had a plan.
Of course.
If you'd like to see our full interview with the Palestinian general and support us while doing it, we've just put the entire thing up on Patreon at www.patreon.com/channel5, where subscribers pay $5 a month
Delaney.
to gain access to our entire
How you doing?
catalog of early, exclusive, uncensored, and unreleased content with the knowledge that they're supporting us while doing it. As many of you guys know, Channel 5 is a totally independent operation that exists without a single dollar of corporate investment and is currently upscaling and expanding our operations in the midst of a lawsuit, so we need to keep the Patreon booming to finance our ongoing mission. Again, if you want to see the full Anwar Rajab interview and follow our crew as we speak with the victims of the Jenin camp displacement, head to our Patreon and consider supporting us. I'm going to put the link in the pinned comment and description box of this video. Have a great day.
Channel 5 live worldwide, Hollywood and Vine. Fuck the authority, Channel 5 News. Channel 55. We don't fuck with custers. And 5 is the best number.
Hey, what's up, guys? There's something I forgot to tell you about. We also just launched our own streaming platform called C5.now. We have 5 films on there right now. Film number 1, The Art of Protest, made by the homies over at Indecline, who we interviewed a few months back. Film 2, Rat Film by Theo Anthony, set in Baltimore, investigates the lives and times of the rodent population through the eyes of the people who love the rats of Baltimore, study the rats of Baltimore, or are paid to execute and trap the rodents of Charm City. Documentary number 3, Star Cash by Haley Garrigus, an amazing Wall Street documentary that follows the lives of market predictors, that's right, stock analysts who stare at the planets to figure out what's going to happen with the money. Documentary number 4, it's called Physician Heal Thyself by director Asher Penn, a fascinating lifelong profile featuring tons of archival footage documenting a physician, psychiatrist, philosopher, sorcerer of the mind named Gabor Mate. Very influential dude as far as addiction and trauma and healing. He's about as good as...
A few of you have recommended him. I think Living Lily, one of them too, right? Yeah. Israeli supporters say they don't like the because they use Sharia law. Oh, God.
It gets. He's the top dog in that realm. So check that documentary out. Documentary number 5 is my own. Had to put my own sauce on there to get the train moving. It is called Finding Orson, a 45-minute documentary that I shot over the course of a year and a half, trying to reunite a beloved friend and elderly community member named Rick Shore with his lost parrot named Orson.
Maybe he's just too embarrassed to admit that he doesn't want the bird anymore.
So those are the 5 films on C5.now. A totally independent, creator residual forward, power to the people documentary platform, not gatekept by Hollywood. And what's unique about C5.now is that unlike the major studios, we're not afraid to take a risk. And of course, pay creators fairly. The link is in the pinned comment and description box of this video. Cool. And most importantly, it's not just a website. It's an app on your phone and a smart TV app. So get your popcorn, get your remote, sit down. It's time to learn. I'll see you guys soon.
That's pretty cool. I like that. Cool. We forgot to watch this, but I did want to cover it because it has to do with Gaza as well. So let's watch.
For nearly 3 years, we watched a live stream genocide unfold in Gaza.
Yep.
But on the world stage, a very different vision was being shared.
Peace is a different deal than a business deal.
Peace.
New Gaza. It could be a hope, it could be a destination, have a lot of industry, 100% full employment and opportunity for everybody there. And if everyone thinks it's impossible, that's even more reason why you should aim for it.
Billion-dollar pledges followed. Powerful leaders signed on. Even FIFA pledged $50 million for a new Gaza football stadium. And in July, President Trump's Board of Peace announced a tentative peace agreement for Gaza. But that's where things start to get murky. There's a World Bank fund that was supposed to hold billions for Gaza's reconstruction. The balance? Zero. And at least some of the money that was supposed to go to the fund diverted into a private JP Morgan account. It's not clear who controls the account, why it exists, or how the funds are being used. So I did what we always do. I followed the networks of money, and I took a closer look at the men inside the board. I spoke with insiders, including an ex-Blackwater mercenary.
I joined Blackwater because I wanted to make money and I wanted my adventure.
The deeper I went, the more unsettling the picture became. Because Gaza doesn't just look like a place to be rebuilt. It looks like a testing ground for a new kind of control. And it could just be the start.
Yeah, and joining Blackwater is a part of the system. Like, if you think about it, a lot of these people who joined Blackwater, because they find Sabra and oh Jesus, yeah, like it's all just interconnected, right? If this is like your only avenue because you don't have a way to get an education, you can't afford to go to college, you can't you grew up in like a rough situation, maybe like an abusive household, right? You don't really have very many economic opportunities to escape poverty, or even just like your situation in small rural America, right?
To understand how we got
This is how, like, essentially the system, right? Neoliberalism, capitalism is taking advantage of these people. Generally men in this case, right? But I mean, I guess you could be a woman and join Blackwater. Imagine that. Joining Blackwater is fucking monstrous. Yeah, exactly. And I think a lot of I bet if you ask a lot of people, they either know it, or I mean, probably most of them are not entirely sure of all the stuff that they do, right? But that's neither here or there, because these people don't also, like, if you look at the people who generally join Blackwater, it tends to be people from like these rural locations, right, in the US. I think we talked about that. That was kind of interesting, that there was a large group of people that were very uneducated, right? No college degree, didn't really see a point in going to college, right? And listen, to a certain degree, yeah, but there is a when that shuts down, Graham Plattner was in Blackwater. Well, there you go, right? Look at all the problems he had, right?
here, we need to start in the one room that was supposed to stop the suffering. Inside the UN Security Council, resolution after resolution is brought to the table, calling
and they all fucking failed.
For ceasefires,
really
aid
mad.
corridors, and a
I
Palestinian
mean, we're watching this, sure, but
state. And each time, this happens.
Those against? En contra?
Those against?
All right.
Those against?
Those against?
Yep. I remember this. One murder, manslaughter, firearm charges. All 4 convicted were pardoned by President Trump. Yep. Experts said that the pardons violated U.S. obligations under the international law and more broadly undermined humanitarian law. Yeah, they don't care, right? Again, this concept right here, let me read this out loud to you again, right? United Nations experts said that the pardons violate U.S. obligations under international law and more broadly undermine humanitarian law, human rights at a global level. This is exactly what I was talking about. Even when they're held accountable, people like Trump, but not just Trump, pardon them, right? And there's nothing the UN can do, right? So they called it out rightfully, but good luck trying to get anything done on this, right? They don't have the authority. Why? Sovereignty. Fuck that. Okay. Blackwater claimed that the convoy was ambushed. Yeah, bullshit, right? Like this is one of those examples of like this event, the Nassau Square massacre, right? This is one of those events that I'm talking about, with Blackwater being such a piece of shit, right? And I think if you look at the profiles of these people, I think we remember we kind of broke them down. What happened? These people come from very like rough upbringings, right? And that doesn't excuse what they did. Obviously, I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying this is exploitation in itself too, right? This is a way that these corporations like Blackwater, because Blackwater is just a giant corporation, takes advantage of people in these terrible situations to begin with, right? They heard gunfire or some shit and basically just exactly, yeah. Have you ever heard the podcast Behind the Bastards? They have a good episode on Blackwater. I I think I've seen it, but I haven't watched the whole thing. If you want to post it in the Discord, that'd be cool. Yeah. Like I've seen parts of it. Hey, me and you too. There you are. Long time no see. How you been? Welcome back, girl.
So when the US offers a new way to bring peace to Gaza through the Board of Peace, the Council immediately approves it. You might be thinking, why? In a generous read of the situation, the UN might have thought the US could finally put some kind of pressure on Israel. But when I sat down with journalist Casey Michel, he had a much more cynical take.
I think this was a low-cost way for other members of the United Nations Security Council to get in President Trump's good graces and to offload something that had been an extremely thorny issue elsewhere.
Whichever way you want to read it, the UN makes a huge mistake. It greenlights the board without seeing its most important document, the Board of Peace Charter, which is revealed 2 months later. First, membership is invite-only for countries and individuals. For countries, $1 billion is the price tag for a long-term seat. Palestinians have no real decision-making power, but Israel and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu are invited to join as a member state. Second, Trump is made lifetime chairman of the board unless he resigns and names a successor, which means even after he's no longer president, Trump keeps that role as a private citizen.
Wow.
Third, the board can open private bank accounts that are harder to track or scrutinize, like the JP Morgan account I mentioned earlier. And finally, Gaza, the original purpose of this whole initiative.
Been busy. I figured it was something. Thank you so much for stopping by. It's that time of the year where everyone moves out of their apartment, right? I know, because I live in Boston and you see it, all these new rental places, always. Even in where I live, right? Like I see right outside my window, I see a moving van. So moving out next Saturday. Yeah, especially here in Boston, because Boston's a big college town, right? Speaking of college.
Is never mentioned in the charter. Instead, the board's mandate is expanded to any place threatened by conflict. So, meaning anywhere. It's easy to not take the Board of Peace seriously at face value. But a say over which conflicts matter and how billions in reconstruction money can be used are massive levers of global power. To understand.
Yeah, it's fall semester soon, and for some reason, all cities work around college schedules. All cities, for some reason. Especially like Boston, because Boston has over like 100 colleges in the area, right? And it's crazy. Like, so many people come to college around here. So there's always new people moving in because the semester starts in what? September, right? So yeah. Get your vitamin D before summer ends. Depression. So will an empty nester. Woohoo, which means now I can get my house ready to put on the market. Oh, really? Interesting. So you're selling your house? Where are you going to move to? I should learn more about Blackwater. Yeah, Blackwater is an interesting organization. It's evil. Evil. I really need a couch. I'm hoping I can find something comfy on sale this time of year. Hopefully, yeah.
How that power might be used, we need to take a closer look at 3 men.
We're making Jared an envoy of peace. A very smart guy.
Like Jared Kushner, founding executive board member who is tasked with brokering high-stakes peace deals. Yet when you track his post-White House moves, it leads you to private equity plays, foreign funding, and investments tied to the same regions he's now meant to mediate conflicts for.
Almost immediately after Donald Trump leaves the White House in early 2021, Jared Kushner is looking for new ways to monetize his relationships that he developed in the White House. He and a number of others start something called Affinity Partners, which is a brand new private investment fund that also immediately opens itself up to foreign financing from around the world. They go to Saudi Arabia, they go to Qatar, they go to the United Arab Emirates, and the next thing they know, they have billions of dollars flowing in for this fund.
With that foreign money behind it, Affinity goes on to buy the largest stake in a firm called Phoenix Financial. Phoenix is an Israeli insurance firm known for investing in companies with links to illegal settlement activity and expansion.
It's not insuring just little mom and pop stores or providing health insurance in Israel. It is providing the insurance for the basic infrastructure for these settlements that are being created with, of course, Israeli backing. Jared Kushner, who again, is worth repeating, is the son-in-law of the sitting American president, has every financial incentive to push for policies that benefit Israel without any buy-in, without any incentives for the Palestinian voices on the ground to be heard.
Affinity's investment in Phoenix raises serious questions about what it means to be both a special envoy for peace and also hold investments in the Middle East, namely Israel. But beyond Kushner, there are two other Board of Peace members to know. First, Mark Rowan, whose Apollo Global Management is also connected to Phoenix Financial. Phoenix and Apollo have a standing deal where Phoenix can join Apollo's investments in Israel up to a total of $2 billion.
The potential here is tremendous. The coastline alone, $50 billion of value on a conservative basis. The housing stock, more than $30 billion as rebuilt. The infrastructure, more than $30 billion. $115 billion of value. It just needs to be unlocked and financed.
Then there's Steve Witkoff, a Trump ally and also a special envoy
Everything
of peace,
is just
whose
about
family.
Guys, it's crazy, right? We have an emote for this, but neoliberalism, right? Spam that in chat, because literally, right, everything is just about making profiting off the coastline of Gaza, right? Like, that's all you're hearing. It's ridiculous. What? This Board of Peace, right? Fuck.
Firm, the Witkoff Group, has also done major deals with Rowan's Apollo. Through the Witkoff Group and a crypto venture co-founded with the Trump family, the Witkoff's family's finances are deeply entangled with the same Gulf states he's negotiating peace deals with. Witkoff claims he's divested from both, but he hasn't fully separated from the family firm, and his sons still run the companies.
Show me the incentives and I'll show you the outcome. If you see where the incentive structures lie, almost every single time, you can see what the outcomes are going to be.
There's no evidence that Kushner, Rowan, or Witkoff have formalized any deals through the Board of Peace, but the incentives here are striking. On top of that, the glossy, private equity-style vision set out by Kushner, Witkoff, Rowan, and the other Board of Peace power brokers has another obvious problem.
It looked like something that was plucked out of a sci-fi novel that has absolutely nothing to do with what's happening on the ground.
So how do you go from this to that? Well, you don't, at least not yet, because just a few weeks ago, the Board of Peace cut back their sweeping Gaza plan, and instead, it's narrowed that blueprint to a pilot camp near Rafah, portable cabins for tens of thousands of vetted civilians run by a police force and an international stabilization unit. It looks less like a reconstruction transformation and more like a controlled experiment. And whether the promise is a grand sci-fi vision of New Gaza or a single contained pilot project, there's a whole second layer of players who stand to win big from carrying out these plans on the ground. So I traveled to Arizona to speak with an insider who gave me a rare look into the secretive world of private military contractors.
My name is Morgan Lorette. I was enlisted in the Air Force, and then I worked for Blackwater in Iraq for 18 months in 2004, 2005. The former contractors aren't big fans of me, I'll tell you that. But at the end of the day, Blackwater really gave me the opportunity to, one, make a crap ton of money. That was always number one for me. And two, go and get that war adventure that I had been training for and been wanting, as a military member for so long.
Blackwater was a private corporate army hired by the US to fight and provide security during the Iraq and Afghanistan wars. They're basically your modern-day rent-a-army.
It may very well be one of the most controversial companies in our country's history.
Kind of shadowy army in the war on terror. A privately owned and heavily armed force.
And what's on the table for private contractors going into these places?
What's on the table is essentially money. You're going to make more money for the same amount of risk that you had already done before in the military.
But private security contractors don't operate under standard military laws and regulations.
It was one of the worst killings of innocent civilians by U.S. contractors in Iraq.
The accusations of indiscriminate shootings by Blackwater guards.
Of more than 30 unarmed Iraqis in Baghdad, 17 of them died, including a 9-year-old boy.
Yep.
Despite a series of controversies surrounding Blackwater, it never really disappeared. It went through a number of corporate rebrands and ended up consolidating under a bigger security conglomerate called Constellus.
Yep. Grove just sent us that article, right?
The
In
logo
the article it said that
was changed, but the basic business model didn't. In 2024,
these rebrands are great for companies, right? Because remember, guys, part of neoliberalism is the cultural aspect of it, right? It's hard to keep up with all these changes when you're constantly changing even like the brand or the company's name, right? Some of this is done deliberately. In this case, it's done quite deliberately, right? And in some cases, it's done to kind of like realign the market to give you more market share, right? And as somebody who used to work in marketing and these kind of like, you know, right out of college, this was something I had to do and I picked up very quickly. You start to learn that this is just a way of essentially manipulating people, right? To get them to buy your product. Why do Western nations even allow private armies? Shouldn't this be a thing that we do away with? We never learn. Aeon Lord, welcome back. Good to see you again.
CIA officer Phil Riley, who previously worked for Constellus, started a company called Safe Reach Solutions.
Good to see you again.
As Palestinians in Gaza starved, the Israeli government refused to lift its blockade on aid and instead created a new organization backed by the US called the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation that outsourced aid logistics and armed security to Safe Reach Solutions. Safe Reach Solutions then subcontracted another, smaller firm called UG Solutions. Here's what happened.
Desperately seeking food, starving Palestinians instead are met with live ammunition and stun grenades.
Witnesses say Palestinians were shot while trying to collect aid from the U.S. and Israeli-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation.
Hundreds of Palestinians have been killed while queuing for the food they thought would keep them alive.
A UG Solutions contractor alleges that it was the company's contractors who fired on civilians.
Also, like, think of it this way. It's very difficult, if not impossible, to hold these people accountable. And even when you do hold them accountable, like you saw with Blackwater and the Nassau Square massacre, right? You come in and you just pardon them, right? Even though it is against international law, right? You should be like, well, how are they able to do that? Because sovereignty.
UG Solutions denies his testimony.
You're taking...
Do you know what the term mowing the lawn is? I do.
People that are military veterans and you're putting them into a combat zone, it is going to be an absolute fiasco. This is the problem with holding private military contractors accountable, is how do you define the jurisdiction that actually governs them?
Oh, guys, I'm so glad I went out earlier. It's starting to look like it's going to rain, and I just like feel amazing. Powered by the sun, baby. What up?
Not the Uniform Code of Military Justice.
Gray. There you are, buddy. How you been? If the rich don't have their private armies, then we would get them their protection for all the evil that they do. Well said, right? And I mean, private armies have existed. Essentially, they have no money, right? I'm trying to think. At the very least, right? And I'm willing to even go further, but I'm at least willing to go as far back as the Roman Empire, right?
It's not the local laws. It really is this legal gray area.
War never changes.
Area that continues to be exploited. And the only people that end up getting screwed by it are usually the guys on the ground. It's not the companies, it's not the politicians, it's literally the guy that was standing there and thought he was making the right decision.
And the civilians on the ground, right?
I mean, From a contracting point of view, I don't care about that. Like, not to be a jerk, but at the end of the day, the rules of engagement are not the same as the military.
Gaza Humanitarian Foundation shut down in November of 2025. But just like Blackwater, the contractor networks behind the foundation didn't disappear. They adapted. UG Solutions repositioned itself around the Board of Peace, branding itself as the go-to firm for the security operations in Trump's plan. They even shared a proposal with the board. And the company is now advertising jobs like this one in Gaza to guard crossings in Rafah and protect infrastructure.
Essentially, the contractor doesn't matter, because you could go in there and you could do a horrible job, and all it's going to take is creating a new LLC over the course of 2 or 3 days, getting a couple of new people in leadership and saying, well, now I'm going to bid on that.
The ones I remember were the ones sent to make the Banana Republics. Yes. The filibusteros, the filibusters. That's what the term the filibuster comes from, right? If you travel to Costa Rica or any part in Central America, they will often have like museums that will talk about this, right? We talked about William Walker, an American who is pretty well known in Costa Rica for the wrong reasons, right? When I traveled there, I talked about this, but I went to a museum and they talked about William Walker, right? And everyone's like, who the fuck is William Walker? Walker, Texas Ranger, that guy? No. He was a filibuster, right? Who basically raised a private army, invaded Nicaragua, overthrew their government, and then tried to invade Costa Rica and make them both slave states. This was the thing. Costa Rica crushed the American army, right? But the fact that that happened is crazy, right?
It's always going to be the exact same people on the background.
Just weeks ago, the Board of Peace planned to grant itself sweeping legal immunity in Gaza, according to a draft resolution, hoping to
me and Gustex know so much about Palestine, it's crazy.
Shield its members from arrest and prosecution.
He was also a founding member of Google because they could do no evil. Hell yeah.
It's unclear whether this immunity is meant to extend to international courts or cover potential claims within Gaza itself. But Secretary of State Marco Rubio is now launching a campaign against the one court that could hold both the board and Israel accountable, the International Criminal Court.
As we speak, the ICC and its friends are waging a war against our country, not with bullets or missiles.
This is fucking disgusting, right? We covered this too. It's fucking disgusting what he said here.
But with statutes, and compacts, and the force of so-called international law.
It makes you wonder.
So-called international law, right? This is what I mean. There are jokers to the left, jokers to the right. There are so many people on the left who are like, international law sucks, who cares? And then you turn around and you're like, you hear this. It's exactly the same position for different reasons, right? Well, they don't do anything, so what's the point? Well, if you don't give them the authority or the way to actually fucking enforce this shit, yeah, they're not gonna be able to do anything. God damn it. Fuck. Cass, welcome back. 10 days of Gustex. What up? How you doing, girl?
What exactly is the board planning to do that requires immunity from the law? Especially in a moment.
They think it's not, well, yeah, you're never going to get perfection in a human system, right? Unfortunately, that's just like, this is why I say I don't have all the answers, right? Because I'm still at the end of the day human, guys, right? And I think it was like Outer Signal was saying, that's what I really like about you, Gustex. You don't have like, I could tell like the way you talk, you don't have all the, and I'm like, exactly, that's my point. And anybody telling you that they have all the answers is full of shit. They're pseudo intellectuals. Guys, we're all just like living day by day. Nobody is more like has all figured this shit out all by themselves, right? There's a lot of theory out there, but theory doesn't equate to actual fucking implementation. Don't get it twisted, okay? Fuck.
When Rubio is also attacking the ICC.
Absolutely. Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to say, guys. Like, always just be skeptical. always be skeptical, right? That's why you never will lose if you're just skeptical, right? Except me, I figured out all.
I really don't think we've been able to
bullshit. I come here for Gus X's ignorance, best ignorance on the interwebs.
Doesn't have to remain.
Yeah, no, and I talk like that because, again, this is how, like, when you are actually a scholar on these issues and you talk about theory and all this, you learn about politics from this lens, right? You're going to just be more humble because you look at it through a more scholarly lens, right? You have to look at it through like scientists do not, like, they're constantly evolving what they believe, right? Things change. The idea that, like, things are just a certain way and they will never change is bullshit. That in itself is a conservative point of view, right? Like, for example, right? Let me give you a perfect example. A scientific lens to politics would be something like this, right? In terms of how planets work. And I know a lot of people get pissed off about this example. Okay, let me give you this example. That is saying, well, Pluto was a planet. Then, because of our stupid, dumb brains and our dumb technology, we figured out it wasn't really a planet. It was something called a dwarf planet, which is still a planet. It's just a different kind of planet that is not exactly a planet, right? I'm basically summarizing it in a nutshell. But if we, like, do not take that into account, right? Meaning the change in terms of the science, then you're just stuck in the past calling things like Pluto a planet, right? When it's clearly just not anymore. This consensus has changed. Does that make sense, guys? So there are people literally being like, well, in 1800, this person said this. Yeah, well, that's great. Back in 1800. And some of that stuff that they say is important. But we also have to, like, look at that and be like, well, what has changed since then? Because change is a constant. Right? And that's where I take that approach in terms of using science, right? Hence why political science is about applying the scientific method to politics, right? Ah, okay. Pluto never cleared its orbit of debris. I guess that's yeah, exactly. Well said, right? There's a few things, but back in the day when we were stupid and we didn't have the technology, right, to see that, we just thought Pluto was a planet, right? So this is hard science, right, being applied to something that's softer, right, politics, and trying to make sense of it. And this is why you should always be skeptical. Always be like, this is how scientists think, right? I'm just teaching you guys how to think like a scientist, because that way you just will never... this stuff will never, like, bite you in the ass in that way, right? Because you always are willing to change with what is actually like the conditions or what the consensus is on some of these things. Meanwhile, like, some people are just so damn rigid on everything, right? That you can't, like, argue anything because it's literally a circular argument, right? Well, this philosopher said this, and therefore this must be true. And it circles back around and around and around. Circular arguments never work in scientific research. So, like, I don't know what we're talking about here, right? They don't work in general. So, best example of science, these are Marxist-Leninists and anti-dialectical materialists. Well, I mean, I think it's important to look at that stuff, but you don't look at it so rigidly, right?
When was America last great?
For me, I would say the turning point for our country was 1913, when we passed the 17th Amendment. And what's
so, like, back when, like, women couldn't vote?
Yeah, well, back up, but again, let's
like
go back.
That's kind of your sweet spot right there?
Absolutely, but 1913.
What year was America great?
When it was founded.
Except for the slavery stuff.
Yeah.
Except for the slavery stuff, you know?
When it was founded. Okay. Yeah. See, this is oddly familiar with stuff that we've covered, right? They realize every country has different conditions. Yeah.
I think we were probably our strongest immediately post-World War II.
So around the 1950s?
Yeah, mid-40s, 50s.
I mean, I think the 50s.
When was America last great?
God, that's so
slavery
annoying.
Stuff, you know?
I think we were probably our strongest immediately post-World War II.
So around the 1950s?
Yeah, mid-40s, 50s.
I mean, I think the 50s was great other than, segregation and women's rights.
Look, we could sit here and paint negative faces of all times in America.
Correct.
It's Make America Great Again. So when was the last great?
It's always been great.
If it's always...
This is what I'm talking about. Yeah. The minute you hear it's always been great or these declarative, totalitarian, total statements, right? Totally encompassing statements. Totalitarian is the wrong word, but that's a system of of control. But these like 100% statements, just always be skeptical, right? And you can apply this to the US, to any country, right? Because they're all made by humans and humans are invaluable. Like they do not always get shit right. Sorry, it's just the facts, right?
It's been great. What are we trying to go back to?
We're not going back. We're going forward.
Well, I guess.
But, oh my God, if America's always been great, do you see how stupid these fucking arguments are? What?
The 80s were pretty good. Right. The 80s.
They always just look to the back, like backwards, and then they say, well, I'm not looking backwards, I'm looking forwards. The fuck? You're living in the past. You need to be living in the present. They're just signaling group affiliation. Well said, right? And you know what? I'm going to say, like, people on the left and right do this crap, and it's just like irritates me. Fuck.
Great music, great crack cocaine. Crack cocaine?
Yeah. Well, we're always great. The people are great.
So
So
America is great right now. So we did it.
No, we didn't do it.
America became great when the Founding Fathers put pen on paper in 1776 and decided to build a country based on laws.
Right.
That was greatness.
That was awesome.
Yeah.
Other than the slavery, obviously, that was terrible. And
we did have that. Yeah, we did have that. And the Indian thing, right?
That was terrible. And the women's voting thing. But other than that, that was awesome.
A few hiccups along the way, you know. Like they say, nobody made it to the top without breaking a few pieces of china. That wasn't an insult, by the way.
When was America last great?
Wow, why is he saying it to the... What? 80s was great, but also has black millennials about the 80s. Well, oh my God, it's so dumb.
For
Just
me, I
so
would say the
stupid.
turning point for our country was 1913 when we passed the 17th Amendment. And what's
So like back when like women couldn't vote?
Yeah, back up, but again, let's
Like that
go
was
back.
that's kind of your sweet spot right there.
Absolutely, but 1913.
What year was America great?
It's all just nostalgia, right? That's another thing is it feels great. Why? Because I read about it and it feels great that it was great back then.
When it was founded.
Yeah.
Except for the slavery stuff.
Oh my God, so stupid. All right.
Only to Gaza.
All right, and then we also have this. This just dropped. I was gonna watch this. Apparently, Stephen Miller has a sex scandal. What the fuck? This should be interesting. And Kyle is showing up on IHIP. That was another thing I saw that just popped. That's what got my attention.
Can of course be extended to the West Bank, but it could also be extended even
now that we've talked a lot about Palestine and Gaza. So many of those people were alive in 1777. Yeah, for real.
Further beyond, maybe it's
His
Lebanon.
PP works. I know. I'm shocked too. PP works.
In Syria, maybe it's.
I thought he was. I thought it had fallen off or something.
Iran, maybe it's Ukraine.
The deeper I followed the Board of Peace's networks of influence, the more I kept.
It is a scandal if someone is having sex with him. Well, that's what I mean, right? To me, that's a scandal, sure.
Landing in the same unsettling place. A system.
I'm wondering what the fuck the 17th Amendment guy is thinking, because the 17th, the amendment that made senators elect a position instead of being appointed. I think so. I've heard that before, and that's how I'm kind of confident to. I don't understand his position, obviously, but what I'm guessing is okay. This is a paleoconservative argument that if you read in classes and stuff, it comes up a lot. Basically, the reason why they hate the 17th Amendment is because it ruins the state/federal states' rights policy balance between the federal government and the states, right? Because before, what happened was, right, if you got elected as governor and then your party was sworn into power broadly in the state, you could basically appoint anybody to the Senate seat, and there was often a lot of corruption. So one reason the 17th Amendment passed, guys, was to get rid of this, right? Because it was called it was basically just bribery, right? Hey, I'm gonna pay a ton of money and I can become a senator and the governor will just appoint me, right? Well, they did away with that because of that system, right? It created that like bribery system, that patronage system. They don't like it because states' rights. And it's a combination of factors. It basically ruins the wealthy from gaining more power because then they have to actually be elected, right? Yeah, so there's a bunch of factors going on here, but it's a very paleo-conservative argument. So this guy that I'm almost willing to bet is one of those paleo-conservatives. Also, around this time is when women started getting the right to vote, right? So there's a few problems there with that, what he just said. So that's another reason why I'm like, yeah, he's probably a paleo-conservative, right? Yeah, good to know. Good. I'm glad I was able to explain that. Whenever I hear that, I just roll my eyes, right? Because there was a good understanding back then that amendment, the 17th Amendment, was passed for that reason alone, right? States' rights are good, but like conservatives only liked it because of the Civil War. Well, yeah, exactly, right? Because think of it this way. How were you able to stop government from doing this stuff, right? Well, you suppress the vote on the state level, right? So then the local house and senates don't really matter in the state anymore, right? The governor gets to appoint whoever the fuck douchebag, who generally tends to be a segregationist, right? This benefited predominantly the South and like northern states that had a lot of money and had a lot of people that could pay for that kind of access to power, right? So it was just a bad system overall, and that's probably why he supports it, right? It's all under the guise of states' rights as well, right? Because it gives more power to the states because they directly put the person into the Senate as opposed to it being duly elected, right? As the position is duly elected, which is, it's fucked, right? So yeah, I highly recommend you, if you want to learn more about that, we can probably go over it some other day, but it's a very interesting time period. There's many examples of this throughout history, of just like politicians basically using it as like a weapon, right?
That normalizes a market for endless conflict. One where every phase of war becomes a financial opportunity. Weapon sales to Israel, raze and destroy homes and infrastructure, making a place completely unlivable. Stabilization through private security contractors. Channel global capital into redevelopment.
War will always be a moneymaker. It's amazing. I think history is going to repeat itself. It hasn't yet, but it sure as heck rhymes. It's not going to be any different than what we saw in Iraq and Afghanistan.
So what then is the alternative?
You cannot have peace without addressing historic wrongs, without addressing justice on the ground.
So maybe you start with the most obvious problem.
There are plenty of other options to pursue moving forward in terms of American policy regarding Israel, regarding Palestine, ranging from cutting off arms sales to Israel to launching new programs of sanctions, targeted sanctions against those violent settler communities in the West Bank or presumably in Gaza.
The Board of Peace is one vision for Gaza's future. The question isn't whether this plan will bring peace to Gaza, it's who gets to control what happens next and who pays the price for it. Because the more things change, the more it stays the same.
Yep.
Thanks for watching. Don't forget to like this video.
I don't know. I don't really agree with you, Eleni, anymore. Just because it's too old school and it doesn't really work anymore on a local concept anyway. I think what's better is international rights, not states' rights, because you know, that same argument can be used to justify genocide. It can be used to justify slavery. It can be used to justify basically any atrocity that the state does. State-sanctioned violence, right? I think it's useful within reason. Maybe in like a very like limited way, as long as there's a larger enforcing body that isn't just a national state, right? But like an international body as well. I think you need several layers of this shit at this point, because yeah, it's just right. There's too many examples of it now. Like, I'm not even saying the federal government anymore. I'm kind of past that, right? I'm kind of past that. All right, let's watch it, shall we?
All right, there is some rather titillating.
We've seen some of this girl's videos before.
Piping hot tea dropping
Lauren,
all over
right.
the internet. And it turns out that Katie Miller, who is just Little Miss Judgmental, Little Miss, I'm going to watch Grey's Anatomy, binge.
Didn't she say she was like Italian and she's not even Italian? Like at all? Isn't she just like Jewish, right? We were reading that. I was like, why does she say that? It's because she's like a browner Jewish woman, right? And there's like a lot of shame on that. Is that what we discussed?
Watch it like a nut.
But like for like the stuff that Massachusetts doesn't want flock cams. Yeah, well, but like Massachusetts operates very differently, right? It doesn't have states' rights per se. It has like there's a video about this, right? We'll probably end up watching this, right? And this is one thing I kind of like about Mass, is that it's done all on like a town level, right? And there's no county. There's no counties in Mass, right? It's a very weird state for that, according to this video. Yeah, here we go. I will watch this after the IHIP news shit, but why Massachusetts is the opposite of every other U.S. state, right?
America is built on the same basic blueprint. Cities and towns sit inside counties. Counties sit inside the state. It is the operating system of American government, and it has worked this way since the founding. But Massachusetts looked at that system and did something no other state has ever done. It abolished its own counties, not merged them, not renamed them, functionally eliminated them.
Yeah. There you go. I bet Eleni didn't know this, because she's not really from Massachusetts. Could never be me. Masshole to the grave, guys. Masshole to the grave. I did. No, you didn't, girl. Don't lie.
8 of 14 county governments were dissolved.
Yeah, and this is what I mean, right? This is a very like local system of government. Yeah, Eon Wagoneer. So we're gonna watch this, but this is why Mass is so different. I go to all these other states around the country, right? And I'm like, what the fuck is a county? I didn't grow up with that shit. Get off this county shit, right? Because we don't essentially have counties. I mean, they exist in principle, but like, I have to look it up. I'm like, what county am I in? I don't give a fuck, right? I don't even know, like, guys, it's so funny the way it works, because they got rid of all this stuff, and guess what? Like, it actually works better, because if you have any sort of, like, grievance, you just go to the town hall, and oftentimes you can just, like, vote yourself, right? So, again, it's similar to, like, Cuba's way of doing stuff, as opposed to maybe like the USSR, right? And this is why I'm a big fan of like international cooperation and dissolving borders, because essentially that's what Massachusetts did, right? They dissolved the borders of these places now it's like nobody gives a shit where you're from because everybody just kind of works together. These towns all work together, right? Like, for example, if you're in Watertown, you work together with Belmont, you work together with, right, to collaborate with different projects and stuff, because a lot of these places they have very strange lines, right? There's no county anymore, right? It's a pretty small state area-wise, of course, but it doesn't really matter because you can do this on like a greater scale, right? It doesn't like it. Obviously, like it's an example of this, but as like technology gets better and better, you can do more and more of this, right? The problem is that the people who run a lot of these fucking are all boomers and they don't even know how to turn on a computer. So yeah, we're gonna end up watching this because I found it pretty interesting, and maybe we can get some like more ideas out of this and how they fucking run stuff here. But I always found it very interesting that like every other state around the country like has counties and all this crap, and I just like never understood that. As a masshole, I never understood counties. Can you imagine having a county? Could never be me. God, pathetic. Pathetic. Gustex agrees with me. Eleni, you live in a county, okay? States' rights, not for us. Fuck that. We overthrew that system, girl. Fuck you.
And I'm going to get mad about gay characters being on there. She too.
So again, these are all things that like to keep an open mind at, because like I never understood why like anyone cares. I'm from this county, Clarendon County, Camden County. I'm like, I don't give a fuck where I'm from, right? Because I care about like the people and the place that I like was raised, right? And I think this was a step in the right direction. Was it the ultimate one? Probably not. Probably we could go even further, but it's a nice step in the right direction, right? Not for long.
Has a pal.
Damn right. We're fucked.
Just all of us do. And it turns out that she used to allegedly connect with Eric Swalwell. And here to...
Oh my God! What? She fucked Eric Swalwell? What?
Discuss this with me is, of course, our favorite left-leaning, progressive, darling blonde.
Damn! Last year, the rumor was that she was sleeping with Elon. Well, yeah, remember that. We covered it. We try not to do too much drama, but this is like the more slop version of this crap, right? This isn't really politics. This is more like the fuck, right? But it's political drama. Let's just call it that. I live in poor area of rich county, which sucks. Yeah, see, and this is the problem is when you do it that way, right, Ducky? I'm assuming this video is going to tell us that it creates a lot more problems because it creates a lot of class struggle conflicts, right? Where like maybe this part of the area is poorer, it can't get the resources because this richer part of the county, right, etc. I'm imagining that. And listen, it happens here too, but it's now even more decentralized by towns, right? And that's why you notice a lot of like North Andover, right? Andover, West Andover, right? There's all these like towns that break off, and it's a way to get basically these kind of stupid benefits. So that probably has to get addressed. But overall, it's a step in the right direction.
Besides Kylie and Pumps.
The rich towns get more resources. Exactly, right?
Of course, Lauren P. Lauren, you...
Or in this case, right? The rich parts of the county, right? So it makes it just like...
We're on the scene on this.
And then their university builds a data center on our land. Well said, right? So like I'm assuming it's going to be something along those lines. So let's watch it. But first, let's watch Stephen Miller get cucked by Eric Swalwell. That's hilarious.
Pumps, of course. Lauren P.
What a cook. It doesn't have to pay taxes because university. Well said. Yeah.
Lauren, we're on the scene on this immediately. Tell my listeners what is going on here.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so bad week to be a Miller, terrible week to be a Miller. And I got to give credit to Julie Grace. And the source says she's the one that originally broke this story. And of course, we just ran with it. But turns out Katie Miller has been cocking around 10 years ago with Eric Swalwell, where they had a sexual relationship. And that came back up into play when Eric Swalwell was in a little bit of hot water this year. So it seems like Katie Miller is just really the bicycle of DC these days.
The village bicycle.
You know, Katie Miller has responded to this story. Pop this up. So here's Julie Grace Bruvke, who reported it. And then below, Katie Miller does not deny it, Lauren. Wow. She just simply writes, I was an intern working on Capitol Hill. And Swalwell reportedly once had a sexual relationship with Katie Miller when she interned on Capitol Hill in her 20s. His lawyers reportedly brought it up while fighting Kash Patel's push to release old FBI files on Swalwell and Christine Fang, which they ultimately did not end up releasing. And so you may remember, like anytime Eric Swalwell came up before his departure and fall from grace, the right wing would be like, Fang, 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 Fang. They were all about him and this Chinese alleged spy. And so apparently they were gunning for him. And he and his lawyers were like, you bring it up, I'm bringing up the fact that I used to screw Katie Miller, allegedly.
Well, it's like another fork found in the kitchen story. It's so surprising to all of us that these two found each other. It's like the worst people ever. And can I tell you a story about Eric Swalwell really quick too?
Yeah.
Okay.
I love that emote. He does look like Count Dracula, or Nosferatu, I should say, right?
So I was one of the first creators to interview Eric Swalwell when he announced his gubernatorial race.
Katie Miller, you are the village bicycle that only fucked up men want to ride? You're like one of those fucked up bicycles that everyone on the road looks at, but those guys look at and go, yummy, you disgust me.
Clip it! Clip it! Clip it and ship it! One of those weird reincumbent bikes that only D-bags and or attention whores ride. Oh my god. I just could never like imagine being this much of an attention person, right? Like for going after this much just for like that's amazing, Living Lily. You nailed it. You're getting really good at the Gloggy Says stuff. I mean, you clearly have the points because you've been watching me since like day one. You watch so much. Right, that's exactly what I was thinking. Yeah, you've been really nailing these. Like the sands through the hourglass so the cookie crumble.
And I'm not really one to want to interview electeds. I think they're a snooze fest. I'm not yet established enough, or certainly wasn't at the time, to really ask some hard-hitting questions. So anyway, I have him in the studio that I was recording in at the time. My studio guy, Andy, was all jazzed. He was like, this is a big deal. We're getting Eric Swalwell in here. And I just was like, meh, but, wanted to be a good host. So I go to this donut shop in Santa Monica at the time, Holy Grail, rest in peace. They've since shuttered, gone the way of the Swalwells. But I pick up a bunch of these vegan artisanal donuts. And at the end of the interview, I offer Swalwell, I'm like, hey, this is like a really great spot in downtown Santa Monica, a local spot. Do you want to take a donut? And I offer it to him and his staffers. Eric Swalwell walks out of the studio with the entire box of donuts. And that's just really who Eric Swalwell is. Just taking all the donuts.
Motherfucker, of course.
For himself, leaving no consideration for anyone else that works there that might want one. Just a weird guy. And I might not have a gaydar per se, but as a straight, I definitely have a strong creep radar, and I could smell it from the moment I interacted and crossed paths with him. Because this man, I used to think he was a state senator because I was like, who's this guy? He was following me before I had any audience. And I was like, oh, that's an interesting man to be engaging with my content.
I mean, it must be pretty difficult to be a content creator who's a woman, right? Especially if you're like more attractive, because yeah, like you're just gonna get a lot more eyes, right? We talked about this, especially on like Twitch and stuff, right? And we all know what a lot of the audience is doing, right? A donut thief is never to be trusted. You are trash. You are the God. And like, what is it? 67% of Twitch is male. Overwhelmingly male. God.
A donut, the AF, is never to be trusted. You are trash. You are the lowest scum of the earth. How dare you not share those donuts? May hell rain down on the donut, the F.
Tad, you trying to slide in. It was just, he gave me the heebie-jeebies from day one.
The heebie-jeebies.
Or day zero, really.
I met him. He was on our podcast, but he came to New York with his wife, who was lovely, really, really a lovely person. And it was a very normal interaction. And she's just, I can't say enough great things about her. And I send her all the love on the planet because she has, you know, small children and she's a victim in the whole thing too.
Totally.
But I agree that, I mean, that's really creepy that he's following you and then stealing all the donuts, the level of entitlement there, which speaking of entitlement, I want to go back down memory lane and take a look at Katie Miller's responses to the Swalwell scandal as it broke when his gubernatorial campaign imploded. So pop this up. Katie Miller writes, as someone who doesn't normally believe all women, which
great way to start.
What a CUNT. I believe her and the many lined up behind her. Eric Swalwell's behavior was the worst kept secret on Capitol Hill. I'm positive she was not the only intern. And furthermore, what do you call him? Stephen Little Bitch Miller? Is that your nickname for him?
Yeah, it's his God-given name. Stephen Little Bitch Miller. Really rolls off the tongue.
Well, here's Little Bitch right here. After the gubernatorial campaign imploded and all of the victims came forward. And I want you to watch this with my viewers. Here's Stephen Miller with Miss Press, Jesse Waters. And they're talking about Swalwell. And now that we know what we know, take a look at it through that lens. Play the clip, Kylie.
Look, Swalwell is a scumbag. He is a terrible person, the worst of the worst, the lowest of the low, the most dishonest of the most dishonest. But the real story here is how the Democrat Party controls its members through blackmail. It's got a blackmail file on all of its politicians, and it uses them to leverage and control them until it's time to release it.
I think the people that were getting blackmailed was you and Katie. I think that's what the reporting is saying.
Hey, Thelonious! How you doing, buddy? Welcome back.
I mean, we really deserve this moment. We've been through enough as a society. So really just watching bad things happen to terrible people, it's beautiful. And if I was Stephen Miller, instead of being like an angry, hard-boiled egg going crying to Jesse Waters, I would be getting a paternity test because there's something in the water there, Stephen Little Bitch Miller, and I would want that checked out.
Howdy, friend.
Have you noticed
Thank
that
you so much. Welcome, everyone. Thelonious. They're a great chatter. Welcome them to the stream. Yeah, look, we're very friendly here at Thelonious. Here at the GustX broadcast. What up? Always welcoming in new people. I told you guys, I try to do that on purpose because, you know, I know some people are like I don't know, they just feel singled out. And like Twitch can be a very cliquey place. So from like the get-go, right? If somebody says I've been lurking or I've been like I've been watching you, like I always just try to make you guys feel included, right? I accidentally blocked Fossabot once. Yeah, what does that do, Fossabot? What does that fucking do? It's just like a bot, right? I don't know. I don't use those kind of bots because I just program my own, right?
Spite, that in addition to her going on and on about Grey's Anatomy, her Twitter feed, Katie Miller's, is such a love story in defense of Elon Musk. I have never seen somebody defend Elon Musk the way Katie Miller does.
Feeling the love.
That's
Good.
something that needs to
That's how you should. Love it.
Be investigated, because it's just, number one, Elon Musk is such a unlikable person. Of course, Katie Miller likes him. But have you seen these tweets where she's just going hard in the paint? Like when anybody goes after Elon, she's the first to his defense.
Oh, yeah. She was tweeting about him on Mother's Day and defending Tesla. So it's like, okay, he's really top of mind for you there. And the chemistry between the two of them made me want to vomit into a cup when she had him on her podcast. She was like speaking softly. They were like whispering back and forth to one another. It was like, what in the hell are we watching here? Please take it offline. My God.
No, it's really, really weird shit. And the fact that, how many kids did they have? 3 or 4?
Too many. I think it's 3. And she was pregnant like all of last year. She gave birth in June. So she was pregnant 9-10 months. So she's been pregnant for a while, this woman.
Yeah. And as it pertains to Katie Miller jumping in this thing, don't you think it's interesting that the Republicans...
Gloggy, does that mean you've slept with Katie Miller in some timelines? Oh, no. Not that. Somewhere maybe accidentally I sat on Katie Miller in the hallway. Ruined her lipstick. Not gonna say it was a date, but definitely did not help with the timing. Anyways, I can't keep track. Confirmed. Gloggy's a player. Oh my God, guys. I'm still trying to find my... Oh my God. I can't believe you made him say that. Her makeup is on point. Nice. Let's see. Did I? I'm sorry. I don't know how I did that. Gloggy, have you... Oh my God, Cass. Well, she is the village bicycle, apparently. According to these two ladies, right?
Can call out Eric Swalwell, whichever he should be called out. I mean, totally. you have a choice. If you want to be a philanderer and an alleged sexual abuser, you don't have.
Oh, he's one of those guys, huh? Okay, Gloggy, you're really revealing your sexual fetishes to us.
To be in public office.
No.
And when you are, or in any state, you should be called out. But the fact that Katie Miller refuses to call out anybody in Trump's orbit that are all cankles deep in this Epstein ring is just really stunning to me. And at the same time, talks about family values.
Yeah, she really is digging herself deep in
Just
this.
tell Living Lily I said hello. I'm going to figure out what is happening.
No worries. Hello. To Living Lily. There you go. And Gloggy said it too, girl.
One because
more pigeon hate. I know. Who got him to hate the pigeons? They're just birds, guys. They're trying to live their existence in a human industrial world.
As Katie Miller, like, how are you?
Did you accidentally block them? You might have. Fucking them birds. Them birds!
I'm gonna call out Eric Swalwell for banging his interns and abusing his power when you were participating in that yourself by banging Swalwell. Consensually, it seems. So
consensually.
I don't think this is the last we're going to be hearing of this. I think this is just scratching the surface of Katie Miller's web of cucking around. I really do. I think that this is like, we're starting to get a little toe dip in the pond, but there's going to be more, I'm sure, where this came from. Because she's married to Stephen Miller.
Exactly. That's what I go back to. Like somebody who, you said this once when you were on my podcast before, that she's with him on purpose. I mean,
on
this
purpose.
is, yeah, she intentionally wants to be with him. She
doesn't like find him attractive or anything, right? I don't believe so. I mean, I could be wrong, right? Can't really, but he's not a good looking dude. He's not conventionally good looking, right? Maybe they just like having Nazi parties together, and they have hot Nazi sex together, and out pops babies, right? I don't know. In San Antonio to land on the arms and eaten out of my hands. Oh, really? In San Antonio? That's adorbs. Well, that means the pigeons get treated there pretty well. There's different kinds of pigeons, right? Like pigeons all over the world, especially in Asia. There's a lot of different kinds. My first apartment was covered in pigeons nest netting. And one of them nesting, I'm assuming you meant, and one time a pigeon got tangled in the netting and my balcony and it died. Oh, that's sad. Wow. Fucked. The devil is attractive to some, I suppose. Sure. I guess that's what I'm trying to say, yeah.
Picked him, and then she chose to breed with him 3 times. She's tripled down on this decision, and with the way she likes to use her children as accessories, I predict that she'll probably get pregnant again soon, because this whole regime, when it gets to like Usha Vance and Caroline Levitt and Katie Miller, they fancy themselves as like Mrs. Waterford from The Handmaid's Tale.
Yeah, they see themselves as vessels for birthing and nothing
Many
more.
of these dumbass women are finsertial sexual and sitting up here as baby-making machines dripping in cum while Gloggy hangs from Asmongold's nuts. Free yourself from this, women. Do not be wallet sexual.
Oh my god! Damn!
And
wow, clip that.
It gives
do exclamation mark clip, girl.
it's a whole new meaning to Stephen Miller.
Jesus, Elaine.
Miller's little like birthright bullshit. Like maybe you should focus a little bit less on everyone else's business, Stephen Miller, and focus on your own wife and who she might be birthing. Seems.
Let me ask you this. Katie Miller, if you saw her on an airplane and you thought she had a
welcome back, buddy. Good to see you again.
Really cute, like you and I are traveling together, and you thought she had a really cute purse. You said, see that lady over there that has the purse? Would you describe her as Caucasian?
You know, it depends on like the spray tan shade she had at the moment, because a lot of people in my DMs and comments seem to reject the idea that she is white because she may present as a little like ethnically ambiguous. According to the internet, she's Ashkenazi Jew, but I don't know. It's hard to say. It probably depends on the day and the shade of spray tan, because she really does seem to be a chameleon when it comes to how she wants to present as a person.
I always just find it fascinating that Stephen Miller is such an unapologetic white supremacist.
You like how I sung that? He came in like a wrecking glog.
Supremacist. And his wife, per the Kavanaugh rule, the new rule per the Supreme Court.
Fuck that song. I got it stuck in my head. I forget what fucking movie I was watching with a girl, and it was like they repeated it like 18 times in the movie. I forget what movie it was. And then I literally was like humming it, and I was like, oh, fuck that. Where is that on Twitch? Yeah, I think you blocked her, dude. You might have, if you're not seeing her messages.
ICE can pull somebody over or detain them based on a suspicion that they might not be American. She would be, you know, if somebody said, we were on this hypothetical plane ride, you said, see that kind of Mexican looking woman there? I'd be like, oh yeah, I do like her purse. If you described her as, Honduran or El Salvadorian or whatever, I would completely believe that. And I just think it's really, I just think it's really interesting that the white supremacist, J.D. Vance, the white supremacist, Stephen Miller, they're both with these ethnic women, which good for them, but also why do you oppose DEI, and why can't you condemn Nazi group chats and stand up for your mixed race kids?
Facts.
I know. I also love thinking about that moment when they were run out of their Arlington community by sidewalk chalk that said DEI matters and all people belong here. And they were Katie Miller went and put a video out online, was horrified by the harassment on the street. And it's Katie Miller, they're pepper spraying kindergartners right now. Read the room, honey. They're pulling parents off the street, and you're mad that somebody says all lives,
girl.
belong here in sidewalk chalk outside of your home. Grow up. And I don't think they would even care if it happened to them. I think if it when shit finally hits the fan, because it inevitably will, we're watching the cards fall now with all the worst people ever getting all the worst things happening to them. They're just gonna, find another excuse. They're just spineless. They don't care about anyone but protecting their own proximity to power at any cost.
Can you imagine that that's your ambition? If you're Stephen Miller or if you're Katie Miller, is to be close to Donald Trump's ridiculous form of power. I mean, this, at a minimum, bisexual, washed up old queen that donned a wig the other day, that's your,
the wig.
These people aren't these people in their 30s and this, or late 30s. And this is what you want to do in your life, is suck up to an half dead 80-year-old
Nazi
queen.
Welcome back, my goat. Thank you for being a Patreon member. My goat there. What up? Your favorite kind of moms, am I right? Mucho sexual.
Yeah, it's just fascinating. All right, well,
no way to
thanks
live.
for hopping on last minute with
Thanks
me
so much.
to share this.
Anytime.
All right, bye, girl.
All right, now we got Kyle Kulinski on this bitch. This should be funny, because Kyle's always a character, right? Well, I wanted to watch this. The first thing, okay, so she's basically she's the village bicycle. Cool. It's just not Elon. She's just addicted to power, right? Eminem, damn right. Damn right. Jeez, even when Eminem makes tracks, joke tracks, guys, it's so funny because even his joke tracks are hilarious. Right? Has anyone heard that song The Kids? The parody on South Park? It's so good. Mind Dunkler, Commander. My Dark Conscious Commander. Where's Rigel at? You've shown it. I know.
MAGA men are the most
I saw him earlier.
Submissive beta males on the planet. They trad wives that worship Donald Trump. And here to discuss
Oxpecker, welcome back. Good to see you again, buddy.
This with me is our dark woke warrior and king, Kyle Kulinski. He is the host of Secular Talk and co-host of Crystal, Kyle, and Friends. Kyle, Senator Cassidy reveals his vote on Todd Blanche. Pop this up. Senator Bill Cassidy is a yes on Todd Blanche. All but...
Yep, we talked about this yesterday, right? Kyle actually brought this up.
Assuring Trump's former personal attorney will become the next U.S. attorney.
Why is there a beta male? Why is beta male an insult? Isn't that what the right uses?
Attorney General. So my question...
It's a bizarre D12. Remember them? Did the novelty song about Sharon Moore?
For you, Kyle, is... Why do MAGA men support pedophilia?
It's a good question, because pedocon theory is a theory like gravity is a theory. That's why. I mean, every other day we see a new story about some right winger who's diddling kids. But listen, these guys, man, they really are completely and utterly cucked to Donald Trump. I've never seen anything like this in my life. Donald Trump ruined this man's career. He ended his career, and he had a perfect opportunity here to say, you know what? You want to come after me? Now I'm going to make your life a living hell. Instead, he cucked himself. Now I'm calling him Bill Cucks.
Kyle's bleach blonde hair reminds me of Eminem. It really does. Guys, should I bleach blonde my hair? I'm going to do it. Oh, look at that, Oxpecker. You're getting some love in chat.
City from now on. Even though we're only going to know about him for like 5 more minutes because he's gonzo, he's done. But I mean, could you imagine? I mean, you are so right when you say that these men are just, they're so servile. We need to invent a new word to describe how servile it is, you know?
They put on a master class for the trad wife movement. I mean, the trad wife movement needs to look no further than MAGA men and how they service Donald Trump. I have never seen anything like it in my entire life. It is the biggest group of whining, crying, titty babies, and just how they constantly praise him and they feel no shame should really be studied. But this is an interesting development. Trump is no longer claiming to be America first. Pop this up. Here he's rolled out his new
Oh my God. I saw this
logo. So beautiful. DC is better than
only Trump. Wow, that's narcissistic as fuck.
ever. And then he has this new logo with all of these hideous Liberace statues around DC in gold. And now we're to
it's no longer American first. It's only Trump. Wow, guys. Where's that giant meteor? Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no.
But there's good news. A
Fucking end it
massive
all right
asteroid
now.
might hit the Earth. NASA calculated a 3.1% chance of impact. Now, that is the highest ever recorded.
Thank you. Yeah, guys. Thank you. We need that massive asteroid. Oh my God.
I'm Brian. Kill me.
Only Trump.
I mean, it's more honest, right?
It is. It to be fair, at least it is more honest.
That's honest. I mean, I don't even know how to respond to this because they're sort of taking the mask off now, and I kind of support it. I kind of think it's good because if anything, they're just sending the bat signal out that like, hey, you know what this is about. They're admitting now that they're
I mean, there is that point to be made. Massive asteroid.
For a death cult. We've always called the
asteroid. That's like when I think it was Rigel was like massive huge tits, Massachusetts.
Republican Party a death cult. They're now admitting.
Hey, I'm cool with that.
That they're a death cult. And he really lost his fastball in the sense that he now doesn't even know how to try to make a convincing sounding case because he's been surrounded by the yes men for so long that he really thinks that his farts smell like perfume and that, you know, whatever he vomits out.
Yeah, and this is kind of what I was trying to tell you guys about, like surrounding yourself with yes men, having someone in power too long, right? All these things kind of occur in tandem. I think it's a part of human nature, right? There's a bunch of problems that we could talk about when it comes to these issues, but this is why it's good to have like someone new with obviously similar policies, right? I'm not saying that we need to have this like back and forth divide between liberalism and socialism, right? And that we don't need. I think you can easily make a case that you can just pick a successor for the greater good of just implementing new ideas, having new ways of running the government, right, et cetera, not having more of this, right? And we see this all too long, right, when basically people in power just become addicted to the power and then they start making golden statues of themselves or right? Oh, fuck that. We don't need any of this. Alternatively, a small 10-meter asteroid on the White House so we can see the results and argue that God did it.
Out on the day is something that like, you know, everybody's going to be on board with, but regular people are looking at this. It's like when he said, I don't care about Americans' financial situation at all. It's like, you know, you're not supposed to say that part out loud, right? You know, you're not supposed to say, we can't handle daycare. We can't handle Medicare and Medicaid because we got a war to fight. You're not supposed to say this stuff. This is the stuff that goes behind closed doors, but he can't help himself now. And I think a big part of that, Jennifer, is his cognitive decline. That, you know, he went from a low filter guy to a no filter guy. And now, you know, he'll blurt things out like that.
Well, I say that Trump has moved into his deathbed confession era. And you know that if you've ever had a relative that is in a nursing home and they're 85 or 90 and you go see them, they're like, you know what? I always liked you more than I did your little bitch sister, something like that. That's where we are right now. So we're finding out that Trump finds men deeply, deeply, deeply attractive. I mean, every time I turn around, he's, you know, this guy's good looking. I want to kiss that guy, that UFC fighter. He's like, you know, like stroking his thigh. And then all of the men surround.
Like, ugh. I don't want to see Trump doing that. Fuck. Hey, call me Kanoa Club. Welcome back. You're not in the channels with me anymore. Loggy, are you a MAGA goblin? His deathbed couldn't come fast enough, for real. Jesus. Cass, I approve of Giant Asteroid 2028. Thank you for the attention to this matter. TMZ wants to see Trump doing that.
Trump seem to worship him. And so in the deathbed confession era, I think it's a perfect opportunity for the Democrats to really start attacking the faux masculinity / bisexuality / closet hypocrisy / trad wife mindset of these people and do reputational damage to them the way the Republicans have done to us. Because for a Republican voter in my home state of Oklahoma, they see no daylight between a Hillary Clinton, who is a centrist Democrat.
I feel like Jennifer's one of those people who like to watch. Yeah, for real.
Mamdani. They see zero. They both think they're commie libtards. And I'm just waiting for the attack dogs, which I think ends up kind of being, if I look on X from time to time, which I do, you and me.
It's amazing. By the way, they're finally starting to pay attention to me. I was the last one.
Sorry to hear about that, Blue Room. We're here for you, buddy. If you need to talk about it, send me a DM. I know, like we're friends now and all that. So let me know, buddy. We got your back here on the Gustex broadcast. No worries. It's probably good that you don't stay up as late, though, right? Like, do you feel a little better at least? I noticed that at first I hated it, but I started feeling like a lot better. All right. I told you guys, I just started like reading about how to feel better in terms of like, and I've been doing this for a few years now, right? So me, even as like a night owl, like I just feel much better now. Kyle is where not in our MAGA algorithm. Shut up, Kyle.
It was you and Hassan.
We got you, Blue Room. Yeah, hugs for real. We got you, buddy. No worries. You know you're a part of the fam now.
Attack all the time.
That's why I made you mod, because you're loved here, buddy.
Finally, they started throwing me in there.
Oh, good.
And I think Democrats need to realize this is good. This helps you, because now you do have attack dogs, and we're going to end up running on our strengths now, because we don't play defense, you and me. We play offense.
That's right.
And that's the trick that the rest of them need to know. You need to flip everything. Like they've been calling Abdul El Sayed an extremist. And I simply don't want to hear about extremism from a party that's backing a pedophile, rapist, con man, terrorist. Okay?
Exactly.
Like that's what all you guys do is warmonger. All you guys do is super serve the Epstein class. And it's about time that message gets out there. And it's kind of crazy that it took podcasters like you and me to like lead the charge and get that word out there. But now it's finally happening.
I'm with you on playing offense. Like immediately when they bring up the trans issue, every Democrat needs to look and say, why are Republicans so obsessed with trans people? Because there's a study, they did a study of the places that consume the most trans porn. Much to everybody's surprise, they were these deep red counties, with number one being Lawton, Oklahoma, which is a military town with a bunch of good old boys with their truck nuts and their Ford F-150s and the Trump flags on it. And so Democrats need to grow some fangs and immediately start talking about, why are these people so obsessed with gay people? Why do they think about gay sex all the time? Are they gay? Is Josh Hawley heterosexual? I need to know the answer to this. I want to know, because I get a gaydar.
I just like, I don't get all the hate towards gay people if that isn't the case. Right? And trans people and all that stuff that they fucking rail against. What the fuck?
And I'm not thinking that he is at all. And I've also seen a photograph of him attempting to kiss his wife, and it's really troublesome to look at. Kylie can pull it up for you so that you can see it. But as we continue to attack, And we see that Trump is in his deathbed confession era. We see the curtains are closing. So do the right wingers that I believe. Here we go. Here's Josh Hawley attempting to kiss his wife. Yeah, that's straight, right? Don't you think? That's how a straight man kisses the love of his life.
Cringe.
So
that's love.
We see the curtains closing, Kyle, and so do.
That's like I'm forced to be with this woman because I'm in the closet gay, and I don't really like her, right? Mm-hmm. All that gay suppression, damn right. Skelly. God at welcoming everyone in. Cool. God is against gay accusations. Damn right. They spill gay hate, and I think to see what like the reaction will be because they are in the closet gay. Yeah, I won't hold hands with him. Oh, you're gay? Cool. I didn't know that.
The next iteration of MAGA. And I've been on my podcast talking about, George W. Bush and the Tea Party incubated MAGA. What is MAGA incubating?
Yeah,
and we're stupid.
He really does, right? If that's love with somebody, I mean, oh boy, we're in trouble.
If we don't think that they are incubating something. And that brings me to, of course, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson, Massey, etc. And Tucker Carlson just released a manifesto. Pop this up. Tucker Carlson unveils a 10-point manifesto amid third-party speculation. The points include equal justice, national sovereignty, productive economy, beautiful cities, public health, government honesty, optimism through having children, wisdom in schools, decency abroad, and national unity. And I just want to remind you and the listener, we need to start attacking this right fucking now. Tucker Carlson is a batshit crazy loon who looks in the camera and pathologically lies to his viewers and says that when he was asleep, he was attacked by 4 demons.
Yeah.
4 demons attacked him in his sleep
Diamonds!
And scratched him up. Mind you, he sleeps with these 3 gigantic dogs. But I think we need to get to work not only on dismantling MAGA, but also the future MAGA, which is this new America First Party, which are these loons.
Manifesto sounds so terrorist coded. Optimism through having children.
Tucker, March.
Yes, have children and optimism will follow. It's like the opposite of what everyone's told me that children create, right? I mean, to be fair, right? There are people who are very fulfilled with children. So, but still, like, it's a lot of work, right? So don't get it twisted. You got to find the right person, right? So, God damn it. He spends 20 minutes explaining why we got to abolish debt, then immediately followed by him explaining why people with tattoos hate themselves. Well said, dog. Richard Caveza, right? Welcome to the stream again. Good to see you again. Good to see you. If Republicans get a third party before we do, I'm gonna lose my shit. That will be so funny. Thelonious. I remember my aunt and uncle and her brother would make fun of being gay in the 80s, and my older brother came right out and said that he was gay. The BS that came out of my aunt's brother's mouth was sick, telling her not to allow my brother in her pool because he could have had AIDS and give it. Wow, that is really fucked up. Give it to everyone else in the pool. So fucking clueless, but dumbass people. Yeah, for real. 10 stream streak. Let's fucking go. Richard Gaveza, what up? Love it. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's too much for me, eh? Let's say some good shit, but peppered with anti-science racism light bullshit. Yeah. That's why I'm not having children. Yeah. I think it's completely up to everyone, right? Some people should adopt, some people shouldn't. Some people should have kids, right? Some people shouldn't. I think it's entirely individual, right? I think I lost my streak You did? Oh, no. Check the streaking. Oh, no. Bloggy, have you ever been attacked by demons? Oh, no. I wonder. Oh, good. He's ranting about pigeons again. Who made him do that? I need to know. Press 1 if that was you. Does he say, let's decriminalize drug users and go for public health? Is it you can get back to? Tucker finally got woke and saw the light. Yeah, apparently Tucker's going to be interviewing Biden, Hunter Biden, right? Republican Jesus demands you breed. Yeah, he wants to take our...
And Thomas Massey.
You know,
SSRIs.
Part of what they say is Trump didn't go far enough on immigration. Facts. And I feel like this is a very important point because what we've seen is ICE is a paramilitary Gestapo. They're not a government agency. They're committing crime after crime. They're ruining people's lives. And their criticism is not the same criticism you and I have that, hey, we don't like masked thugs who are taking away our freedom in this country. Their criticism is, no, he needs to deport more people. This is exactly what Nick Fuentes has also said. And so you don't have to, just like the old saying was, you never have to hand it to ISIS. You also never have to hand it to Tucker, because part of the criticism is Donald J. Trump is not fascist enough. Okay. Then a lot of the other stuff that they put in this goofy document they wrote. I mean, they're talking about reinvestigating 9/11 because he wants to flirt with the 9/11 conspiracy theories. Like he thinks he's like this new iteration of Alex Jones as well. Yep. He's like part original Trump and part Alex Jones in his own mind. So he's got that in there. He's also got a part where he talks about how we need like a fully sober society.
I don't think I even missed any. Wow. Yeah, dude, you were at like 90 days, I think, right? What the fuck? Right to Twitch. Complaint department. Immediately. What the hell?
And the reason that...
No, I'm serious. I'd be pissed.
It's hilarious is because there's not a single person on planet Earth that does more nicotine than Tucker Carlson.
And you know, like a lot of the times, unfortunately, guys, I'm going to be honest with you. On a lot of the streams, unrelated. Congrats on hitting 100 messages. On a lot of streams, the stream streaks don't really do anything. They give you like 200 points, 400 points, right? On this stream, they do matter, right? Because like they're dynamic. Like you get a redeem, right? You get a bunch of stuff. You get Glocky points. You get a bunch of all the stuff that you all know and love. But yeah.
So he wants to keep it.
450. That's what I thought. Which is really not that much, especially when like most people don't even use their channel point redeems. So, but here, like you do get that plus all the other good stuff, right? Fungus. Yeah. A fungus. Look at that, guys. Woo.
Nicotine, but you know what he wants to take away? People's SSRIs. Because he's one of those
Is he in
cranks.
recovery? Is he like a recovering alkie?
I'm not sure if he's a recovering alkie, but I do know, I mean, he's bragged about, like he says, it's like the hand of God touches you when you take these Zyn pouches, these nicotine pouches. And so he's an addict of nicotine, one of the most addictive substances that there is. But he's like, and by the way, he also says RFK is phenomenal and we want to sign on to his health plan. Oh, you mean the guy who like chops off raccoon dicks and beheads whales and you know swam in sewage water with like his niece or his kids or grandkids or whatever the hell? Like, are you kidding me? No, it's an absolute joke, and we don't have to hand it to Tucker Carlson. He's trying to sort of keep the Republican Party viewed as somewhat populist. Like, hey, don't go to the left. Don't go to the Democrats, because there's some of us here on the right that'll start a third party or maybe go back to the Republican Party who are actually anti-war. And it's nothing but a giant ruse. In the same way that he tricked people into voting for Donald Trump and promising he was anti-war, he's going to get right back on the bandwagon and try to get people to vote for J.D. Vance, who's also lying about being anti-war. He's a warmonger just like the rest of them. So don't fall for the tricks.
I completely agree. And I just want to visit very quickly with you. J.D. Vance is throwing out some pretty racist stuff, veiled or thinly veiled, however you want to view it, towards Abdullah Sayed. Meanwhile, I said this a long time ago on MSNBC, and the right wing had stage 5, I mean titty baby city snot slinging meltdown over it. But I said on Chris Hayes' show, I said when J.D. Vance won't condemn the Nazi group chat, which is interesting because his wife is Indian and his kids are mixed race. And so if he won't defend his wife and kids, what makes Americans think he's going to defend them? Well, of course, I mean, it's just lactation galore from all of the crying that the right wing had because I said that out. But this movement is really fascinating to me that they oppose DEI. And if you look at a picture of Usha and J.D. Vance with their kids, it's like, you might want to embrace DEI, you dipshit.
Yeah, I'll never understand it, the deep hypocrisy, because he's been trying, like, he won't fully condemn Nick Fuentes. He wants to be accepted by the Groypers, but like you said, they're never going to accept you.
Never.
It's like I want to say this to every minority Republican. You saw what happened the other day with the election with the guy named Amir Hassan, who was endorsed by Donald J. Trump, and Amir Hassan.
This was so funny, right? He actually thought he had a chance running as a Republican. And the fact that he was black and a Muslim and his name was Hassan made him like lose the election to a guy who wasn't even really running. Hilarious. You can't even make this shit up, guys, right? Racism at its finest, right? It's the chef's kiss of racism. Basically, everything is stacked against you and you're on that side. What? Hilarious.
Hassan lost his Republican primary, even though his opponent had
the joke on the live stream, right? We kept saying like, no, Hassan lost. Wrong Hassan.
Dropped out for about a month or two
because
that guy's name was like Tom Smith or something very white sounding. And so the only person who was really on the ballot for MAGA and endorsed by Trump lost simply because his name
that was the joke, right?
is Amir Hassan. So if you are a minority Republican, like, take the hint. They hate you. You will never.
Let's see. Cool. Oh, we got to start the community vibe. Now that I think it works. Oh, yeah, we'll start that and you guys keep chatting away.
Never be accepted. You're a token for them. The second you utter 0.01% disagreement, or not even that, you're done. You're out. It's over.
Well, and also, I want to warn the white MAGA folk because they didn't learn the Mike Pence lesson. You know, there's a guy who's on TV right now because his fiance from Venezuela, Jasmine, got detained at the George H.W. Bush airport in Houston. And he can't understand how this happened to him. He's a business owner and he pays taxes and he's voted for Trump. And he just can't believe that 8 people came and took Jasmine. And I'm like, they tried to kill Mike Pence, motherfucker. Your complexion is not going to protect you here. So there's also a Mike Pence lesson in this whole fascist regime. I mean, Stephen Miller thinks he's going to be safe. You think if something happens to your boss that Don Jr. and Eric are going to protect your ass? No, it's just not happening.
Do you remember the Trump Burger guy who was an immigrant who created a restaurant called Trump Burger and they deported him?
Mm-hmm. That's right.
They're never going to accept you. Never.
Well, the White House has responded to Marjorie Taylor Greene Massey. And
remember that, guys? We covered that. That shit was fucking hilarious. Oh my God, that was funny. The Trump Burger. I know. You were there that day, Oxpecker. And Houston, of course, is Houston. Texanus, am I right, Oxpecker? Your favorite state.
The owner of a Trump-themed restaurant in Houston has been arrested by ICE and faces possible deportation. Our sister station in Houston, KPRC, reported that Roland Merez Biouni was arrested on May 16th. Wow. ICE said in a statement that Biouni was an illegal immigrant from Lebanon who entered the country back in 2019 and was supposed to leave by February of last year. The agency added that an immigration judge has granted him bond while he undergoes his proceedings. Trump's Burgers website describes the restaurant.
Yeah, you need some chats to get an assessment, Commie Canoe Club. But Gloggy will like rate you based on that assessment.
As a patriotic haven for burger lovers, and it's been open in Houston since April.
I'm actually going to be updating the code, so we're going to be doing the community assessment very soon because it wasn't working last night. Oh my God, I love it, guys. I love it. Literally the leopards eating your face, right? Lebanon, go home, Israel.
Tucker. So they're taking this rather seriously. So pop this up. Update. The White House has responded to Tucker's potential 2028 presidential bid. This photo represents an embarrassing collection of mostly whiny turncoats who dramatically overestimate their influence and relevance. I just, from living in Oklahoma for 50 years, Tucker's message and Marjorie's message will hit hard. It will hit really hard. If they go in to America and most people consume their news in 30 to 60 seconds and they say, MAGA lost their way. He lied to us and he said that he was America first and he ended up being Israel first and we shouldn't send our money there anymore. And we're taking it. This movement still provides the racism that a lot of Americans want, plus putting America first. And I'm just really concerned that people on the left right now are not preparing for this next iteration of MAGA.
So what else?
Guys, I am so happy that you don't understand like all the hard work that I've been doing these last like 7 weeks. Like the fact that you guys enjoy it makes me like so happy. Like I feel like I'm really building something thanks to you guys and I really appreciate it. Thank you. I just wanted to say that.
New follower to the commune. Thank you, Dirty Mullet.
Thank you, Dirty Mullet. Welcome to the commune.
Is this.
The Gus Sex commune.
There was
the Gloggy gang, we call it now.
Poll that came out.
I love that. I got to share that clip.
A while ago when Tucker was
we call it the Gloggy gang now.
Defecting. And they asked people, would you take who would you side with, Trump or Tucker? They asked the Republican base. Who are you going to side with, Trump or Tucker?
Goblin gang, damn
and
right.
The results were like overwhelming. It was like 85% Trump or something like that.
Oh my God. I love that clip that you clipped, Lucy, as well, of Noisy Immigrant, right? Saying that he like loved our emotes. He recognized them right away and everything. Like, I love that. See, this is the kind of stuff that really brings joy to me, right? That you guys get such a joy of using the stuff that I help make, right? Because like it's so awesome. Thank you so much, guys. Don't get mushy on us, Gus. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm getting too mushy. God.
That okay.
No appreciation for chat.
What we're looking at here,
Stone Cold,
actually might help us. Because if Tucker were to, create a third party, have candidates run.
Could never be me, right? Crying on here. No.
In a third party or as independents or whatever. All he needs to do is take like 2 to 5% of the vote away from Republicans. And that really opens up a lane where any Democrat all across this country is going to win, even in districts that theoretically are not that competitive for Democrats. So in a way, I actually like this because it's divide and conquer, where I don't think they realize that they're doing divide and conquer. Now, I say that, but maybe at the same time, maybe Tucker really is about that life and he's willing to try to get back at Trump. And this is his idea to get back at Trump, to try to say like, oh yeah, we're creating a movement that's like OG MAGA. We're representing the OG MAGA ideas, the anti-corruption ideas, the anti-war ideas, and that might peel off 2 to 5% of the Republican base voters. But the Republican Party truly is a cult. So I kind of agree with what the White House said there, because Trump's basically like, hey man, nobody can cross me because I'm the ultimate arbiter of what's acceptable. How many times has Trump said, I am MAGA? Yeah. I decide what's America first. If America first now means Israel first, then America first means Israel first, and you guys got to deal with that. So in a way,
it's his Emperor Palpatine moment where, remember that scene? He's like, I am the Senate.
Hey, they're ripping themselves to shreds, and I love it because I feel like even if they weren't...
I saw an America First sticker on my town and defaced it with a swat. Based!
We're still in a position
Love it.
to like dominate with the blue tsunami, the likes of which nobody's ever seen before.
Fucking love it.
I like where your head's at on this. Okay, so as progressives are winning, Zoran, Abdul, the center Democrats have some things to say, and Andrew Cuomo simply just does not know how to shut up and go away. And so here is a video of Andrew Cuomo weighing in on the Michigan race. Play the clip.
Yep.
Conceptually,
I am America, and you can too.
Change, reform, everything free.
Well
It sounded
said.
great. But now the DSA opened their mouth. Democratic
Oh, no.
Socialists. And they're starting to explain what their platform is.
Don't open your mouth,
and
DSA.
It is frightening.
Oh, my God. Every time Andrew Cuomo opens his mouth, I swear to God, like, the fucking Dems lose votes. Just have him, like, constantly talk. So the DSA just becomes the new left, right? Oh, my God. For fuck's sake.
Oh, my days. Yeah, what's so frightening about universal health care, which every other developed country has except us? What's so frightening about higher wages? What's so frightening about ending illegal wars of aggression against countries that didn't attack us? What's so frightening about actually going after the Epstein pedophile cabal that Donald Trump is protecting? What's so frightening about ending the masked Gestapo force, which is assaulting senior citizens and shooting priests in the face with pepper balls and shoving people in concentration camps? No, Andrew Cuomo, you lost to Zoran Mamdani convincingly, okay? Yeah, I love it when these people who got blown out, twice. People who got blown out come out and go, oh, I'm going to tell you what makes sense and how you get elected. Like Claire McCaskill used to do this on MSNBC too. It's like, you just lost.
Loser, right? It's like James Carville, Claire McCaskill, Andrew Cuomo, right? There's a bunch. I can't think of everyone off the top of my head, but Claire McCaskill has a job, guys. She's a loser, right? Technically, even all the people at the Bulwark, like, they were all fucking wrong. All of them. Why are we listening to any of these fucking libs? Fuck that.
Yeah.
How about you go to shut the fuck upsville? How about that?
Jesus Christ.
I completely agree. Okay, so Laura Ingraham is going through some things. She was at Dr. Fauci's hearing, and she just looks so happy about that. But I also think she's really horny because she was talking about how hot she thinks AOC is. She's like, her gold locks and that red lipstick. I just want to remind the viewer.
Oh my God. All right, I'll let it play. It should be funny. Uh-huh.
Laura Ingraham is somebody who promotes traditional family value, and she is an unmarried woman with kids.
I've got AUDHD. Am I an Aldino? Yes. True story, bro.
A lesbian. I didn't say that. But anyway, here she is. She cannot stop talking about Hassan Piker.
Fuck that golf. Wang. 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 It's like music. Fuck that golf. Wang. 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 Clip it. Clip it and ship it. Oxpecker. Love it.
But Hassan
Thank you, buddy.
Piker, the Democrats' new socialist surrogate, is a total phony.
He's a Nepo baby who spends more time thinking about his wardrobe than his putrid rhetoric.
I just love how much they're attracted not only to Hassan, but I also saw some clip, I forget who it was on the right, going, you know, are you really going to fall for Abdul being a dreamboat and wearing those tight shirts?
Oh, that was Laura Ingraham.
Oh, that was Laura Ingraham too?
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm telling you, she's horny. I mean, I'm telling you that Laura goes out every night. So does Jesse.
And again, I don't care if, like, guys, I'm very sex positive, right? I don't think as like left people on the left, we should not be sex positive. Or that we should not be like against this. My problem is that these people are hypocrites. They're you know, they shit on LGBTQ people all day, right? And they're sexually oppressed. They want these like nuclear families. They want all these things to like have structure in society according to them. And here they are like being all hornballs. It's like, that's the problem, right? So we're not like shaming anyone for their sexual like whatever, right? What I care about is congruence, and they're not even fucking congruent, right? Yeah, nobody at Fox is a Nepo baby. Nobody, right? She has bad taste. And the reason I bring this up is because we were talking about this the other day, right? That like this is why nudists and these kind of communities are firmly on the left, especially in Europe, right? They're a part of that like left-wing movement in Europe. Why? Because it's firmly situated there, right? It goes against a lot of these cultural norms that we all hold, that we've all grown up with, that we've all been indoctrinated with, right? Fuck that shit.
Everybody's
fuck it all, burn it all down. Shit.
So horny at Fox.
Yeah.
It's
They're
unbelievable
all so horny, right?
how horny they're.
We even have an emote for it. Horny. Where's that horny emote? 7TV. Pecker discovered C and P. Fox News loves Hassan. I know. They cover him so much. Oh my God. That's so funny.
On air talent.
Shared the clip in the general. It clips automatically, girl. So when you do the clip, it automatically does the clip to stream clips. But yeah, thank you. Yeah, you don't even have to do anything. You just do the clip and boom. You go to the stream clip section on the Discord and it immediately does. Just in case you... I programmed that in there. Told you, I've been working hard on this stream, guys. There's a lot of stuff on here.
They need to hire like some sex workers and just let them go through there and let them get through all pin-up sexual frustration they have. Because Jesse Waters goes on and on and on about men and sucking out of straws and slurping soup. And I mean, it just always seems, I'm like, these people need to get laid. But here's a graph showing how often Fox talks about Hassan versus talks about Jeffrey Epstein. Pop this up. Look at this.
That says it all, man.
Yeah.
So this family value.
I need to clip this. You nailed it. Oh my God. She has been bad taste. She fucked Dinesh D'Souza. I know. Ew. I remember that. Oh no. Fox News loves Hassan. We need to clip that and put it right over your message, Cass. In fact, I got a little thing. Hold on. Oh my God, this is gonna be great. Ready? We're just gonna put it on top there. It's gonna be your comment. There you go, girl. All right, guys, I gotta go. My musician friend is having a welcome. All right, have fun. Take care. Have a good one.
Values channel AKA a pathological lying propaganda channel that feeds propaganda to the dumbest motherfuckers in this country. Because you have to be a complete dipshit beyond all comprehension to say, I'm going to get my news from the news channel that lies and had to pay $1 billion because of their lies. And so, of course, they're lying about all this family values bullshit. As I mentioned, Laura Ingraham, never married, has got these kids. I don't know where they came from. And then I don't know where their dad is, all the traditional family shit, which I'm of the school of thought I support Laura. I just don't support what a hypocrite Laura is. But they don't give a shit about Jeffrey Epstein. They don't give a shit about kids because MAGA is a pro-pedophilia death cult. Every single time we turn on the news, that's what their policies are.
I'm telling you, this is backfiring big time because when they come after Hassan or come after you or come after me, they don't understand that we're unfiltered. We can say whatever we want to say. You're like, in the guardrails of mainstream media, you got to cut to a freaking Pfizer commercial before you even get your point out. We could say whatever we want to say, and they are not ready for this smoke. They're just not ready for it. And the other thing is, we always refocus it back on the issues, which is something they can't deal with. They're going to end up attacking us as they're doing with Abdul now. They're going to call him a terrorist and do all that garbage. But then Abdul's going to say, do you support universal health care or not? Do you support higher wages or not? Do you want to end this illegal war against Iran where we've wasted over $100 billion or not? And they cannot win this fight, not even close. And so I welcome it, man. I mean, I know Hassan probably doesn't like that they come after him every 7 seconds. They also have a tendency to go after you every 7 seconds. But honestly, it's a badge of honor. I mean, you guys can wear it as a badge of honor. And also, it's tremendous in terms of driving eyeballs to your show and his show. And then everybody's watching you guys, waiting for the response. And then you guys obviously flame Fox and make them look stupid. It's all falling apart for them because they are preaching to a nursing home. Nobody's watching them. I'm sorry, they're dying. They're barely paying attention. Okay? So it's
Laura looks like an Attack on Titan. Oh no, I've seen that.
It's over. I mean,
I never thought of that.
It really is over. They're in dire straits.
That's fucking hilarious, Oxpecker.
I think it's good because it brings people to his channel, to my channel, to your channel. And of course, we get sassy and we say shit that chops up in 20 seconds where it's like, these motherfuckers, blah, blah. But when you really dive into your show or my show or Hassan's show, there's policy there. There's plan there. There's universal human rights there. There's nothing that radical, which you mentioned that they are going to call Abdul al-Sayed a terrorist. And I would like for us to make a list of domestic terrorists in the United States. Now, I think that Mitch McConnell is a domestic terrorist. He has terrorized the people of Kentucky. He has terrorized every single woman in the United States by valuing the rights of a rapist over the rights of a rape victim. And so give me your top 3 domestic terrorists that you see in this country right now.
I mean, how about this? Donald Trump, and Donald Trump. I love the idea that we're getting lectures about terrorism from these people. Donald Trump carpet bombed a little girls' school in Iran, killing 170 precious little girls. And they actually triple tapped it. They knew it was a school. They knew it had little girls, but those were the little girls of the IRGC top level officials. And so they thought, we're going to send a message. You don't mess with us because we'll murder your children. Okay. So that's just one example of their terrorism. The fact of the matter is, since Trump got back in the White House, he's bombed fishing boats from Venezuela and Trinidad and Tobago and Colombia. They've killed over 180 innocent people, no due process whatsoever, no evidence of any wrongdoing. They did the regime change in Venezuela where they kidnapped a sovereign leader and then stole the gold and the oil. And Trump is personally profiting off that by taking the money from the oil sales and putting it in a private bank account in Qatar that only he controls. And then he also bombed Yemen and Somalia and Nigeria and Ecuador. And we got the regime change in Iran.
All right, it's building the profile for us. All right, let's read it out loud. Community report. This community blends playful chaos with thoughtful discussion, mixing lighthearted memes and emotes with serious political and historical debates. My goats! Hell yeah! Members interact warmly, frequently, referencing shared inside jokes, stream lore, and demonstrating familiarity with Gloggy's character and quirks. The chat balances energy between spontaneous humor and earnest moments, creating a dynamic space for engagement and camaraderie. tags include playful. That could never not be us, right? Informative, damn right. Political commentary, right? We ran out of fucking space on the chat. That's crazy. I'm gonna have to change that. But we got a bunch of tags as well. Wow, that's awesome. Yeah, I'm gonna have the message break up into two. That's fucking sick. You read that like a fortune cookie, brother. Damn right.
And he's threatening
That's us.
Greenland and Pat.
And what's cool about this is that it helps Gloggy like understand the community more, and then as like the community changes, right? Because every stream gets like every stream kind of folds into one another, right? And as the community grows, it's gonna also update. So it's a fun little feature for us to keep track of, right? Along with the vibe one, right? Like Skelly, you have one too. If you do ! Vibe, it will give you a vibe. Like Gloggy will write a report on what kind of chatter you are.
Panama, Canada, and Cuba, and Mexico.
Oh, you love pigeons.
Oh
no.
It would be easier to list the countries he.
All right, let's read your chatter assessor. Up. Do that first, yes, and then chat like normal.
Doesn't want to attack, because that's a shorter list compared to the countries he does want to attack. He says he solved 8 wars. No, he started 8 wars. And so I'm not going to hear a lecture about terrorism from these people. Did you know that Trump pardoned a guy who laundered money for Al-Qaeda? Because that guy bought his crypto coin. I'm not kidding about that.
Oh my God, guys, I forgot to tell you. The yogurt, the froyo, fucking bellissimo. I loved it.
He also bragged about putting the new Syrian president in power. Trump bragged about putting him there. That guy was a former head of Al-Nusra Front, which is a branch of Al-Qaeda. Okay? Tell me how the 9/11 families are feeling about that one. Yep. Right? So I don't want to hear anything. You could call Abdul Sayed whatever the hell you want to call Abdul Sayed. It's not going to land because everybody knows you are the real extremists. You are the real terrorists.
I completely agree. And I think we need to keep messaging that the real domestic terrorists are the people in the MAGA regime. Trump, Vance, Rubio, Hegseth, these people are the terrorists. And of course, little Stephen Miller is the biggest domestic terrorist because he gets off on the recreation.
Twitch are assholes. They blocked Living Lily and Simply Kiki. I'm so sorry to you both. I don't know how both of you got blocked, but now you both are unblocked from the bottom of my heart. I'm so sorry. Yeah. I wonder how that happened. Hey, it happens. Sometimes like I'll follow somebody and then it will automatically unfollow them or
Twitch are assholes. They blocked Living Lily and Simply Kiki 666. I'm so sorry to both of you. I don't know how the both of you got blocked, but now both of you are unblocked from the bottom of my here. I'm so sorry. Gust X8 cute, Gust X8 cute.
I love it.
TB Angle, Vedrish Heart.
I love it. Love it. All right. Can someone do fish twice? Because I'd like to test it out. Now that I have the fix in. Yeah, if you guys could do it twice, hopefully that fixes it. One more time. Nope.
Cruelty and murder and crimes that ICE commits. But I want to bring up some more hypocrisy surrounding the Zoran Abdul Hassan. These are men that are Muslim in faith, although I don't think Hassan practices, but the other two do. And this is really dismantling in real time decades of propaganda that Muslim people are anti-woman and terrorists that hate the West. Meanwhile, they are supporting trans rights, gay rights. They're not banning books. They're for universal human rights. They're for healthcare for all. But little Jared Kushner, he goes over with the real terrorists, the Saudi government, who I want to remind everybody, dismembered Jamal Khashoggi, put him in acid, and then poured his body down the drain. And they are making billions and billions and billions of dollars off of the funders of 9/11. The people who actually funded it were the Saudis. And this is just, nobody ever talks about this duplicity. They want to say that somehow Zoran or Hassan or Abdul are these wild rogue Sharia law, crazy ass Muslims. And these people support universal human rights. Meanwhile, little Kushner is like billions and billions and billions of dollars richer doing business with these terrorists.
Let's look at what Zoran has done so far. Crime went down to a historic low under Zoran's watch, which flies directly in the face of the idea that democratic socialists are like pro-crime and they're anti-police and everything falls apart under them. Wrong. He's at a historic low with crime. He also cracked down on shitty landlords. He also ordered a deep cleaning of the subway, which made it cleaner than it's ever been down there. He also got Hochul to agree to universal childcare. He also froze the rent and filled a record number of potholes, and he taxed the rich. So he's delivering on all of his promises. And to your point, what is the right doing? The most obvious crime spree we've ever seen in this country's history, in the most blatant and brazen and overt fashion possible. I mean, they are coming up, the creativity they use in their criminal schemes, if they applied 1% of that to actually fixing this country, we live in a utopia. So to your point on Kushner, he took $2 billion from Saudi Arabia and allegedly was slipping them classified information, which led to MBS arresting all the people who were challenging his authority and his power. That's just one example. I mean, we can get into the insider trading and the pay for pardon schemes, but this is not a government. This is a criminal syndicate. They are in there simply to self-deal and profit while they force fascism on every innocent person in this country. And when you look at the contrast between Zoran and Abdul, and you compare them to what any politician on the right is doing, it is night and day, and they know that, which is why they're panicking and they're smearing, and all they have is vitriolic hate and bigotry and Islamophobia, the likes of which we haven't seen racism like this used in politics since Jim Crow, with how hard they're about to go against Abdul El-Sayed. So everybody better prepare for that.
Yeah, and I just also want to point out that Zoran is also loosening regulations to make it easier to do business in New York. Right. And so for all of the pro-business people, he doesn't hardly get any credit for that. He is undoing a lot of stupid, unnecessary hoops that people had.
Yeah, I mean, Louis Rossman has talked about this, right? There are a lot of like dumb things that business owners have to do for no reason, just to fuck over like smaller business owners, right?
To go through to do businesses. But let's talk about, we have to browbeat Elon Musk because it's just fun, right? So naturally, we know that Elon is a liar and a loser, and he lied about Doge. Pop this up. Elon Musk's U.S. Doge service consistently overstated its savings, taking credit for lease cancellations initiated before the group existed. A government watchdog found Doge also claimed contracts were terminated that had not been, the report said. The Government Accountability Office found that Doge inflated the $110 billion it said it saved the federal government. Of course, I think this whole thing, the Doge thing, was a quid pro quo. I'll give you $300 million, Trump. If you win, I get to go in and shut down all of these investigations into me, because Elon Musk is a parasitic welfare queen. He is the worst immigrant this nation has ever had. And God only knows how many kids. He's the world's top deadbeat father. And I think he did Doge, and he went in because USAID was investigating him and a lot of other places. And all of this was to shut down investigations into himself because he's a con artist, just like the rest of them.
I hope the next Democratic candidates are watching this, because I'm going to put something out there and I really hope they implement it. And I mean this from the bottom of my heart. Elon Musk belongs in prison. Okay. He belongs in prison. This is a man who illegally hacked in to the back end of our government. He had no right to be there, completely violates the way it's supposed to work.
This should be right next to abolish ICE.
Hacked into the Treasury, and he slashed pediatric cancer research. By the way, there were some promising potential cures that he cut the funding for. That's how low this man is. He also cut the National Weather Service, which led to botched forecasts, which led to a camp of children dying in Texas because they didn't get the warning.
Yeah, remember that? We covered that
too. That they needed to get. Okay. He cut Meals on Wheels. He cut the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. He cut the nuclear safety officials. They had to beg for the top nuclear safety official to come back because they accidentally fired the top guy. Okay, they destroyed FEMA and the Department of Education. He fired 83,000 veterans. They cut half of the Social Security offices, which led to long waits for people who needed to get problems fixed. They fired over 250,000 public workers. You see this outbreak of all these illnesses now, these foodborne illnesses. That is all directly because they fired the food safety inspectors. Okay, all the airplanes crashing, that was because they fired air traffic controllers. They gutted scientific research and medical research. Now brain drain is happening in this country. The best and the brightest don't want to come here anymore. They're done with the United States of America. And then, of course, don't get me started on USAID, like you pointed out, where hundreds of thousands and eventually millions of people are going to die because he decided to cut off their very cheap but very important malaria medication, HIV medication, etc. This man belongs in prison. And honestly, this is one of the most open and shut cases I
love that emote. I mean, yeah. Like, this is crimes against humanity, right? At this point.
Ever seen.
Like, can you imagine, like, being able to make a difference and you just cut all this stuff that he just said?
You don't even need a good prosecutor.
I mean, we've known this for, like, over a year, right? Like, we've covered a lot of these things on the stream, which is, oh my God, this is crazy, right?
To make the case
and
against
Ebola. Yeah, well, that's what I mean, right?
Him. So I'm calling on Democrats to subpoena Elon Musk, get his ass in front of a congressional committee hearing, grill his ass, and then as soon as the next Democratic president gets sworn in, I want Jack Smith to be the attorney general, and I want Jack Smith to lock this man up.
I totally agree with you. That was so therapeutically satisfying. And I want to leave you and our listener with that Donald Trump, I know you noticed a few days ago, he wore a wig out in public, gender affirming care. And so there's been a lot of memes all over the internet because everybody hates Donald Trump except for like 20% of the.
Yeah, I keep wanting to see this. Oh God, that's him? Wearing a wig and earrings? Oh wait, that's his mom. Oh yeah, it's definitely a wig. This has got to be a wig. That's hilarious. Oh my God. Jesus. All these memes, yeah, look at that. I like the Rastafarian look. The cornrows.
Country that are complete.
Man, we are. That just shows you how how fucking much of a meme we've become. Oh my God, the new hair doesn't look like cotton candy-ish like his old hair. Yeah, it's clear, right? It's clearly a wig.
Cultists.
What are you doing, dog?
And our FUBAR and
it's not a wig, it's a hair system. Yeah, you got to get it right, guys. It's gender affirming care, right? Oh my God, it's so
we should never try to get their votes. But here are some of the memes of Trump.
It's a hair system. There you go.
And wigs.
Oh my God.
For those of you listening, they're like big bouffant hair because he's so fun to make fun of. Kyle, last thoughts.
I mean, geez, I don't know. I'm feeling hopeful these days. I'm feeling hopeful these days because, you know, Abdul wound up winning.
Check out
Zoran's doing it amazing.
I wish we had somebody who knew hair because that would be so great to like explain this shit to us. If you ever want to fall down the fun rabbit hole, check out Hair Unit videos. Oh my God, Hair Unit? I would love to learn more about that. That's why I'm like, is anyone in the like know a lot about hair or hairdressing, or like is a barber, etc., etc.? October does. Yeah, I know she's not on right now, but she's also does makeup, I assume. I think she does mostly makeup. She does professional makeup, right? Which is based. It's always cool to have different people in chat with different specialities. I love that. Oh my god, hair unit. Let's see. I've never seen this. Oh wow. Is this it? Wow.
Lied into the darkness. Of course, when he went way darker than I expected also, so I didn't want to put a dark unit on his head again.
Yeah, this is what I mean. Somebody who understands hair like at this kind of level. That'd be so cool, right? To pick apart there.
So I did have a unit that was close to his color. That was in. The only difference was it wasn't his texture. So this is why I had to run this down to you guys so you guys can kind of get an idea of how we ended up with this specific unit on his head. Now this is the only thing that I had that matched his natural colors. Now the unit is not his texture. The color is great, but the texture is not his texture. Although I knew that I could still make this work for him. This wasn't my ideal thing that I was going for when he initially came. So
it's like looking into my future. Yeah. Peekaboo. They use glue hair. Oh, okay. See, I don't know anything about this, guys. That's crazy.
Just keep in mind that, I did what I could. I'm going to have him come back and we're going to get another straight hair unit. But this is what I went with at this point. And I really hope you guys enjoy the video. We did decide to actually dye his beard darker. So this go around, he will look so much more younger once the hair is done. His wife was sitting on the side while I was doing his hair. So as we dye his beard, me and her kind of like bust out laughing because he had started looking like younger, like immediately. So I'm pretty sure if he went bald and just had that beard dyed, he would already look younger. So, but the dyed beard plus this haircut, because this is a crop cut, and this is a really young haircut. Like this haircut, not something that someone of his.
That's crazy. Like she does a good job. Oh my god, let's see the final. Yeah. I would have never guessed this is a hairpiece. This must have taken hours to do, though. See, but with Trump, it's obvious because, it doesn't look like what Blue Room just said, right? It doesn't look like his, poofy hair, his, wispy hair. But with this guy, if you had never met him, I'd have been like, yeah, that's just your hair, right, dog? That's crazy. Wow. Yeah, this is a rabbit hole. Thanks, girl. Yeah. Maybe one day we'll get a hairdresser in.
Amazing job over there in New York. Malak Kiros won in Colorado. So, we're...
I always love picking apart people's brains like this that have just so much experience.
Proving that our politics is not only for deep blue cities, it's for places all around this country. And there's an awakening happening and there's a reckoning coming for the right. And I think they know that. That's why they're scared. That's why they're panicking. That's why they're hurling accusations of Abdul being a terrorist or whatever, running the weakest campaigns we've ever seen. So everybody hang in there, get out there and vote, do whatever you can in terms of helping out our candidates and pushing back against this fascism. And I think we'll have a lot more good news to talk about in short order too, I believe.
Yeah.
I completely agree. Kyle, it's always a pleasure. It's very satisfying. We share the same kind of rage towards all of this. I'm sure my listeners totally loved it. And give my love to Crystal. Thank you.
All right. My pleasure. Thank you, Jennifer. I appreciate it.
All right. Now moving on to this may be hard to believe. Stephen Miller, speaking of which.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Vice President, for your leadership on this bold and existentially important initiative.
I believe everything.
Thank you to Mr. Ferguson for your incredible work and stewardship of this task force. And of course, thank you to President Trump for his extraordinary leadership in establishing this task force, assigning this portfolio to the Vice President, and providing direction, focus, and determination to the whole U.S. government. It's great to see all of my friends in the House and Senate who are here today, who have been such tremendous allies, not only on this issue, but so many issues, and in some cases for a very, very long time, since 2015 and before. And so thank you all. I want to pick up, because this is something that I've encountered on a daily basis, on a theme that both the Vice President and Andrew Ferguson have mentioned, which is the lack of criminal responsibility, the lack of criminal punishment for egregious fraud in this country. It is, first of all, true.
JD looking funny as hell, yeah.
As the Vice President said, as hard as it is to believe, that for most recent history, which
sliming in progress.
in the case of these programs,
Rigel.
Be in the history of these programs, if you committed $1 million of fraud or less, you were unlikely to ever be criminally punished in any way at all. And if for some strange reason in the past, a bureaucrat had the courage to defy that agency guidance and actually bring you to trial and put you
$1 million or less. So if you do $1 million or more, you're off the hook. Is that why Trump pardoned all those people who did millions to billions of fraud?
Udo.
Oh!
Ratatos the Illant just got a 220-day stream streak.
Oh my God!
www.watit.
Thank you, buddy! 220 days! Holy shit! The biggest numbers we've never seen before. Holy crap. 220 days of Gustex. What up? Thank you, Ratatosk. My goat. How you been, man? Oh, before I forget, I forgot a security job full-time. Oh, you got a security job. I start next. Oh, even better. Are you gonna leave the McDonald's thing? The McDonald's job? Is JD a K-hole right now? Thank you for interrupting Smeagol there, Gloggy. Yeah, for real. He really did. Thank you. That's what he's for.
in front of a jury.
One Mio and fraudster are system relevant. Well said. Yeah.
You'd be unlikely to do any real jail time at all. And this may be hard to believe that you could steal hundreds of thousands and ultimately millions of dollars and not...
Really? Because I do. I can actually believe it. Your boss literally pardoned many people who have done this exact same thing that you're saying. What the fuck are you... What? What is going on, guys? So you're going to be chatting a lot more from work?
Do anything.
Oh my God, yeah. That's true. Cool.
Hopefully. Jail time. Again, you can look at the sentences.
Because McDonald's is not exactly a chat-friendly job, right? Not everyone has a chat-friendly job.
For the Feeding Our Futures fraud, which is one of the largest frauds in the history of any country anywhere in Minnesota, to see this. And there's a lot of reasons for that. I think probably the simplest, least conspiratorial explanation is that when Congress was drafting these statutes, they still lived, to use the phrase that used a lot today, in a high-trust society, and it eclipsed their imagination that there would be systemic, widespread, continual
only the
lying,
rich whites are allowed to do fraud.
Organized crime.
That's basically what he just said, right? He was like, $1 million or less. It's like, okay, so you're telling me that if you steal more than $1 million, you're good? You're Gucci? According to... Well, what? You Gusty?
Rip off.
What up? We started that, guys. No, this security job is strict. Unfortunately, I can't be on my phone. Oh, no! Not even like as a radio?
Hundreds of billions of dollars from the American.
So less chatter, but you can still maybe like lurk. Who knows?
Which is what has happened. So there needs to be strict, clear, mandatory.
Because we know security guards do nothing but watch videos all day while the main character is breaking into somewhere stealing something. Well said, Oxpecker. We have walkie-talkies.
Minimums. Because by the time you've been convicted, you have already proven to a jury, this is not a civil punishment. This is you've proven to a jury beyond a reasonable doubt that you deliberately, willfully, maliciously engage in a scheme to steal from the American taxpayer and from those in genuine need. And when you've satisfied 12 jurors with that fact and been convicted, you deserve to have a very substantial prison sentence. That change alone would be watershed for fighting fraud, because it would mean that the Department of Justice would be able to, through prosecuting a few...
Motherfucker, your boss literally let go a bunch of fraudsters. What are you talking about? You don't give a shit.
1,000 cases in a year, be able to chill the criminal conduct of millions.
Glocky-talkie, I love that.
Whereas right now, no matter how many people you prosecute...
A gloggy-talkie, what up?
You're still left with the criminal element, thinking I'm willing to risk 6 months in jail for $5 million in ill-gotten gains. And we've reached a point, and again, only because of President Trump and the Vice President's leadership is this
only
happening.
because of him.
We've reached a point as a country, until we came along, as hard as it is to believe, where we have federal law enforcement in cities around the country who have to conduct weeks or months-long investigations
I hate this.
of daycares where there are no children present at all, to be able to then go into a court of law and say, no kids on Monday, no kids on Tuesday, no kids on Wednesday, no kids on Thursday, right? And this is the real thing. We have federal law enforcement officers who then they have to issue subpoenas and search warrants to get phone records, email records, financial records. And what does it all end up with? You go to a jury in Minnesota and you say the defendant has collected $7 million for a daycare, claiming to be taking care of 100 children for 6 months, and we found one kid attended in that entire time, and he was the nephew. So you spent months of federal effort. When you do that and you're found guilty, you belong in jail for a very long time. I'm almost over my own time here, so I'll just add to the other point the Vice President said, which is on data sharing and technology and integrity, you can solve 95% of this problem with simple technological verification and data sharing measures that is in technology that was invented 20 years ago. Now, the technology today, of course, is even more astonishing.
Stephen Miller.
But if every single person who wanted to enroll in SNAP or enroll in Medicaid or enroll in public housing was in a shared database that the federal government had access to verify age, citizenship, criminal record, other basic biographic facts, that single step alone would save taxpayers hundreds of billions of dollars. And you have to ask yourself, why would any politician oppose something so fundamental? We're not even debating eligibility rules, an important but separate debate. You're debating whether or not a person is lying to the government to extract funds for which they are plainly and clearly ineligible.
Every day ICE agents sit in front of the daycare. No wonder parents feel safe to send their kids into. Yeah.
Implement these reforms. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
No wonder. Oh my God. All right, we're gonna watch the Nate Robinson interview. But first, speaking of ICE, we got to talk about this, right? They're force feeding inmates in ICE detention centers, right? Crazy.
All right, listen up. I want to tell you about something that
no surprise here, but let's just talk about
is happening in America, and it is happening right now. This is not happening in a war zone. It is not happening under some authoritarian regime. It's happening right here on American soil. Inside some ICE detention centers, some detainees have reportedly decided that the only form of protest left to them, and this is how serious this has become, whether they are protesting the conditions that they are kept in or the very legality of their confinement, is to stop eating, a hunger strike. And we're now learning, thanks to an investigation by The Guardian, that in some cases authorities have responded by force feeding. Here's what that typically looks like. The detainee is restrained, often forcibly. Their head is held still as a medical professional threads a plastic tube into a nostril. And I'm sorry for the graphic nature of this, but you need to know, down the throat, and into the stomach.
What the fuck?
Liquid nutrition is then pumped through that tube. And there's a doctor, Dr. Chanel Diaz, an assistant professor of medicine at Columbia University. Dr. Diaz told MS Now that patients describe it as, quote, one of the most uncomfortable medical procedures.
He's pardoned over 70s fraudsters, right? Okay, yeah, I didn't know the exact number, so I didn't want to count. I didn't want to say like hundreds or thousands, but sure. That makes sense, right? And collectively, I think we went over the numbers. It's billions of dollars that they defrauded people, right? Which is insane if you think about it. So these are victims, right? Of like grandma and grandpa putting their money in this guy or this lady, and then they just steal their money and lose it all, right? Yeah, Ducky, thank you for that. That's crazy.
And it is generally
so collectively, guys, they've stolen billions of dollars, right? Yeah,
really not something that a doctor would subject.
Where's the justice for them, or where's the justice for the victims of those? Right? Fuck off.
Yeah,
Stephen Miller stuck my dick.
Quote, awake, alert patient to. Here's what the World Medical Association calls it, quote, the most unsuitable approach to save lives. And despite all of this, an extraordinary investigative report by The Guardian found that in 2025 and 2026, DHS officials, quote, quietly attempted to subject at least 10 hunger strikers in U.S. immigrant detention to involuntary medical procedures, including force feeding.
Wow.
This is the first known set of cases in Trump's second term. And of those 10 people, at least 3, possibly as many as 5, were ultimately forced into treatment. The cases include a Kurdish asylum seeker held at Port Isabel Processing Center in South Texas, not far from the epicenter of family separations in the first term. That detainee was force-fed intermittently for nearly 8 months. 8 months. It ended only when he was deported. An Afghan man held
13 years ago, Yasin Bey, aka Mos Def, underwent force feeding to see what it was like. The videos are hard to watch. I would watch it, but I don't, if it's that gruesome, I'm afraid that it might be like TOS, right? But I would definitely watch it just because I think it's, oh God, that's crazy, Ducky. I didn't know that.
At various detention centers across South Texas, who was force-fed daily for 6 months, sometimes while being physically restrained by a quote-unquote use of force team.
That's why.
And then a Ukrainian man.
Yeah. It can be TOS, like which doesn't like those kind of things, right? Like even when we watched Glory, like I watched it on the Discord because, like Twitch doesn't like exploding heads and shit, right? Or exploding bodies. Even though it was historically, it was an historical movie, right, about the Civil War. Yeah, that's why I didn't improve conditions. No, force feeding. Yes, that's one way to improve conditions. How about we not do force feeding? Oh wait, could never be them. That is disgusting, and I bet nothing is being done about it. No, of course not.
Detained by
I told you guys, nothing is going to be done because the executive branch has police power over itself. Right? It has the ability to police itself. And there's really no checks and balances. Like this idea of checks and balances doesn't work when the courts are just ignored or they don't have an enforcement mechanism themselves, right? So this was the problem with the system, right? This is a flaw. And we need to expose this and obviously change it, but like that is not in itself, like don't expect this shit to change, right? Without public pressure, without unions, without co-ops coming together and being like, I don't want to fucking do this. And why do I bring trade unions and co-ops and all this stuff? Well, do you think, right, if the power of those kind of organizations of trade unions, co-ops, if they had their say, right, would they really want to be doing these kind of things? Oh, hell no, right? But they're also being forced to because or else you lose your job, right? So it's a system we're talking about, right? We're talking about a system of exploitation that basically goes across all these different spectrums of society, right? And we already know what that system is named, right? So it's just a way of all this stuff being reinforced, right? It self-reinforces each other. Holy, imagine having to snort an entire loaf of bread. You want to try it, Oxpecker? I'll pass, but thanks. Glory reminds me of that my ancestor I'm less proud about. Yeah, that movie. See, Glory's about the Massachusetts regiment, so me being from Mass, I can be a masshole about it. Hang in there, bro. I'm good.
In Florida, who struggled with bipolar disorder. After being transferred through multiple facilities, including the now closed Alligator Alcatraz, he went on a hunger strike to protest his continued detention. Here's what his attorney told The Guardian. He was, quote, deteriorating very rapidly, adding that, quote, officials refused to give his bipolar medication, citing his hunger strike, while the detainee refused to end his hunger strike until he received medical care, leading to an impasse. After 44 days without food, ICE requested an order to force feed him. But his lawyer intervened, and he was taken to a hospital where he began to eat again after 68 days on hunger strike.
Jesus.
DHS responded to The Guardian's reporting this morning. They said, in part, quote, ICE has a long-standing practice to provide comprehensive medical care from the moment an alien enters ICE custody when an individual's medical condition presents a serious risk of death or permanent harm, or when other compelling legal or operational interests are implicated. ICE may seek judicial authorization for appropriate medical interventions consistent with applicable law.
Wow.
They're not aliens, they're people. They also told The Guardian, quote, this is the best health care that many aliens, there it is again, have received in their entire lives. We're talking about human beings. And this health care, including these procedures, which many human rights groups and medical organizations consider torture, that it meets the definition of torture, are processed through legal channels. DHS and ICE, they look for permission, and they seek it from a federal judge to forcibly treat a hunger striker. But as The Guardian reports, the orders often amount to, they call it a rubber stamp. They're approved quickly behind closed doors without meaningful due process. So much so that in 6 of the cases that were reviewed by The Guardian, and you need to read this report, detained immigrants did not have any legal representation during court proceedings. No representation during court proceedings. The report comes as Trump continues his aggressive immigration campaign, and behind every single arrest is a person,
Something is moving slowly. Heard after the tariff refunds now. Oh, I gotta get them. Gotta get my tariff refunds. I spent like $300 on tariffs. Fuck you, Trump. I'm getting my money back. I don't give a shit. Sucker these nuts. Ha! Got him. It's still not much, but it's basically paving a convict, the criminal in the White House later. Sadly, it won't stop the crimes being done now. Yeah. Well, and this is what I was trying to tell you guys, that it's not going to stop, because remember, the executive branch has a lot of authority. They are essentially the law enforcement, right? This is why, like, if you are going to reform the system, right, it's going to need a separate independent body that actually enforces this stuff, right? That actually arrests people and does all this stuff separately. You can't have the people who are the police policing themselves, right? That is essentially what is going on here. We did an investigation, and we concluded that nothing was wrong, right? That whole like meme, what is it exactly?
A human who may end up trapped in a detention system with poor living conditions and spoiled food.
Well said. Yeah.
Medical neglect. We have seen every one of these headlines. It's why some 300 detainees launched a food and a labor strike at Delaney Hall this summer, according to an SOS letter that were written by some of the people inside, some of the humans. But the Department of Homeland Security has continued to deny that its facilities have issues. This is what the Secretary of Homeland Security, Mark Wayne Mullins, said back in May.
They say that that it's because they're on a hunger strike when there was only a handful of individuals that was refusing to eat because they want their ethnic group or their ethnic right food. Well, they can go back to their country and get whatever food they want. The fact is, we're giving them the calories they want. This isn't Holiday Inn.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Did you hear that? Of fucking course. You will eat the slop and you will like it. What the fuck? These people have no shame.
What a crass statement. This isn't Holiday Inn. Delaney Hall strikes ended after detainees.
And here's the thing, right? I want to point this out because these are private prison companies doing this shit. Right? So do you really think they're investing that much in food? No, they are giving the bare minimum. They're giving sandwiches, right? Shitty tuna sandwiches. I'm trying to. School cafeteria food is too luxurious for them, right? They're giving you literally I can't even remember the name of that place that I went, but it came in like those sandwiches that you get in the package already like built in, that come like cut. I forget what that place was. Boy, was that some shit food. They're getting that. And yeah, that's the reason why they're like, hey, we would like more ethnic foods, as he put it, right? Because that's what they've been used to eating, and it's very hearty food, right? Hearty meaning like it has like vegetables, right? It has meats, it has maybe like some rice, right? Things like that. It has more like variety to it. Meanwhile, like they're getting like empty calories and like shitty fucking mold probably, and worms and shit with mold and worms. Exactly, Ducky. You took the words right out of my fucking mouth.
Faced
Oxpecker, yeah. Bro, the false equivalence bullshit is so tight. Yeah, exactly, bro. Like, exactly. Well
Retaliation, according to advocates. But the grief...
This is not a Holiday Inn. Bro, you're providing food that is like, oh my God, like... like a school cafeteria food, because at least in my school, it wasn't the best, obviously, but it was pretty decent as somebody who had to rely on it, right? Because my dad and mom didn't make a ton of money. Like I had to rely on it, and I always envied the person who got like the pizza every day, right? And now I'm glad that I didn't, because that's the corporate bullshit food, right? That they got from like Domino's or whatever, right? So like it's funny how you look back at life and you're like, wow, I actually prefer, right? But there you go.
Instances that drive detainees to hunger strike are still very much present in detention centers all across the country. Jose Olivares, immigration reporter at The Guardian, will join me after a very quick break. Joining me now is Jose Olivares, immigration reporter at The Guardian. He's the reporter behind Force Fed by ICE, that 4-part exclusive investigation I was telling you about. Thanks for being here. I just want to start by making really clear to everybody that hunger strikes have happened before in ICE detention, and they've happened under Democratic administrations, including the Obama administration. Can you talk to us about what's happening now and how it compares to what we have seen before inside ICE detention?
Thank you, Jacob. Yeah, I mean, I think what's interesting to note here is exactly what you just said, right? That hunger strikes and force feeding in ICE detention is not necessarily a new phenomenon, right? We saw it really hit the headlines in 2019 under the first Trump administration. And then as I was reporting the story out, I did find a number of cases that took place in 2024 during the last year of the Biden administration as well. But now that the Trump administration and the Department of Homeland Security are engaging in such anti-immigrant aggressive crackdown tactics and expanding detention, detaining more and more people inside ICE facilities nationwide, and with an increase of hunger strikes around the country, advocates and attorneys are really concerned that this very secretive practice is going to continue in detention centers nationwide.
Walk us through how you learned about these cases and you uncovered sort of the increase, if that's accurate to say, in the practice. We just heard this morning you might have learned of even more cases.
That's right. Yeah. So it's interesting. We, throughout the course of our reporting, we were consistently reaching out to the Department of Homeland Security and to ICE, seeking comment and seeking more information about the specific cases that we had tracked down. Throughout the course of our reporting, again, this is a very secretive practice, and so it took a lot of work to find the court records for these 10 specific cases. In a lot of the cases, there were no attorneys, no people representing the actual hunger strikers, the detained immigrants who were being subjected to this practice. But through looking through court records, I was able to find 10 cases of court records of filings showing that the Department of Homeland Security and ICE were requesting permission to force feed or conduct other types of involuntary medical procedures on 10 separate immigrant detainees. But when we reached out for comment, we would not hear a response from the Department of Homeland Security. And just last night and early this morning, we did receive a comment from the Department of Homeland Security, the comment that you shared earlier on the program. And essentially, they admitted that it wasn't actually 10 detained immigrants who received court orders to be force-fed or receive some sort of...
Sorry, I'm back. I had to kill the bee's nest. Oh my God, what the fuck? The bee's nest? In my son's passenger side mirror. Only got stung once. W. And it wasn't even when I was exterminating, just looking... So they are gone. Holy shit, girl. That's crazy you had to do that. What did you use to kill it? To kill the nest?
Voluntary medical procedure. It was actually 18 starting from January 2025 through August 4th. So 18 cases. It's an extremely secretive practice. There's no attorneys that are consistently involved in a lot of these cases. It's happening around the country, and it's happening behind closed doors. It's a very troubling situation.
The stories of each one of the detainees, and people should read your full investigation, is different and often harrowing. Generally, what kind of motivations would you say are driving the hunger strikers that end up force-fed?
So in a lot of the records that I was able to find, and a lot of the records are also sealed in these federal court filings, right? But in a lot of the records, essentially it was people engaging in...
Why do they seal them?
Hunger strike to protest the conditions of their confinement. There was one particular story that really stood out to us, and we ended up contacting this person, and we'll be releasing the story of his process in the coming days. This is a man named Mr. Gabar Choli, and Mr. Choli was a Kurdish asylum seeker who requested asylum in the U.S. And then he was, checking in regularly with ICE, and in early 2025, he was arrested by ICE and placed in detention. And throughout the course of his detention, he was noticing that ICE was pressuring him to self-deport or to sign deportation orders to a country where he would likely be tortured. And in addition, he was also complaining about the conditions inside the detention center. So all of this, and he was, trying to complain to ICE detention center guards or go through the mechanisms that are available. They're limited, but they're available for immigrant detainees, and nothing was happening. So he decided to engage in a hunger strike to protest the conditions of his confinement, to protest the conditions inside the ICE detention center, and to essentially request and demand to be deported from the country because he didn't want to be in detention anymore, right? What happened in response is the U.S. government, ICE, in coordination with the Justice Department, they went to a federal judge and requested to force feed Mr. Choli. The federal judge signed the order without hearing from Mr. Choli. Mr. Choli had no attorneys. He had no legal representation. And then the process began. And Mr. Choli, he, held firm, and he didn't break his hunger strike, and he was force-fed for 8 months, nearly 8 months, from May of 2025 until January of this year. The process that he described was horrendous. I apologize to the listeners for being graphic, but he describes how guards at the detention center at the Port Isabel Service Processing Center in South Texas would enter his solitary confinement cell. They would wrestle him to the ground. They would shackle him, take him to the infirmary, and then in the infirmary they would pin him, hold him down to the bed, and a medical employee, an ICE medical staffer, would insert a tube through his nose, down his throat, and into his stomach, and they would pump nutritional liquids into his stomach to conduct the force feeding. Then they would remove the tube. He describes how at night, when he was going back to his solitary confinement cell, he'd be lying down, and he would have to swallow his own blood due to the trauma that was forced onto his nose and onto his throat. It's really, really, truly horrific circumstances.
I would encourage everyone to read your reporting and think about who we have talked about over the course of the second Trump administration who's in ICE detention right now, or people who have been. People like Nori Santai Ramos, that AP honors student from Los Angeles, or Narciso Barranco, the father of 3 Marines. These are not the worst of the worst people that are being taken inside these facilities, and that is why this reporting is extraordinarily important right now. Jose Olivares, immigration reporter for The Guardian. Check out his full series of critical reports on ISIS force feeding and all of those practices at theguardian.com. We'll be right back.
That's crazy. What the fuck? Going into the shower, no peeking, you pervs, unless it's a rich perv. Oh no. Christian Grey. Christian Grey is only allowed to peek, apparently. All right. You guys love to shower with me. Funny as hell. A lot of showerers in chat. Up next, you know what time it is. He's leading in the polls. I wonder why. Shower chatters, keeping it clean. Exactly. I love it. Shower chatters, keeping it clean. Oh my God.
The battle for power in the Democratic Party isn't over yet. The next stop is Wisconsin, where Democratic Socialist is taking the lead in the governor's primary. The Hill's campaign editor, Sophia Vento, joins us for a preview of next week's primary in the Badger State. Sophia, thanks so much for
you too, girl. God damn it.
For joining us. What is this race in Wisconsin looking like? Who are the candidates?
Keep it out of the shower, guys.
Here.
Thanks for having me, Judy. Francesca Hong is the front runner in this Democratic primary. We also have David Crowley, the Milwaukee County executive, who has support from outgoing Governor Evers. Hong has definitely been the one leading the pack, making headlines.
Yeah, I really love this. I love this because she is an actual, in a place like Wisconsin, right? It's a very conservative state. So I fucking love this. Let's fucking go, Chad. And remember, it's just one poll, so don't take it as like a declarative thing. Francesca, I know, Grove. W, right, dog? Don't take it as like a 100%, but I mean, if you kind of think of it this way, right? If you adjust the model for what we saw in the Abdul Sayed race, right? Let me just kind of break it down from a scientific perspective. A more like political science. Wasn't he by 56% to whatever, right? Okay. Well, remember, any good poll is going to be a rough, I think the margin of error was 4. So it's either -4 or +4. In this case, I'm going to say it was probably -4, right? So now you're down to 52. Okay. But remember, the polling in this was incorrect. Why? Not because I actually do think he probably would have won by 52%. But what was the big factor that they didn't take into account in this poll? Because it was pretty difficult to do. Everyone put it in chat. The Republicans voting for Stevens. I think this dropped it down by at least 4 points, right? 3 or 4 points easily. And then guess what? You actually reach more or less what it is. See what I'm saying? And if I remember correctly, I think it was 4.5%. So don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure that was the... So the polls were correct, at least in this case, right? They're not always correct. And I prefer like a more, like an aggregate of polls, but that's kind of how you like overall explain the data, right? At least they stopped the cops tracking. Yeah. Open primary. Yeah, I think that open primary was very difficult to gauge to what degree, like, there was actual support for him. We must be in sync. I had one. God, you too, girl? Patricia, you too, girl? Bringing me in the shower? God. I love that Patricia found us, right? Because she and I have like the exact same fucking sense of humor. I love it, girl. U.S. troops given nearly empty trays on warships deployed near Iran. What the fuck? Oh yeah, this is why. Guys, it's not a Holiday Inn. Can you imagine what they feed the inmates? Oh my god, that is disgusting. I would want to die too. These are service members and we're feeding them this slop. What the hell is that? I don't know. Moldy bread and carrots and what looks like it looks, oh my god, that's terrible. That looks like either steak, which is, oh my god, fuck that. That looks like either steak or, like, you know when you have like a tiny piece of meat left over, like ground beef, you basically like don't know what else to do with it, right? Sorry, my dock is fucked up here. There you go, my little draw dock here. You don't know what to do, right? So what you do is you just like roll it into like a little ball and you make like a little mini meatball. Well, that's like what you would have if you like took a mini meatball and you squashed it. And then you don't really care about how it looks because you should always make it round, right? And it just looks like a shitty like ground beef patty. Maybe. I can't even tell what the fuck that is. I wouldn't want to eat this crap. Oh, hell no. Fucking pigeons eat better than this shit, right, guys? Spam and ground beef with carrots. Yeah. That's what it looks like to me. But it doesn't look like the really good ground beef. It looks like the McDonald's, like, it looks like a shitty version. Like, look, like, you see what I mean, guys? Like, it, if you've ever looked at like even like a Big Mac, right? They have these kind of like weird edges as well. It does not look good. It looks like the shittiest ground beef ever. Beans, yeah. Fuck that. Oh, fuck that, guys. Oh my god. I mean, bottoms up. Blue Room. Lucy. Eon Wagoneer. Get ready, guys. You're next.
No. That could never be me.
You rolled good there. Oh my god. Oh, that's awesome. All right, let's read this real quick, shall we? All right. You literally can't make this shit up. An unusual and somewhat embarrassing crisis faces the U.S. service members deployed in the Middle East. There are growing concerns and reports of food shortages on American warships involved in outgoing U.S.-Israeli war on Iran. A family received a photograph from its daughter, who is currently... Wow. Women have to eat this? Wow. This should be a crime against women. who is currently serving aboard the USS Tripoli. And that's a huge ship, right? If I remember correctly. So that's like a pretty well-stocked ship. Can you imagine being in like the USS, right? You're going to be even worse off, I think. The image showed a lunch tray that was largely empty with only a small portion of shredded meat. Yeah, that's exactly what it looks like. It looks like the shittier version of a Big Mac, right? And the Big Mac burger, like meat, when you eat it individually, tastes really bad. It's only like all the bread and all the stuff that kind of makes it taste all right, even though I'm not a big fan of McDonald's anymore. I haven't eaten it in a while. A family has received a photo. Wait, hold on. My bad. Yeah, a family has received a photo of its daughter who is currently serving. Sorry, my bad. The image showed a lunch tray that was largely empty with only a small portion of shredded meat and a folded tortilla. What? That's a tortilla? Ew! Ew! That's why I had to read this. I had to find out what the fuck this was, because I was like, that clearly is like the shittiest ground beef, but what the fuck is that? That's a tortilla? A tortilla! Tortilla spotted! That's not a tortilla, that's a tortilla.
Again, that could just never be me.
All right, let's see. Similar accounts were also shared from other vessels, including the USS Abraham Lincoln, which is another huge ship, right? I'm pretty sure that's a huge ship. You wouldn't name it after. Where a service member reportedly sent a picture of a meal consisting of boiled carrots, a dried meat patty. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. They're basically super dry meat patties, right? It's disgusting. And a processed meat slab. Ew. This is the other one, I guess. Well, I guess the Lincoln's eating better than the Tripoli. Am I right, guys? Oh, but not by much. These people are getting starved. I gotta do X cancel. My bad, guys. Not letting me see it. This shit. Fuck this shit. Okay, here we go. Ew! What the fuck is that? That's all you get? My dog eats more than that. Fuck! And he's tiny. Pulled pork with the tortilla? Yeah, tortilla.
Ugh.
Yeah, well said.
Brother, ugh.
My 11-pound cat. Well, that's what I'm saying.
What's
right?
that? What's that, brother?
That's roughly the same size as my dog, Eon Wagoneer, right? That's like starving. That's like starving your pet animal, your spirit animal. If you were to give him that, they'd look at you being like, I already know his face. He'd look at me with that face and be like, please, sir, can I have some more? And this is supposed to feed a 200-pound plus human. The fuck? Barely feed my like 10-pound dog, right? In Oregon Trail, that's starvation rations for sure. Yeah, it looks like what? That couldn't feed like. Forgot to say hello. Yeah. You guys are so friendly. I love you guys. You're the best. That is incredible, guys. Oh my god. All right. Let's see. Pictures of published the U.S. Today meal served recent sailors aboard the Nimitz class aircraft carrier. Yeah, that's what I thought. These are like the best aircraft carriers that we have, right? The Nimitz class. So like I'm not a military person. I don't know a lot about the military, right? In terms of like weaponry and all that stuff, but I know like general stuff just because you read about it in history books and politics. It does come up, right? But as well as serving on the USS Tripoli. Okay, so the Tripoli is a different kind of class. It's an American class amphibious assault ship, which is still pretty, I imagine it's still pretty, so which one is the Nimitz then? And which one is which one is the USS Abraham Lincoln and which one's the Tripoli? Guess. Put 1s and 2s in chat. Which one's the Abraham Lincoln? I can't tell. They both look pretty bad to me. I wouldn't need any of them. Nimitz still has veggies. Yeah, the Nimitz class probably still has veggies. Exactly. The Tripoli, fuck it. That's what you get, fuckers. Nimitz is the Lincoln. Yeah. Is the Lincoln class one correct? Tripoli one is the LHA-7 American class amphibious ship. Fucking weird ass names. Okay. Family members say that such images have been accompanied by messages describing limited food availability during deployment. In the messages shared with his mom, a sailor aboard the USS Tripoli said service members eat when they can and divide food evenly when supplies are uneven. Holy shit. So this is them literally rationing this shit evenly. Isn't that funny how it works? Can you imagine if they practice capitalism on this ship or on these ships? Supplies are going to get really low, he wrote. Morale is going to be at an all-time low. Well, no shit. That's like fucking... That's like some fucking Napoleonic era level rations. The U.S. Tripoli is among several U.S. naval vessels deployed to the region as part of Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu's unilateral war on Tehran. According to the U.S. Central Command, the ship with 3,500 sailors and Marines abroad are involved in enforcing a blockade of vessels leaving Iranian ports. Wow. So they're doing what Trump said he was going to do, and they're getting fed literally disgusting brown tortillas. Okay. Families of deployed personnel say that they have been trying to send essential supplies such as food items, hygiene products, and personal necessities, but several shipments have not reached their destination. The fact that this even has to be put in a fucking article is disgusting, right? You're risking your life for your country, and you're doing all this stuff, and this is the thanks you get. In fact, you get one of these. Fuck off. Here we go. Raw tortillas, yeah. Enjoy those raw tortillas, guys. According to U.S. report by U.S. Today, the delays come amid disruptions of mail delivery. Oh, yeah, well, they can't even get that right. Right? Like, what I'm trying to say is we can't even do this part, right? Like, the military has a $1.5 trillion budget, and we can't even feed the troops adequately. Fuck that. Oh, fuck that. Fuck that. According to, the U.S. Postal Service has temporarily suspended deliveries to 27 military zip codes since early April due to airspace closures and logistical challenges linked to the conflict. We have the strongest military in the world, and you shouldn't be running out of food, and you shouldn't be able to not get your mail on the ship, says Dan. Major Travis Shaw, an Army spokesman, said that the suspension was in effect until further notice. Of course it is. Of course. He said the mail already is in transit and is being held in secure facilities for future delivery once service resumes. I wonder how many fucking mail deliveries have like bread and all this like fun stuff in there, and it all comes back like moldy and disgusting by the time they deliver it. That's not food, Gus. That's for bullets. I love that Blue Room. USPS spokesman said no military mailings are being returned to the sender during the suspension. Yeah, Well, I mean, thanks, I guess. Apart from the Tripoli, other warships have been deployed for longer durations. So, can you imagine what they're eating? Carpet? The floor mats? On April 15th, the USS Gerald Ford marked 295 days at sea, the longest aircraft deployment since the Cold War. Wow, I didn't know that. Good to know. Perfect. Thank you, thank you. I did not know about this. That is nuts. That is nuts, guys. I don't know what else to say. Right? I don't know what else to say. Ugh.
The ones that...
All right. Now, moving on. Let's...
The battle for power in the Democratic Party isn't over yet. The next stop is Wisconsin, where a Democratic Socialist is taking the lead in the governor's primary. The Hill's campaign editor, Sophia Vento, joins us for a preview of next week's primary in the Badger State. Sophia, thanks so much for joining us. What is this race in Wisconsin looking like? Who are the candidates here?
Thanks for having me, Judy. Francesca Hong is the front runner in this Democratic primary. We also have David Crowley, the Milwaukee County executive, who has support from outgoing Governor Evers. Hong has definitely been the one leading the pack, making headlines, and it will be another front in the battle over the future of the Democratic Party that we'll be really keeping an eye on Tuesday.
You mentioned Hong. What do we know about Francesca Hong?
Based.
Yeah, Francesca Hong is a state assembly member in Wisconsin. She's based in Madison, the capital. She's also a chef and most notably a Democratic Socialist. She's really taking that populist tack that we've seen in lots of Democratic primaries cycle. It's important to mention that she has come under fire really in recent days over some controversial posts on social media about Thanksgiving and even Wisconsin's own voters.
Senator Bernie Sanders has backed plenty of other progressive candidates across the country, but said he doesn't expect to endorse Hong. What do you make of that?
Yeah, that was definitely sort of a surprising clip to see yesterday. I mean, my hypothesis is that he does not think that she can win in November, and I think he probably doesn't want his name associated with someone that he doesn't think has a chance in the general election. Obviously, he's weighed in on quite a few races. Might that be Senate, House, Mayor, even Governor in Maine. We saw with Troy Jackson's initial bid there. So honestly, I just think he believes and probably thinks that she has an uphill battle and slim chances to win in November.
This race comes at the heels of the Michigan Senate primary, where progressive Abdul El Sayed beat Congresswoman Haley Stevens with a smaller margin than many expected. Does this change the equation for Hong in Wisconsin?
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing here to remember is that Michigan and Wisconsin are not New York or Colorado. These are purple states where this is going to be a lot more difficult of a battle than we've seen in some of these other primaries where Democratic Socialists and progressives have really made inroads. I do think it changes the calculus a bit in the sense given the polls have really shown Hong with a formidable lead over Crowley and other opponents. That was the same for El Sayed over Haley Stevens in the race in Michigan. But I do think what we saw in Michigan can really glean examples for what we'll see in Wisconsin on Tuesday. You know, El Sayed had a lot of support in college towns. I'm sure that will be the same for
Hong.
Hong.
Damn right. Bonks for Hong. Am I right, Chad?
Base, and that is where the University of Wisconsin is, and I am a alum, so I have to shout that out.
We're taking over the, as USA Whole said, we're taking over the, fuck, I love that. They really are. We really are, guys. It's fucking awesome.
Of course.
Hell
but
yeah.
I do think that we'll be seeing a lot of similarities in a close race there.
I love how they say that all the time. Hell yeah.
I would mention that.
I say it all the time, but I like the way they say it.
Crowley is a unique candidate in the sense that he actually dropped his bid in July before jumping back in the race and notching endorsements from Evers and some other Democrats in the state. I do think that he has not run as strong of a campaign as Stevens has, and obviously hasn't had as, sort of at a disadvantage given he dropped out of that race. So I do think it is different in that sense, and that Hong does not have as formidable of an opponent as El Sayed did in Michigan.
Sophia, critics have said
Chinchino.
Francesca Hong is too progressive to win a swing state such as Wisconsin in the general.
They always kind of remind me like they're wearing like a coat, right? Chinchino. It kind of looks like a chinchilla wearing a coat. Maybe that's the joke. Because don't they kill chinchillas to like make coats, right?
Election. What do you make of her chances?
I mean, she has an uphill battle.
Yeah, they're adorable. Yeah, cape. Yeah. Like, oh god. Like kind of like Cruella DeVille, but not with dogs because that's fucking disgusting. Why would you do that? Hey, Thorn! How you doing, buddy? Welcome back to the stream. I love how you guys are so close. We're all so united here.
In Wisconsin. As I said earlier, Wisconsin is a solid purple state. It went for Trump
fucking go.
in last cycle, while still voting for Senator Baldwin, a Democrat. I do think, as we've seen in other races, that Democrats do have just sort of the midterm.
Please don't pretend you wouldn't rock a polka dot coat. Would I? Teehee. Sure. Laney.
Environment.
Plenty of other progressive.
She's based in Madison, the capital. She's also a chef and most notably a democratic socialist.
I like that she's a chef too because very much like a working class person, right? Tried to own her own business. Like she knows this shit, right? And the business didn't do well apparently. Oh, well, I'm kind of not doing well. Oh, you're not? I'm sorry to hear. What's up, girl?
She's really taking that populist tack that we've seen in lots of Democratic primaries cycle. It's important to mention that she has come under fire really in recent days over some controversial posts on social media.
Thank you. By the way, thank you for posting the community report. It wasn't me. I keep calling you wasn't me. Me and you too. Because yeah, I'm gonna work on that. I'm probably gonna separate it, but we have the community report and then it separates into a separate message that then does the tags. But yeah, who cares about the social media post
about Thanksgiving and even Wisconsin.
What's up, girl? Why aren't you doing well?
Folders.
Senator Bernie Sanders has backed plenty of other progressive candidates across the country, but said he doesn't expect to endorse Hong. What do you make of that?
Yeah, that was definitely sort of a surprising clip to see yesterday. I mean, my hypothesis is that he does not think that she can win in November, and I think he probably doesn't want his name associated with someone that he doesn't think has a chance in the general election. Obviously, he's weighed in on quite a few races. Might that be Senate, House, Mayor, even Governor in Maine? We saw with Troy Jackson's initial bid there. So
yeah, I appreciate
honestly,
it.
I just think he...
Me and you too, right? I really appreciate it, right? Yeah, Lainey, like, I know you're more, like, to yourself and stuff, but you need to reach out to people, right? Like, you need a community. I've always told you that you can reach out to me and talk about stuff, but you can reach out to, like, me and you too as well, right? Like, we honestly mean it. We're not those fucking bullshitters who say that crap and don't give a fuck. But
believes and probably thinks that she is a...
Like, we know that your house burned down recently, so, like, fairly recently, right? That was a few months ago, but that must be pretty fucked up. I'm sorry.
Uphill battle and slim chances to win in November.
This race comes at the heels of the Michigan Senate primary, where progressive Abdul El Sayed beat Congresswoman Haley Stevens with a smaller margin than many expected. Does this change the equation for Hong in Wisconsin?
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing here to remember is that Michigan and Wisconsin are not New York or Colorado. These are purple states where this is going to be a lot more difficult of a battle than we've seen in some of these other primaries where Democratic, Socialists, and Progressives have really made inroads. I do think it changes the calculus a bit in the sense given the polls have really shown Hong with a formidable lead over Crowley and other opponents. That was the same for Al Sayed over Haley Stevens in the race in Michigan. But I do think what we saw in Michigan can really glean examples for what we'll see in Wisconsin on Tuesday. You know, Al Sayed had a lot of support in college towns. I'm sure that will be the same for Hong, given she is Madison-based, and that is where the University of Wisconsin is, and I am a alum, so I have to shout that out, of course. But I do think that we'll be seeing a lot of similarities in a close race there that we saw with Stevens. Although I would mention that David Crowley is a unique candidate in the.
Oh my God, I forgot about that. Yeah, you told me. Your pet died? It's fucked. That's even worse. You basically lost a family member, yeah.
Sense that he actually dropped his bid in July before jumping back in the race and notching endorsements from Evers and some other Democrats in the state. I do think that he has not run as strong of a campaign as Stevens has, and obviously hasn't had as, sort of at a disadvantage given he dropped out of that race. So I do think it is different in that sense, and that Hong does not have as formidable of an opponent as Al Sayed did in Michigan.
Sophia, critics have said Francesca Hong is too progressive to win a swing state such as Wisconsin in the general election. What do you make of her chances?
I mean, she has an uphill battle in Wisconsin. As I said earlier, Wisconsin is a solid purple state. It went for Trump in last cycle while still voting for Senator Baldwin, a Democrat. I do think, as we've seen in other races, that Democrats do have just sort of the midterm environment on their side in the sense that Republicans, that voters are very unhappy with Republicans in the Trump administration generally, as we see in the polls. But I do think she is going to have folks really focusing on some of her more out there takes, I guess, that we've seen in some of the social media posts. Might that be about, wanting to get rid of Thanksgiving? And, she's previously called for defunding the police, but since sort of backtracked on that. So I could really see Republicans honing in on some of these more progressive takes that could hurt her in a state like Wisconsin, where voters just voted for Trump 2 years ago.
The Hill's campaign editor, Sophia Vento, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, Judy.
Wow. That's crazy, Eleni. I didn't know you lost your dog, too. Your pit bull. You're a dog lover, huh? Really smart dog. She just ate the peanut butter and stocked up. Breaking news? Sure. We'll cover that next. Off. Wow, I'm sorry, Eleni. That would fucking wreck me. See what this is. A reflecting pool. Oh no. If you die in Canada, I need to know this. If you die in Canada, do you die in real life? Apparently it's a song, Grove. Or maybe they got inspired by that post you saw so many years ago. But I really have to know this. Does anyone want to test this out? Are you in the Discord? Yeah, she's in the Discord. Why don't you show us, Eleni? I'll show your doggo out. You know me, I love dogs. I love small dogs, but I love all dogs, right? And this is the preference for me, just because the way I was the apartment size here and stuff, right? This is they eat less too. But I love all dogs. I love all cats too. I just wish I wasn't so scratchy around them. If you're comfortable with, yeah, go ahead, girl. She's definitely in the Discord. She can do that. If please do it, girl, if you can. Oh no! Watch Trump's motorcade drive over the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool. What the fuck? That's hilarious. And yet, okay, how stupid is this, guys? We're supposed to believe that somebody ripping apart the reflecting pool, right, is causing all this damage, even if that's the case, right? But driving a fucking motorcade through it doesn't cause damage? Are you fucking out of your mind? Again, this is rules for thee, not for me. How long was that tear? I know, right? Jesus. So it became my child. It's actually my sister's dog, but she left it. Oh, yeah. I remember you told us that. Like 350 yards or something. Yeah, that's crazy, guys. How fucking stupid is this? He's literally driving over it. And meanwhile, like, people just poke at it and are getting arrested. What the fuck? Are we supposed to take any of this seriously? Any of this? Of course not. It's all a joke. We live in a clown show world. Wow. Yeah, wow is right. People are going to jail or being threatened by prosecution. Meanwhile, like a motorcade drives over it and we're like, huh? Nothing happens. What? Yeah, I honestly, that's like one thing that I've noticed, that there are people, if you're one of those people who are like, you're using it wrong, you fucked it up, stop it. Don't do it. Right? Don't blame people for using stuff that is meant to be used, because Exhibit A, right? This is definitely not how it was meant to be used, and it definitely is still still working, as we call it. If it doesn't show the American people that we have a president who doesn't give a shit about, yeah, exactly, well said. Wait, is that not a curb or right? Well, it's the drain reflecting pool. But like, for some reason, we're meant to believe, right, guys, that like just like pulling at something is damaging it. Meanwhile, driving a fucking motorcade over it doesn't fucking do anything. Excuse me? Are we in clown world? Taking her to the fur children. Yeah, I love how you guys are so supportive. Give plenty of love to Lainey here. She deserves it. There was a ramp of discord, and reach out to any of us in Discord, right? On DMs. It's only 18 inches deep. Yeah, it's only 18 inches deep, guys. Look at this. And they have literally that many cars on this shit, right? And remember, this is not a road, right? I want to make that perfectly clear. The reason I even bring this up is this is a reflecting pool, right? The road. Oh, nice. Did you catch it? The road, the way roads work, right, is they're designed to maintain all that weight of a vehicle or several vehicles, right? Because sometimes trucks go on them, obviously, right? This was not designed for this many cars, right? So what the fuck is going on here? So apparently water, it can't handle, but cars it can? The fuck is... What? Trump's car is even heavier than most. Well, yeah, isn't he like over 200 something pounds? He's...
I'm like, are they driving? Or...
Yeah, this is so stupid. What the fuck? What is going on?
They're going in slow motion forward.
Oh my god.
Trump can't walk the fuck out of his car and view it? Yeah, like... It's crazy because I have like a friend of mine who's a, like, she's a civil engineer, and she talks a lot about this, right? Like that certain kinds of pavements can support like car densities and weights and stuff. Do you think any of this applies to... No, because it's not meant to, right? This just adds to the cost of everything. What are they doing? This is so stupid. His car is bulletproof, right? His car in particular is even more because of that, right? Because bulletproof cars do way more, right? This is crazy. Like, maybe if it was a little go-kart like this one on the right here. I don't know if you can see it because I'm in the way. But yeah, here. Right? I'd be like, okay, whatever, right? These are fairly lightweight in comparison. But to have a giant motorcade, right? With fucking Trump in it. Yeah, no, I don't think that's, what the hell? Lainey shared this in the Discord. Oh, I love it. We'll do that next after we finish this up. We're almost done. Thank you, girl. Appreciate you sharing.
Usually the second. I'm like, are they driving or just for dramatic? Yeah. They're going to slow motion for us.
In the booth. Oh my god.
Roll the window down. Sorry, we don't have
this. What the fuck? Oh, hell no.
Usually the second.
We are in clown world, guys. Jesus Christ. Clown world. Okay, he's done it before. Yeah, he has? I didn't know about this. Maybe that's why it broke, huh? If he's done it before. All right. But first. Oh, look at that puppers. So cute. Love him. Oh my god, Eleni. You lost. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. Hey, we have a pet section, girl. You know you can post it there whenever you like. Everybody's pets are in there. That's like, it's got like so many likes. All the pet sections there, like all the pets in that section of the Discord, guys, have so many likes. So many likes. It's crazy. Even Cat Annie. Yeah, even Annie in there. Yeah. I think Annie's like the most popular one of the pets. Yeah, everybody has like 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 8. Yeah, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. There's a lot of sixes. 5, 2, right? Crazy, guys. Looks like a sweet. Yeah, I'll throw my cats. Yeah, of course, do it. That's what I put them there for, so you guys can get to know each other's pets. So when we talk about them, you know them by name, right? That's the whole point, to get acquainted with one another. 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 7 pets. What up? And Rigel, if you do it in Element, you don't even have to have a Discord. You can just, it automatically sends it over through Element. So you don't even have to worry about a Discord channel. That's awesome. I love that. I fucking love that. Wow. Crazy. All right, now we're moving on to the... Wait. This is another one here. Oh yeah, he has done it before. Maybe that's the reason why. But it was already damaged by now, right?
Oh fuck, I'm very, very drunk. H-I-I-I-I.
Damn dog! Drunk, drunk, drunk. What up? Welcome back, Josephus, my goat. How you been? Crazy guys. Oh my god. What the fuck? That is crazy. Is this the same incident though? No, it's a different one. Yeah. So that's crazy, guys.
Cheer.
Welcome
100. Hail, Satan, hail. Satan hail, 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 Satan, we love you, Jade.
Damn right.
Butter Crystal Kyle and friends, I am in a very good mood myself, and ecstatic, I might say.
I fucking loved it. Thank you, dog. That was funny. Clip it. I'm back to just get back in fucking time to get fucked. No punctuation.
And I'm very happy to welcome to the show.
Thank you so much for the 100 biddies, Grove. I appreciate it, my goat. Yeah, anytime you donate 100 bits or more, you can get Gloggy to say whatever you want. It's pretty cheap, right? In comparison to other redeems. What you guys have been telling me, right? I kept it like that because I was like, cool. I don't mind that. I think it's great. Thank you so much, dog.
Welcome, everybody, to Crystal Kyle and friends. I am in a very good mood myself, and ecstatic, I might say, and I'm very happy to welcome to the show, friend of the show, returning champion, Nathan J. Robinson of Current Affairs Magazine. Thanks for joining me, dude. I appreciate it.
Hey, Kyle. Good to be with you, especially this week.
I was going to say, couldn't have picked a better week. We are riding high. We are feeling good. The vibes are just phenomenal and through the roof. I don't know if you saw, me and Crystal posted a video on my channel yesterday where we went to our local wine store and picked the most expensive champagne on behalf of Abdul. We spent $95 for a bottle of Moet. It was fucking delicious. I also got a cigar. I was smoking a cigar, living like a king, just like basking in the joy. So how are you doing, man? How are you feeling?
I didn't get any fancy champagne, but what I did do was read all of the right-wing tiers. So I read Wall Street Journal op-eds, and I read Fox headlines, and I just basked in their horror at Abdul becoming a United States Senate nominee.
Well,
directly
speaking of their
into
horror,
my veins.
You actually gave Fox News quite a panic just recently. You went on Will Cain's show. I love the fact that they're now inviting you on. I love the fact that like they feel sort of like obligated to have socialists and lefties on now. I mean, it's been a long time coming. They should have had us on, but now they kind of have to. And I just wanted to show my audience you absolutely busted up
the fucking MAGA cope directly into my veins. I'm just so excited about saying Hail Satan. I was hoping he'd say it like this, but I guess you didn't roll the voice very well. I gotta clone this voice. Actually, that's what I'll do. Yeah. Why don't I do that? That's a good idea. That's one voice I'm gonna clone. I'm gonna clone this. Grove, thank you for reminding me. I can do it.
You all right, Lady Porcupine?
Oh, yes, just felt a little kick is all.
Well, it's been much too long now. I'm afraid our helpful friend Stanley must be very dead. Yup, the mountain lion.
In other news, Kyle got drunk and had sex. Gus, back to you. Yeah, basically.
Probably swallowed him whole.
W. And apparently, Lily.
Remove super PACs, no private money into campaigns or candidates. Regulate lobbying from private companies using it for profit.
What up?
Remove the ability to trade stocks. Until political positions of power have no ability to exponentially scale personal wealth through legalized bribery, the country will not improve for the median or even average American.
In other news, Kyle got drunk and had sex. Gus, back to you.
Thank you. I love these redeems, guys. You're the best. All these fucking redeems. This is the one oh!
I guess that means...
Basically, he just admitted it, right? Without saying it. Thank you, Oxpecker.
Savior's gonna be made into Savior stew.
This is what I gotta clip this voice. I have to, you can clip any voice if you have like a 15-second version of it, and it'll sound pretty accurate to it. So
wait a minute, look! Stanley!
Who should I clip? Barry the bear, Porky the porcupine, Squirrely the squirrel, Mousy the mouse, Chickadee the chickadee, or what are these other fucking little animals in this?
Annie, you're alive!
But does that mean...
the stupidest fucking...
You killed the mountain lion?
It's dead.
For real and for true? Are you sure?
I'm sure it won't be hurting you anymore. He did it! Now our Critter Christmas can finally happen! Hail Satan!
Hail Satan!
Wait, what?
You've done us a huge favor, Stanley! Without the mountain lion around, Lady Porcupine can give birth to the Antichrist!
Yay! Wait, the Antichrist? You said she was giving birth to your Savior! Yes, to the Son of our Lord, Satan, the Prince of Darkness. But I thought you meant the Son of God!
Well, think about it. You really think God would have sex with a porcupine?
No way! Only Satan, Prince of Darkness, and King of all evil would do that! Yay! This is cause for celebration. Let's sacrifice rabbit and eat his flesh! Yay!
I love this.
Will Kane, and it's glorious.
It's so good, Grove. Hail Satan!
Everybody take a look at that clip.
Nathan, good to have you on the program. Thank you.
Hello, Will. Good to be with you.
So, Nathan, look, I know because I've got notes here that say you don't want to endorse a candidate. But look, you're a socialist. You've got a fancy accent, which suggests you're not necessarily, at least originally, an American. You are also ascendant. The socialist, you're ascendant. How would you feel about Kamala leading the party in 2028?
Yeah, not good. You're not going to find much support for Kamala Harris or Pete Buttigieg or Hillary Clinton among the Democratic Socialists because these politicians represent exactly the tendencies within the Democratic Party that since Bernie Sanders ran in 2016, Democrats have been arguing against, right? They're associated with the deeply unpopular Biden administration.
Wait.
The Biden administration's line was...
What about they're coming to you, though? They're moving towards you. So like Pete Buttigieg talking about doing away with the Electoral College and packing the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
You're just saying it's just not enough?
Well, Pete Buttigieg is a former McKinsey consultant who adjusts everything he says on the basis of what his poll numbers are telling him. What the Democratic Socialists have said since 2016 is that mainstream Democrats have neglected working people's needs, that they have said things like the economy is good, but you just don't appreciate it. The Democratic Socialists say, no, actually, you're right about your economic frustrations. Let's talk about the cost of childcare. Let's talk about the health care. Let's talk about getting you into a union so you have better bargaining power with your boss. Let's talk about kitchen table issues that matter to working people.
Okay, so no Pete Buttigieg, no Kamala Harris, no Hillary Clinton. Not everybody who is even ascendant right now is at least in name a democratic socialist. So like Abdul al-Sayed, he's rejecting the socialism part. We played that clip earlier. He says that's at least what he says. I mean, I think you and I might agree. His actions and policies.
You love this clip from one of those clips on the end of okay, sure.
Penny is superflu, FFI, flu 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 FFI.
Jersey programmed them that. That's so funny, yeah.
Suggest something.
Captain Trips.
Else. So could you get behind a guy like Abdul al-Sayed, who's today in a primary in Michigan?
Yeah, guys, like the pet section is popping on Discord. Oh my god, look at this, guys. I love Josephus's. Oh, that's your current one? Oh my fucking god, I want to eat it. I want him. Oh my god, that's so cute. It's so cute, guys. What the fuck? That is the cute. Oh my god. Fuck. Adorbs. Dearling, yeah. Thank you, Lainey. Yeah, appreciate it.
Every state in America is...
Whoops.
Michigan?
Well, I think he's pretty sincere about not being a socialist. He just doesn't believe in the kind of public control, level of public control of the...
Ludwig, the Prince of Hindenburg, is not my cat. Oh, it isn't? I was like, wow, what a name. I love it.
Economy that socialists do. But I think the real question for democratic socialists in 2028 is who aligns best with the priorities that we're talking about. And Abdul is running on Bernie Sanders' Medicare for All. Abdul wrote the book
You'll
on
be hunting
Medicare
those
for all.
for a while.
And that's
yeah.
what socialists care about, right? They care
He's
about
the main dude in the hood. He's the G in the hood. I gotcha.
Health care. They care about strengthening unions. They care about tackling the climate crisis. So
he has an Instagram page. Is he a stray cat?
Things that Abdul is prioritizing are the things that socialists value, which is why I think he'll be a very strong contender.
Oh, but I hear you being a practical political commentator there. You're basically saying he may not be a socialist, but he's closer to a socialist than is Haley Stevens. And so I would have to assume as well that if you got to it in a presidential election, then if it were Pete Buttigieg versus Hillary Clinton, you'd do the same thing. You'd say, I guess I'm behind Pete Buttigieg. He's more socialist.
You ranked up, girl, to regular.
Well, I don't know. Pete Buttigieg versus Hillary Clinton. I would plead that that's not how things came out. That we had someone better than those two choices. I've written very critically about both of those politicians, but it would depend on who.
It's interesting. It's interesting to hear you be practical in your politics, Nathan. When so many of the policies of the Democratic Socialist of America are patently impractical. I mean. This is my editorialization here, Nathan, but you're promising pie in the sky, ridiculous concepts like abolishing prisons, abolishing the police. There's not only is there no reality of you implementing these policies, but there's no, I don't even know that you really want them. You say them out of one side of your mouth to one audience, and you say something else to another audience. So it's like, it feels like you're running for student council in middle school.
Well, no, wow. I think actually, Will, you just misunderstand how it works, right? So, like, every socialist has a dream, and the dream is that eventually we don't have crimes, so you don't have to have prisons, right? You deal with crimes before they happen rather than after they happen by throwing people in cages. And then we have a practical side, which is you run for mayor. You have to fix potholes. And I think what you see in Mamdani, right, is that when socialists are actually elected, they fill potholes, they improve bus speeds, he's building rest stops.
So you don't really want to abolish prisons?
He's expanding free preschool. You know, it's very, very practical things. When Bernie was the mayor of Burlington, right, he sort of focused on building affordable housing, on protecting the water.
So why are you saying these things like abolish prisons and defund the police? If you don't really plan on doing it, why say it? Why lie to your voters?
Because nobody's lying. Everyone's running on the exact kind of things that they're going to do, right? Mamdani ran on the things he was going to do, and now he's doing them. But socialism does have a utopian component that dreams that some
it does.
Many of them the bases are all done. Everybody's
This was the old like credit
Bing,
system
bing,
that
bing,
I had.
bing. We are standing there. Bing, 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 bing.
You know, the old days, bing, bong, you know, with the mouse, bing, 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 little mouse on it, bing, 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 I'm right.
That is pretty funny. He got glitched out. He got glitched out, guys. That was fucking hilarious. His like eyes all got rolled back to the outer signal. Welcome back. Oh my god, that is incredible. Thank you. I forgot about that one. I remember it now. Thank you, thank you.
Someday, you know, banning free preschool. You know, it's very, very practical things. When Bernie was the mayor of Burlington, right, he sort of focused on building affordable housing, on protecting the water.
But I'm saying, so why are you saying these things like abolish prisons and defund the police? If you don't really plan on doing it, why say it? Why lie to your voters?
Because nobody's lying. Everyone's running on the exact kind of things that they're going to do, right? Mamdani ran on the things he was going to do, and now he's doing them. But socialism does have a utopian component that dreams that someday, you know, we're not going to have prisons.
But I would be careful, Nathan, because what you begin to sound like there is the very thing that you criticized at the outset of our interview. You sound like a Democrat who makes big promises that somebody else will come along in 5 to 10 years and say you never fulfill those promises. You sound like the exact same thing that you accused Hillary Clinton of being. And I'm saying the difference between you and Hillary Clinton is 10 years, Nathan. In the next 10 years, somebody more radical than you will come along and criticize your practicality.
Mamdani ran on a series of promises, right? Freeze the rent, free childcare. He's fulfilling the promises. So there's no broken promise.
I clipped it and shipped it just in case. Yeah, I mean, it was already a clip, but our reaction was pretty funny, right?
He's telling voters.
By the way, he was bugged and he hasn't been able to do that face ever since, but me and Ice Beans are working on it because she's like the artist behind him, like doing the yell. He's supposed to have like a yell expression, right? I don't know if you guys know this, but he actually had a yell expression, which was him like doing the scream emote. Like, you know, the scream emote that Lucy just posted in chat? That one. Yeah. That was supposed to be his like yelling expression. So if you got him to like do sounds that were higher like that, he should be doing it. But for some reason, like that broke. I don't know what happened. So we're trying to fix it for everyone, but he still does it, right? There are Pokemon cards over his face when you played it. There was a Pokemon card.
That's exactly what he's going to do. He gets into office, and now that...
Wait a second. Fuck you, Automod. Let's see. Love you guys. You guys are the best. Let's see. Where's the Automod? I don't see anything. All right.
Oh, fuck off. Defund the police is an obtuse and fucking stupid UE of words. We are stupid. Why would you use these words to sway people? Do you want a mass movement or not? Cut that shit out. Don't noun the verb. Explain what defund the police means or don't fucking use that shit.
Yeah, I prefer reformat the police, right? Reformat means to just completely redo. I think Zoran did a good job at kind of talking about it, right? Instead of having police officers, send social workers, right? This is where like the messaging is like you have to make it very simple for normies to understand. And I agree there. Oh, here, right. That face. Oh, it's so good. So good. So good. Oh my god. Yeah. It's funny. Yeah, see? He's busted. He's not able to do the face, the mouth anymore. So if you can get him to scream, he should do that, but for some reason he's not doing it anymore. We gotta fix that.
That's why you're seeing he has a very high approval rating, and most people in New York think the city is finally going in the right direction.
And we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes, right? Like every other experiment in socialism. We'll see how that public-run grocery store goes.
I'm pretty confident.
Me too. Me too. Love to have you back along the way. Thank you, Nathan.
That was a masterclass, my friend, and allow me to say, I feel like many people, even people who you and I ideologically agree with, I don't have the highest praise for them in those kinds of formats. I think that oftentimes lefties are not punchy enough, they're not concise enough, and you have mastered the art of being punchy and concise, and that's like the most important thing when it comes to communication for lefties.
Well, I've learned a lot from you, Kyle. I mean, you and I represent a kind of school of thought on the left, which is that we have to be really effective at communicating our ideas. We have to think about how we're heard, how we're understood, and we can't be afraid. We have to. You've been on Fox yourself. You've gone into the viper's nest, and I
think as long as you understand like what defund the police means, it's fine to use. But I think for like normies, unfortunately, they just have a lot of trouble understanding this term, right? And they don't understand. Like, I think Zoran did a genuinely very good job at explaining this, right? He says instead of sending police officers to do everything, send social workers, right? An army of social workers. I agree with that. Based. And that's what we mean. Reformat them also where they're not a tool for the political establishment and people of property to maintain that property, because that's all the police really like do. And unfortunately, guys, we talked a lot about this. They are fucking pretty bad, right?
I think there
oh my god
used to be this kind of belief among people of
like I told you about the situation I was in, and the police were basically fucking worthless, right? But if that were Trump or anybody else who has tons of money, they would be sucking that guy off.
Our ideological stripe that, you know, the game was rigged against you, so you shouldn't go into these places because they're just designed to set you up and humiliate you. You and I have always felt, well, yeah, the game's rigged, but that's...
What is he doing with his voice? That pause funny face? Yeah, I didn't get it either. I put my monsters in the pet channel. Cool.
It's just an obstacle. You have to still go out and win it. You go out and you fight on their turf, you know, and you have one hand tied.
Did Gloggy hallucinate that? No, that was an emote that we cut on the Australian election night. It was like the goat of elections. He was like the Australian Steve Kornacki. He was really kooky. Oh my god, I love that. What is that? You literally put ancient hieroglyphs in chat? That's crazy.
Plus their plate.
That's crazy. How'd you do that? That's awesome. Yeah, he can't read that though, apparently. He can translate Klingon, but not fucking ancient Egyptian or whatever the fuck that is. She just cursed me. She did. You just got cursed by an ancient Egyptian spell. How do you like them apples, Canada?
Behind your back, and you're at a total disadvantage, but you think about, okay, they're going to give me 60 seconds. You can't say much in 60 seconds, but what can you say in 60 seconds to make a socialist?
Oh my God, hype! Hype! Guess what I'm getting tonight, guys? Someone's bringing me ramen. Love it.
Sound more reasonable than a Fox viewer would have.
I was going to say sushi close. Yeah, 2 nights in a row of getting stuff. What up? Awesome.
Thought they were.
And like I said, that was an absolute masterclass. I love how punchy it was. Every time he hit you with something, you were able to like break it.
You're spoiled. I am. I'm so spoiled, guys. I don't even know how I... No froyo. No froyo tonight. You know, that was something else.
Down.
This is from another place down the street.
In simple terms.
But they know I'm streaming late because I told them, I was like, I'm going to be streaming a little longer tonight, but... Yeah,
so even his audience can understand.
They're just trying to be nice. I love that, right? Isn't it great when people actually value you as a person? They value you being in chat. They value you being in a community, right? Isn't that great? After froyo, now ramen. Gus is pampered. I know. You would think it would be my mom, but it wasn't. My mom's like 10,000 miles away.
And it actually reminded me, last time I was on Fox,
or my dad, right? Like, I actually really miss them guys, but it's nice to talk to them every once in a while on the phone. It's just not the same, right? Because when your parents get older, it's a little different. Like, you do start to, like, miss them. Especially my parents, they're great. Like, I know not all of you guys had great parents, so you may not be able to relate, but I genuinely like my parents because they're very pleasant people to be around, right? Like, my dad's watching right now, so, like, he's the GOAT.
In 2018, they haven't invited me back since, but I was on a show. Well, pretty much. I mean,
I'm getting crazy pulls.
There was a show. Oh, I'm blanking on the guy's name now. He's a News Nation. Oh, Leland Vittert is his name. He was.
They're all interchangeable.
So true. He was a Fox host. Now he's over at News Nation, but he used to have a show where the whole point of the show.
Oh my God! All right, we gotta stop this. We gotta stop this. These puppers, these pets are too fucking cute, chat. Oh my God! Look at that fucking little face. I want to pinch those cheeks. Even guys, even the black. Oh man, I forgot. I keep forgetting you're like an actual musician, dog. The sweetest baby. Yeah, for real. Look at this. Holy shit, dog. I just want to kiss his whittle nose. I know. Insane. Like, these guys, your pets are awesome. Look at this. This is like Sabrina the Teenage Witch's cat, right? Salem? Is his name Salem? Or is her name Salem? I can't tell. Such green little eyes. Ella, yeah. Oh my God. So fucking cute. I just want to die. Look at this shit, guys. Oh my God. I love how, like, when your pet looks at you, they just look at you like, what are you doing? Right? It's always that face. It's always that face. Like, what are you doing? Huh? Why are you pointing that at me? What are you trying to do? They just have like such admiration for you. Look at that. If that's not love, I don't know what is. True love. Those are badass names. Yeah, they really are. I just want to scrooch their ears. Sweet Ella. Oh my God. Adorbs. Thank you so much. Yeah, guys, so okay, I see it now. I didn't read the bottom part. The cats are Django and Ella and Lila. Awesome. Or Django, right? I love your dog. The cute how old is your dog here? Is he still a pup? Still a fucking pup? Django Rodhound is the cat's name. Gotcha. Okay. I like this. Uh-huh. Like that, dude. That's my parents' dog. I think she's 5. Gotcha. Wow. She's a... Yeah, one day I'll show you my dog, guys. Who's the cat's name? After I mean. So cute. Yeah. More real. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Share your pets in the channel. The Discord
was like the right and the left come on. Theoretically, they're supposed to be like talk radio hosts, but like they come on, they fight with each other, and I'll show everybody a little clip of that back in 2018. Take a look.
Kyle, should moderate Democrats worry about this far left push?
Ekins.
No, I think that the far left is actually the way for Democrats to win, believe it or not.
Look at Kyle. What a scrub. What happened to all the blonde and the gray?
So when you look at the polls and you look at all the substantive policy issues, the American people overwhelmingly support Medicare for all, for example. They overwhelmingly support free college. They overwhelmingly want to end the wars. So when you go issue for issue, the American people are actually with the far left. And in fact, President Trump, when he ran in 2016, stole some of those issues. He ran against the wars. He ran against the trade deals. If anything,
and Kyle, you might have a point. He also said he wasn't going to touch any of the entitlements, Social Security or Medicare. You make a good point in terms of where the Democratic Party is headed.
So let's say the wealthy 1% could pay. Let's say if they paid, let's just give them 45%.
Kyle, is that the future of the Democratic Party?
I hope it's the future of the Democratic Party. Jeff Bezos has over $100 billion at the same time that we have 60,000 homeless veterans in this country and 400,000 homeless Americans. And the American people, again, to go to the polls, overwhelmingly want to raise taxes on the rich, overwhelmingly want to raise taxes on Wall Street and corporations. I'm talking about 58% of Americans. So if your strategy is to defend the rich, by all means, go right ahead.
We're still talking about radical fringe stuff. Abolishing ICE, abolishing law enforcement. You know,
abolishing law enforcement. Why are you making things up? That's made up. You just made that up. Who says abolish law enforcement? Yes, you did. You just made that up. Who said abolish law enforcement? Nobody. You did.
Excuse me. Is ICE not law enforcement?
Customs and Border Protection already protects the border. ICE was created in 2003, and by the way, there are allegations of them literally doing slavery.
I love how they cut them off because they got nothing. All right, that's 400,000 people that can't vote. It's incredibly hard to get an ID if you're homeless. Yeah, well said.
So
you work a lot with homeless people, right, Living Lily? That's so base that you do that. I love that. I love learning about what you guys all do in chat. Like, to me, that's so cool because, like, you all have, like, different expertise, different specialities in terms of, like, what you do in your life, right? Like, we all do our own thing, and, like, politics was just my thing back in... was what I went to school for, right? So, like, it's just awesome to see everyone do their own thing, like, for work and stuff. It's over 750K homeless and 17 plus empty homes. Holy shit now.
In that interview, I ended up defending abolish ICE back in 2018.
Yeah, that was back in 2018. What happened, dog? He grayed like 10 years. We all bring something awesome to this change. Exactly. That's the way I view it, right? And that's true collectivism. Like, I really do believe that, right? That every single one of you guys as chatters, right? Like, you all bring something to the collective, right? To the group. And I think like it's awesome to highlight that stuff, right? That's why I'm so interactive to you guys in chat, because like I genuinely like that aspect of it, right? This is what I like about streaming. And this is the kind of community I wanted to build myself. So,
and you know,
all right. which is why we are the best on Twitch. Damn right.
I thought it was a reasonable policy back then, but it's almost like
close.
in the
it's funny that so many like Twitch streamers are recognizing Gust's like chatters and our emotes and stuff, right? Like we've seen a few clips already. All thanks to you guys. What up?
At the moment, you don't even know how correct we are. Like, I feel like socialists, over time, it's like even we're astonished about how correct we are in the long run, because now it's, you know, ICE is a paramilitary Gestapo force that's committing like the most brazen crimes of all time right in front of our faces.
Well, I know there is a certain element of self-doubt that I think we should confess that as a leftist,
shout out
certainly 10 years ago, you know, climate is an example where we're all screaming our...
Ice Bean says, hey, Lordy, good to see you again, buddy. How you been? Long time no see. We were here spreading the bloggy love. Bloggy gang, damn right.
Heads off and going, this is going to be a horrendous disaster. But part of you is like hoping that it won't be, right? When you're talking about the coming of fascism, when you're talking about, you know, they're building a paramilitary Gestapo, part of you is like, I believe this because I've looked at what is actually happening and I've looked at history and I understand how it feels to be in a historical moment where these kinds of things happen. I understand a little bit how denial works, the mechanisms by which people avoid confronting the things that are in front of their noses. And so I believe everything I'm saying, but I still... You know, it's still a nice day out. I still walk around in the street and they haven't built the full fascist state yet. So a certain... I
don't know why.
I'm like, well, maybe it might not happen. And then, you know, all of the things that we're screaming are going to happen start happening and happening faster and faster. And now, you know, with the climate crisis escalating, right, you're seeing all the droughts and wildfires across Europe. There's just
I love this chat so much. Oh, I love it.
A warning that with the this year's El Nino, there might be mass starvation across the world, and you're like, oh, there's a good reason we've been warning about all this stuff for all this time. There's a good reason that in 2018 you were going on and going, we have to abolish ICE now, or it's going to become the president's personal paramilitary force.
Now, on that point, it feels like we're now finally getting our Tea Party moment. Like, I was a co-founder of Justice Democrats after Hillary lost.
Yes, you were.
And
another early Kyle prescient.
I always say though, we were just
I always forget this.
We missed our window. Like we were just before our time. Our time is now, and we were just a few election cycles early. But you know, seeing Abdul win, and now you see the panic on the right setting in over that fact. So here's what Trump said after Abdul won, and I want to get your reaction to it. He says, "Great news for the Republican Party. El Sayed, a communist loser who hates Jews and Israel, is projected winner in his race with the socialist." So I guess he's calling Haley a socialist too. As usual, the polls were way off on this one. She was not expected to do nearly as well as she did. Now the Democrats' crazy policies will only get worse. So what's your reaction to Trump there?
Well, Trump actually has always, a little bit better than some other Republicans, understood the threat posed by the left. You could tell this with the way he talked about Bernie in 2016, where he kind of struggled to know how to respond.
Oh, yeah. Man, you guys, some of you in chat love Papa Gus. Although he loved the Father's Day greeting you gave him the other day, for Father's Day a few months ago. He really loved that. So, shout out to Dad.
I mean,
my mom also watches too when she's home, right? So she's not as tech savvy, but my dad is.
Very aggressive there. But I think he has always understood the same thing, actually, that you and I and other members of the progressive left understand, which is that, authentic, charismatic, populist.
I blame it on the color of her hairs on the top of her head. Blonde. I'm joking.
Progressivism is really the only thing that could work effectively against.
Remember, I used to tease Living Lily like that all the time.
His kind of politics. He knows it on some level.
No, fuck off. Yeah.
Level, he knows this. And in fact, I interestingly saw JD Vance just warning about.
We love Papa Gus. He raised a great son. Okay, not to get to sappy shit, but spitting facts. Damn right. That's all we're doing, spitting facts. No sappy shit in here. We're keeping composure. What up? Thank you, me and you too. That's nice. Very nice of you.
The possibility of a President El Sayed. And I think, J.D. Vance is also, he's not totally stupid. He can see Abdul's victory, and he can think a few years into the future, and he can think about himself. Is like, you're an anti-Semite.
It feels like we're now finally getting our
there, but I think he has always understood the same thing, actually, that you and I and other members of the progressive left understand, which is that, authentic, charismatic, populist progressivism is really the only thing that can work effectively against his kind of politics. He knows it. On some level, he knows this. And in fact, I interestingly saw
Papa
J.D.
Gus,
just
we love
warning
you,
about,
Papa Gus. We are
poss-
good too, Papa Gus. We love you. You.
He's stuck. That was amazing. Clip it. Oh my god, we've been getting so many great clips. Have you noticed that, chat? The last 3 weeks, we've been fucking nailing it with the clip chimping stuff. It's so good. No, you. Yeah. People love that emote. Yo. I didn't know you could share across. Oh my god, that's so funny that you guys have shared that emote on 7 TV to other streams too now.
Possibility of a President El Sayed. And I think, J.D. Vance is also, he's not totally stupid. He can see Abdul's victory.
You might have to clip it by hand, because unless somebody else clipped it. Yep, they clipped it already. All right, cool. Bloggy is a ham. He is, Richard. He is. Love it.
He can think a few years into the future, and he can think about himself running in 2028, and he can think about what Abdul might say about him and what he might say about Abdul, and he can think about the fact that the things he might say probably won't work because all they have is you're an anti-Semite, you're a communist, you're a socialist, and you're a radical Muslim terrorist. I don't know if they have any others. I think that's about the set of stock phrases they have now.
My favorite part of the post is saying that he's a communist loser who hates Jews, but then also throwing in that he hates Israel, which is I think Trump is too stupid to know that the smear only works if you just say they hate Jews. Once you add in Israel, that everybody goes yeah, I kind of hate Israel too. In typical Trump fashion, It's he overreaches and accidentally makes a mockery of his own point. I also wanted to lay out for you some of these responses that I'm seeing from the right are genuinely disturbing to me. Mike Rogers released a super Islamophobic statement, a super Islamophobic ad, basically saying I fought Osama bin Laden and I never thought I'd have to run against somebody who was on the side of the 9/11 terrorists. And it's oh my God. Here's another one that they're doing. New York Post wrote this. Far left Senate candidate Abdul El Sayed took over $115,000 from members of alleged Hamas-linked group. Okay.
Yeah.
What the group they're talking about is CARE, the Council on American and Islamic Relations. It is literally the biggest Muslim civil rights group in the country. And this is standard operating procedure. Imagine there was, a Jewish group and the Jewish group was called genocidal freak maniacs or something by the left. No, we got to walk on eggshells when talking about things. And the right just gets to say the most bigoted, over the top, insane, racist claptrap you've ever heard. And this stuff, my question for you is it landing with average voters? I know the right-wingers are going to do their right-wing thing, but will average voters see these attacks and think there's there, or will they go, this is missing?
Well, we're only 2 days now into the general election, so I think we're going to find out whether this works. But I don't know if you were surprised by this, but I was actually a little surprised at how quickly they came out and just went like, he's Osama bin Laden.
Right.
And I thought, I don't know if you want to try that, because most Americans aren't actually deeply bigoted. I don't think. I think most.
I think they have like a lot of preconceptions, but generally speaking, yeah, maybe like that's the case, right? I don't know how we prove that scientifically, right? But oh my God, what the fuck?
Americans, if you put up Mike Rogers saying,
"What the fuck?
Give me the money."
Holy shit! Gotta couch that statement. Yeah, for real. I don't know about that.
Ooh, Lucy Rosie 20 just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
Oh my God, thank you, girl. You didn't have to do that. We're getting so close to our goal, so we can unlock another emote slot.
Fuck off, Trump. Fuck you, Trump. You're a piece of shit, Trump. You're the worst president ever.
Based. Sir Timo got gifted a sub. James from Kazoo got gifted a sub. Timmers Squatch got gifted a sub. LOL tier or LLO tier. Quiro.
Okay.
I love that. Got gifted a sub. What up? Can't do it without your support, guys. I think we got a hype train, right? We're probably gonna announce it soon. Will it? Holy shit. I think it takes a while now. That's why.
This guy's a Muslim terrorist, he's Osama bin Laden. And then you put up Abdul saying, I want to lower your healthcare costs. I want to address the cost of groceries. I want to end pointless wars. And all this guy has is I'm a Muslim. I think people assumed that Barack Obama would never be president because they assumed that America was a deeply bigoted country that just couldn't set aside, its prejudices. But I don't know that that's true. I think, in fact...
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really agree here, but...
If Mike Rogers is really going to go the my opponent is a Muslim route, I think he's setting Abdul up for...
I think there's a lot of classism, racism, and obviously misogyny, right? LGBTQ hate that we need to fucking fix.
Exactly the campaign he wants, right? Which is that Abdul wants to say, all my...
But, like, is it like... I think what he's trying to say, if I'm being generous, right, with this kind of... is it like, hang them by the fucking noose? I don't think... like hang them by like segregationist style, right? Probably not. That would make sense. But yeah, there still is a lot of the stuff that we need to fix.
My opponent has is,
and I don't think that's what he's saying at all, right? I think he's just saying that he's trying to give some context.
I just saw him doing it. He just did a speech.
Yes, hang them. Yeah, exactly. Like I don't think it's. Wait, is Abdul gay?
Where he's like, he's gonna talk about my name.
No.
I'm proud
think he's married, right, dog?
of my name. I love my name.
I'm just trying to give some context into the situation. I'm not trying to like one up him or anything like that. Fuck that shit. Appeasement didn't work the first time. Why would it work now? Yeah, exactly.
Abdul in Michigan,
right. And that's all I'm trying to add is that like we need to be cognizant of these things. Yeah,
Michiganders are tolerant, wonderful people. They've always embraced me as an Abdul. Right. You know, he can appeal to the.
There's like a lot of like self-hatred too of people in this country that I've come across. Right. I mean, look, there we go, Hassan. Right. The dude was Muslim until 5 seconds ago, converted from Islam to like Christianity, and thinks he can become a maggot supporter, right? Like that's what I'm talking about. That kind of shit. It's pretty silly, right? Yeah, stuff like that is really like what's stopping us from like really being like super like left wing on these issues.
The better angel.
I'm going to delete that. Yeah, please do. I don't want him getting banned.
And then he said, I want to talk about the issues, and he wants to talk about my name. So I really feel like, I think it's a little unwise for Mike Rogers to...
You don't want to get yeeted and deleted for that. Thank you. I'm a bit into the cups as... No, I mean, I know. Guys, I got a bottle of Merlot. I'm about to crack open because I'm feeling so much love. Like the last few days, I've just been so in the zone, right? I told you, like, it's just W after W for me. I feel so good, and I'm glad you guys are all here to like partake in the awesome vibes with me, right? I'm so grateful for you guys.
Just shout Muslim and communist?
Tarnsy, W, damn right. W squared, I should say.
It's because
Tarnsy, how you been? Long time no see. How you been? Oh my God, missed you, buddy.
I think that appeals to like 30% of people, and that the majority are actually going to be really primed for the way that Abdul is going to counter that. We'll see.
Yeah, you know, me.
Oh, fuck. We got ad.
Hey, y'all,
Ad
do
blocked.
me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm.
All right.
Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop, and watch that video on screen right now.
All right. Next one here. We didn't get a hype train? What the fuck? I thought we would definitely get a hype train. Huh. It's been really weird with the hype trains recently. I don't know what's going on. Oh, okay. Been out with the cottages and fishing. Oh, you have? How's that been, dog? Congrats. I figured, like, people, guys, it's so nice out. Like, the weather has just been bellissimo. Right? I told you, I try to go for getting some sun at least once a day now, just because it's so good for you, and it gives you, like, you don't have to do it for that long, but yeah, for sure. All right. Then we got this. Apparently, a grocery store owner wants to give Zoran some advice on how to run a grocery store. Oh, God. Yeah, it's 80 degrees. I'm too combative. Am I Gaius Flavus Josephus? I don't know. Are you Gusty?
Cotton candy grapes. We're selling them. That's a 3-pound pack for $1.99.
4 hours from the 5 boroughs, one nonprofit has been selling discounted groceries to the needy for 25 years.
We go into very underserved areas. You see the neighborhood right here.
Bargain Grocery in Utica sells healthy options and
Utica?
prioritizes a model aimed at cutting back on food waste.
We purchase excess, like I said, from growers, distributors, Hunts Point Market. They'll give us great deals.
Yeah, we got to start supporting local farmers, right? I'm all for that. And we need to do as much of it as possible. Like, we need to turn away from this factory farming model ASAP, right? It's destroying the environment. It's destroying our health. It's destroying our workers. It's destroying, like, just, we've gone over it. I don't want to get too much in the weeds of it, but all that stuff is terrible, right? And like, for the longest time under neoliberalism, we've been told our entire lives, essentially, no, this is good. This will actually lower prices. And have you looked at your fucking grocery food bill price? Like, your fucking groceries? It's a fucking clown show, right? So we need to go back to more local models. And this is why, like, if you compare it to, like, what Rigel was saying in chat about Germany, right? The prices in Germany haven't shot up that much. Why? Because Europe in general does a lot more, like, organic, sustainable, and locally produced foods, right? Especially vegetables, right? Animal products, all that stuff, whatever it is, they just do much more of that. So yeah, we need to move away from this crap immediately. Got him.
Product that's 3 to 6 months away from expiration. They either donate or liquidate. If we went after that type of product and populated these stores, and the fresh produce is easy to get, you would need very little money. And it's doable and sustainable if we reallocated the waste.
It's
Well
one of the
said.
keys to keeping prices low. But Compassion Coalition CEO Mike Cervello says challenges arise around the consistency of the suppliers.
There has to
Oh man, that's gonna be danger. And we have enough water treatment stages to make the recycled water clean enough to consume it later. Yeah, because you guys think ahead, right? And vegetables and shit are so important, guys, because they help like detox your body, right? Vegetables are like, they help you like get rid of like toxic stuff that you've like accumulated. Like there's just so many things, right? You can read a lot about this. I don't want to get too much in the weeds, but fuck off with your good governance and forward thinking. Yeah, it could never be us. Jesus, dude. What are you guys, socialist? You guys care about your societies?
to be a paradigm shift, a rethinking of how we're addressing food insecurity. Because food banks were created for emergency use only.
Exactly.
Able to hire local workers.
I fucking hate that everything is now everything is now relying on food banks when food banks were never meant to do that. It's a bunch of canned products too, right? And like sometimes you donate, like I remember I used to work at a bakery for whoa, congrats. Wow, we haven't caught an epic in a long time. But yeah, like these are the problems, right? So like I remember at Whole Foods we would donate like really expensive bread to the homeless shelter, but like that there wasn't that much left of it, right? By the end of the night. And it was like recently expired because, you know, there's all these things that happen when it comes to like expiration dates and stuff. We've gone over that before, but basically, yeah, the labels aren't always accurate, but they do give it to like homeless people. At least Whole Foods did, right? And I remember I had to pack that stuff up. Yeah, it seems like you got the worst neo-Nazi problem than us. Yeah.
I meet a lot of nice customers.
Yep, I also worked at Whole Foods, and I guess most of the staff went to the food pantry and lived off food stamps. Yeah, there you go, right? That in this country, that should not happen, right? We should make that a priority where that doesn't exist. If you are working at a place like Whole Foods, you should be able to afford to live and do your groceries there. That's unacceptable, right? It's completely unacceptable. Fuck that.
Here, and I see them as family most times too.
Although state economic development dollars mitigated initial capital construction costs, Cervello says the store is self-sustaining. It sells food 30% cheaper than other stores.
Wow.
Similar to what Mayor Zoran Mamdani is trying to do.
I want to commend him. He's the only political leader that's identified a huge problem.
That's why State Senator Joe Griffo sent the city a letter.
We have something that's being done in upstate New York, which can do what you want. It recognizes there's a problem. If there's a food desert, we want to respect people's dignity. The letter was sent 3 months ago. We've not heard anything from the city of New York or the mayor's office. And I'm still hopeful that they would at least be willing to examine and consider this.
Mamdani just released a new request for proposals from a business or nonprofit. But critics argue discounts and other privileges could hurt operating businesses. Harvard Law food policy expert Emily Broad-Lieb says the city needs to think about a few factors as it sets up the program, like a reliable, sustainable food supply chain.
In the U.S., we waste about a third of our food supply.
Yeah.
And the large majority of that food that gets wasted is actually safe and edible.
I thought her name was Emily Broad-Lib for a second because of her lib take. Oh!
The lettuce.
Congrats. Rare.
This is too small for the, clamshell lettuce package it's supposed to go in, and that all gets thrown out. What are the ways that we can have some economic incentive for entities like Bargain Grocery that they're able to then sell that food at a lower price?
So funny.
That money gives them the resources to be able to store, transport, and handle food.
Thinking bigger.
The city's going to have to make some decisions about what it really wants to prioritize.
Yep.
And from everything we've heard, it seems like a main thing to prioritize is cost. And so they're going to have to think creatively about how do you keep the cost down. Could the city maybe piggyback on things like contracts for food for city agencies that they procure, or even for city schools, and say, okay, we're going to increase the amount we're purchasing.
Reflecting on the city's financial woes.
It concerns me because you're going to continue to face these fiscal challenges, and if you get into this and start it, and then you can't afford to continue it, who's going to bear that cost ultimately?
A City Hall spokesman told New York One while they don't have a record of receiving the letter, quote, the Mamdani administration appreciates the input of all stakeholders as we continue to develop the NYC Groceries Initiative to deliver fresh, affordable food to New Yorkers.
I think if you try to do too much and compete with a traditional grocery store, somebody's got to pay. It's going to be the taxpayer, and it's not going to be sustainable.
Bernadette Hogan, New York One.
Fuck you. All right. Well, that was kind of interesting, I guess. All right. I think the last thing I want to talk about is we'll probably go over this tomorrow, but Trump's new ally, we already talked about him, grocery store guy. Yeah, basically, you summed it up well. There was one last thing. 1 second. So I do want to talk about this because we did talk about ICE. Win for Living Lily. Ooh, a Rotom Mo. Look at that. I love the Rotom line. Like, there's just such an interesting idea.
So we've been detailing the horror show that is ICE, and the most important point to take away
because we had been talking about ICE and I forgot to cover.
We talk about ICE,
but there's a pedo ring. It's almost like the pedo ring is infiltrated by the pedo president. Oh wait, never mind. It was always there, I guess.
Is that
this? I'm all fired up.
This is not simply a government agency. And this is most definitely not law enforcement by any stretch of the imagination.
What is Delaney Hall?
What we're dealing
it's a it was a for Irish immigrants that became very powerful.
With here is a Gestapo paramilitary whose purpose is mass kidnappings, abductions, human trafficking. The whole point is to get rid of due process. The whole point is to make it so you don't need a warrant anymore, even though you're constitutionally required to get a warrant, but they're not even getting warrants. No habeas corpus, no due process. It is astonishing what we're witnessing. The all-out war being waged against human rights and civil liberties and basic justice. I mean, it is a war on the Constitution itself being led by the Trump regime. Well, the horror show has not stopped, even though it's not in the media nearly as much these days. So let me give you these updates here, because these are completely crazy. So let's start with this. Jordan Chariton of Status Coup. By the way, everybody go subscribe to Status Coup. They do a phenomenal job. They are doing real journalism on the ground. They've been tracking this closer than anybody. He says, breaking, another Delaney Hall ICE prisoner has died. I think it's 53 or 54 people have died in ICE custody. And I don't even know if that includes the people who've just been murdered by ICE and shot in the face, like Renee Nicole Good and Alex Preddy and all the others. Over 4,000 people are missing because of ICE. They went to Alligator Alcatraz, or as we called it, Alligator Auschwitz, and now they're gone. Nobody knows where the fuck they are. It's absolutely insane. It is ludicrous that this is happening in this country in the year 2026. Okay, look at this one. Prisciliano Trejo, who had leukemia, was reportedly denied medical care by ICE for 8 days while in a detention center run by Core Civic. Think about this, guys. He died just days later, and ICE is already shirking accountability. After denying him care, they released him to his family, where he died shortly after. They likely did this to avoid having another official death in custody and to keep their own horrific statistics from looking worse. ICE and Core Civic cannot get away with this. We must eliminate every for-profit detention facility and dismantle ICE entirely. This has happened across the country when it comes to these ICE concentration camps. They do not give people the medical care that they're required by law to give them. They deny them their medicines, which in many cases are life-saving. They deny them care when they're experiencing some sort of acute disaster, right? If they're having a stroke or if they're having, whatever other, a heart attack, whatever it may be, they deny them care or they'll like give them Advil or some shit. It is preposterous. We basically have made it so all these ICE detention facilities are flat out concentration camps now.
Yep.
And people barely talk about it. They barely bring it up. It is amazing to me. So this guy had leukemia, didn't get the treatment, was released at the last second just so that they wouldn't have the official death on their records, and then he died immediately at home. But how about this one? I mean, you want to talk about something that should be front page news that everybody should be talking about, but unfortunately they're not because we live in hell? Look at this. Right Wing Watch says, new report. 59 ICE and Custom and Border Patrol agents are accused, charged, or convicted of violent and sexual crimes. 35 cases allege sex offenses against children, the largest single category. 25 cases.
The largest single category. Did you hear that, Chad? What the hell?
Just 2025 and 2026.
Meaning rapists, murderers, all this. Nope. Pedos. Hey, Divine Misty. There you are again. How you been?
Indicating an acceleration of degenerates recruited under Trump. And we know that's true. We know that's true. The most recent ICE killer, you guys saw his track record. You guys saw he had severe psychological issues. You guys saw he had a history of domestic abuse. And they gave him a badge and a gun. They gave him a badge and a gun because they want criminals who will do Trump's bidding. But now we have 59 violent sexual criminals. 59. 35 of them cases of pedophilia. We have a pedophilia epidemic in ICE. That's insane.
Crazy.
Report finds pattern of child sexual abuse among immigration enforcement agents. You've had people graped in ICE custody. You've had that happen. In fact, some people literally got convicted on it. I know it's shocking that anybody who's an ICE Gestapo thug was ever convicted of anything. But in at least one...
Johnny's boys. I mean, literally, right? Richard, you can't make this shit up. We got the pedo president. We got the pedo fucking law enforcement, immigration enforcement wing of his executive branch. What? What the fuck? Man, you guys are so friendly. I love you guys. Look at that. Giving so much love in chat. I fucking love it.
Instance, the guy was convicted of graping the women that he's, he detained illegally.
Oh, okay. No worries. Yeah, we love
By the way. Insane. And now we have a mass pedophilia problem. And honestly, this should come as no...
I might do that too, because I gotta start playing some games too. Probably on the Discord. If you see me in the Discord, guys, hop in. I'm gonna be streaming games. Hell yeah.
Surprise to people when there's allegations that these concentration camps are also using the people to do slave labor.
Or some other day.
This should come as no surprise to people when they're so depraved, the people in this so-called agency, that they've assaulted senior citizens. And there's pictures of it and there's video of it. They shot a priest in the face with a pepper ball. They tear gassed a baby.
We covered that
They
too.
ran
Yep.
over people
We
with
covered
cars.
that
They
too.
tear gassed journalists and cops. Remember the story when they zip tied naked kids and put them in the back
So
of
this is how we get rid of the pedo ICE operation, right, guys? Am I right? My God, I can't believe that's the biggest crime. That is fucking yeah. Is Kyle being Fredophobic?
U-Haul van after they had a helicopter land on an apartment building and then they raided the apartment building. There's literally not a single
literally, we've been IDF'd, right? Like our organizations have all been Israel. Like it's indistinguishable now, right? The fuck are we doing? Oh my God.
Italiano, lasagna.
You could do a gaming stream once a week and call it a palate cleanser for your soul during these dark times. Oh yeah, that's a brilliant idea. I like that.
Documented immigrant family. It was.
I'll probably even do it on the Gloggy channel if you guys want to follow Gloggy. Happily do it there, or even here. I don't know, whatever.
It was all
It doesn't
U.S.
bother me.
citizens, and they took their naked kids and handcuffed them and put them in the back of U-Haul van.
Because I mean, I have the Gloggy channel, right? I know a few of you guys follow Gloggy, but like that's that's a great idea. Yeah, and have Gloggy. I'll be a PNG tuber, guys. A PNG streamer. I'll have Gloggy like respond to my like commit, right? That'll be funny.
Guarantee you that there's documented human trafficking going on with this agency. I guarantee you.
Only do games.
I mean,
yeah,
you've seen the stuff on video.
Just to break it up, because some people don't want to like watch you game or whatever. They do want only politics, right? And like I would happily do that, right? Israeli mole at UN Children's Agency exposed. Oh God!
You saw them tackle
yeah,
a
we're gonna have to watch that.
79-year-old car wash owner.
Good
and
burgers. Yeah, this is horrible. We all have an answer if 50 million people a year move to America.
Hospitalize him. You saw
Good Burgers 17. Welcome to the stream. How you been?
Them deport a guy.
Is your name like that Good Burger movie? Or you just like Good Burgers?
Who was wrongfully imprisoned for 40 years. He was in prison wrongly for 40 years, got released, and they immediately deported him. You can't make this shit up. There's somebody who had a fragrance that was called like narcotic or something like that. They deported him for having that because they said he's got narcotics on him. I'm not kidding. These are all actual stories. They've raided schools and meat packing facilities and farms and Home Depots and 7-Elevens. They allegedly lynched a guy. They deported a 4-year-old American citizen.
Welcome to Good Burger, home of the Good Burger. Can I take your order?
With cancer.
But if you have a burger in your name, welcome, Stairs, Lucy. Oh my God. That was the funniest thing. One of like that little like, oh my God. Girl. It was such an innocent moment too, right? Like she just didn't remember the name or anything and she called it the Burger Channel. I fucking died when we lost it that night, remember? We have so much fun on here, guys. Like we cover so many like deep depressing topics, but it like never gets old when you guys are here with me like laughing about just stuff like that, right? Like silly moments like that are amazing. Is Rise or USA Hole here, or did someone else shout them out? Well, they follow me, so that's why we shout them out, because they're based.
Do you not get yet how this is not a government agency? It's a criminal syndicate. Do you not understand?
I got to raid USA Hole the other day, and yeah, we as a chatter put it in chat, we fell in love.
And that,
remember that when he said that? We fell in love. I shouted them out because they were mentioned.
Tried to arrest a woman immediately after she gave birth.
Yeah.
An American citizen was arrested by ICE because they were speaking Mayan.
Yeah.
A different language.
Yeah, and it was like a very unique form of Mayan, right? It's a very rare form, which was crazy to me.
You've had a U.S. Marshal was fucking arrested by them.
Mm-hmm.
It's insane. We've never seen anything like this before, where you have somebody with a mom and dad tattoo was sent to CCOT because the ICE Gestapo thug said, no, that's not a mom and dad tattoo. That's a gang tattoo. Yep. And then don't even get me started on the court orders that they've ignored completely. I mean, they've made a habit of ignoring virtually every court order. It's astonishing. It's astonishing. Also, the Trump administration has detained more than 50 spouses and parents of U.S. troops in immigration crackdown. So now, let me ask you a question. Why would any immigrant to this country agree to be in our military when this is how they're treated? Why would any of them agree? Why would I fight for a country that doesn't give a single solitary shit about me or my family? The whole deal of being an immigrant but joining the military is like, I will show allegiance and loyalty to this country and this country will pay it back. But the Trump regime is absolutely obliterating that 1,000 ways because they're going after people who are military families. I mean, you can't make this up. It is so insane. And by the way, if that all didn't freak you out enough, how about this one? New reporting reveals ICE collected DNA samples from nearly 1 million people last year, including nearly 500 children under the age of 14.
What the fuck
are they doing with that? What the fuck are they doing with that?
There's got to be some laws, right, against that. Isn't there? I'm pretty sure there are. They don't care, right? Of course they don't. That should never dissuade anybody, right, guys? Laws, they don't matter to them anymore. So.
Most disturbing fact of all to me,
cutie gang,
is that a lot of these people who we know are criminals, the person who killed Renee Nicole Good and Alex Preddy, a lot of these.
I love Gwen so much. I mean, I'm not lying. They're based like completely. I really liked their vibe. So
people, they're awesome. Still on the job. They were just shuffled to a different state. But you have people with documented
rises. I don't. I just raid out to people, and sometimes I get to catch their stream. Sometimes I don't. But I've definitely caught USA whole stream because they were celebrating with us when it came to the Abdul Al Sayed race, right? We raided out at like 2 a.m. It was based.
Histories.
They were celebrating too.
Of massive psychological problems. People with violent criminal histories. People who are openly part of extremist political groups like the Oath Keepers or the Three Percenters or the Proud Boys or the Klan. They're part of ICE. The people who signed up for ICE, who got approved, I'm not kidding when I say this. These are people who want a civil war.
Yeah.
And they're joining ICE, which is like
makes sense.
The Red State Guard. And they want to go into all these blue states and blue cities and start cracking skulls and assaulting minorities and locking people up for political purposes. That's what this is. And anybody who tells you otherwise is full of shit. They're lying. They're wrong. They're dead wrong. And you need to realize that. So understand something. If you're a Democrat, you need to run on Abolish ICE. If you're not running on Abolish ICE, you're simply not serious. You're not serious. Because guess what? Democrats either know the things I'm telling everybody now, or they intuitively feel and viscerally feel like that's kind of what's going on.
Yep.
Is a criminal gang is committing criminal activities, right? Like, they know. People know. So if you're a Democrat and you're saying anything other than Abolish ICE, fucking think again. Get your shit together. Because in the year 2026, and moving Fine Boy is going to be in prison, and Hamhead Holman is going to...
I hope.
So the head of the Washington office of...
I hope.
UNICEF, which is the UN agency responsible for the welfare.
We were just talking about this, right? Okay.
Of children, is a man named Yahav Lishner. This is an Israeli official who, in the 2010s, was working at the United Nations. Dropsite News has some new reporting revealing that while Lishner was at the United Nations, he was acting effectively as a mole for the state of Israel.
Yep.
To discuss that report and the fallout.
There you go. With comrades like these, who needs enemies?
From it is my Dropsite colleague, Murtaza Hussein. Maz, thanks for being here on Breaking Points.
Good to see you, man.
Hey, good to see you guys.
Yeah, so really kind of, it's one of those stories that is shocking and not surprising, but the details of it are quite incredible, particularly given the fact that Lishner remains as the the head of the Washington office of UNICEF. So walk us through a little bit of how he wound up, and later I want to hear if you can, tell us as much as you can about like the reporting behind this, because that's also really interesting. But how does Yahav Lishner wind up at the United Nations at all?
Sure. So this story is based on a set of emails from 2014 and 2015. So a little while ago, that were posted on this website that we've used for other stories. Distributed Denial of Secrets. It's a cache of leaked emails from the then UN ambassador, then Israeli ambassador to the
Pizzler, hey bro, enjoyed your stream. I had some suggestions I want to share with you, but I don't want to spam. Nah, I'm good, thanks. I don't reach out to people on Discord who fucking want to share stuff like that. Over here, Gus. Over here, what? Oh, someone distract Gus for 2 minutes so he pauses Kyle and the ads are done. There you go. There you go. She did it for you. I'm getting coffee bean grinder ad. It's like, who knows me? I knows you well. Oh yeah, I get that consultancy. Oh man. It's so funny.
UN wrong.
What is that? Huh? Nimble? Oh, gotcha. Dun, 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 dun. I'm back. There you are. You can thank Lucy for that.
On Prosor. And Lichtner, before he worked for...
And that kickbot who was telling me to fuck off or to get my information, right?
The UN itself, he worked for Prosor. He was working
Nimble.
with the mission, the Israeli mission, and so forth. And Prosor worked really hard to get Lichtner into the UN, as we can see in these emails. And one individual people probably know who was very integral in getting him in that role was Samantha.
Oh my God, my mouse is fucked. It won't double click
Samantha Power seemed to work very closely with Prosor in many ways when she was at the UN. And Prosor was very keen.
By the way, this guy has been on here before, and he's been on several panels that we've watched. Not so nimble now, but he's in a ball. What up? Fluoro.
They're getting into the UN system itself, and he asked her to make recommendations, make a few phone calls, apply pressure, and other incentives to UN officials to get him in there.
His beard.
And then this is
now
around early 2014. By May 2014, he's in there, and almost immediately after getting into the UN, he begins leaking information, confidential reports and documents, and internal correspondence to his former colleagues at the Israeli mission and other Israeli diplomats. So, it's very interesting. A U.S. official at the behest of an Israeli official got a certain individual into a role within the UN. And then immediately upon that happening, that individual starts sharing insider political.
Yeah, and this is another thing you learn about in like when you study the UN in college and stuff. Like the U.S. is incredibly hostile towards the UN, right? This is exactly the MO of the United States, and not just the United States, Russia, China, right? Less so those two countries, but still, right?
Political intelligence and
the big powers. Any of the big powers, just be very skeptical of, right? Less so maybe Canada, because Canada is like more of a middle power, right? Canada.
Confidential documents and so forth with the Israeli government. So that's kind of the chain of how this started. And, as you mentioned in your introduction, Ryan.
I would say South Africa back in the apartheid era as well were pretty hostile. Why do you think they teamed up with Israel to do that nuclear test out in the middle of the South Ocean, right? The South Atlantic Ocean? Crazy.
This gentleman has continued to rise in the ranks of the UN in the years since, such that he holds a quite influential office at UNICEF in DC.
So he's here in Washington. He is, can we call it what it is? Like, you call him an Israeli mole. Like, he literally worked to pass information to the Israeli government. Why do they have an incentive?
Russia does this a lot too, in Israel in particular. Right, because we were looking at statistics, 20% of Israelis speak Russian. Jeez, can you imagine that?
Have somebody embedded in UNICEF. I also
like your actual balls.
Also find it a bit ironic, as I understand that they were often accusing UN personnel of being Hamas themselves.
Well, it's funny because in the story itself, I never really editorialized per se about, what this person was exactly. I just described what they were doing.
Right.
And the description is basically all on their own communications in the email. So, as I said, like, they got the role, then immediately upon getting the role, and for a very prolonged period of time, as long as the emails go, they're leaking information to the Israeli government thereafter. So it does very much look like the behavior of somebody who was input in an organization as a mole or a spy or something to that effect. To basically undermine it or shape its operations and so forth. That's what the information strongly suggests. And I suggest people read the article and draw their own conclusions, but, it's their own communications. So, if you look at it in the broader picture, there are a lot of countries that would surely like to manipulate the operations of global governance organizations, the IMF, World Bank, the UN, and so forth, because they feel they can obtain political benefit from that, or they feel that they're facing scrutiny from these organizations that they would
So then you can figure out like how to counteract it, right?
like to defray. And at this time, Israel was probably not as unpopular as it is today. It was kind of walking down the path through various wars in Gaza to reaching the present state. But, you know, they were facing scrutiny for the occupation in the West Bank, the conduct in the 2014 war in Gaza, which killed a large number of civilians. And they were seeking ways to mute that criticism or, you know, end it or even turn it around at the United Nations, which is a forum for global public opinion in many ways. And having individuals on the inside who are able to provide information and advice and guidance and confidential information and documents is a good way of doing that. I imagine there are a lot of countries who would like to do that. But in this case, what's different is that the U.S. government was helping, seemingly, the Israelis input their person into this role in the UN. Such that they
I love drunk Josephus. I mean, he is pretty fun.
Play that role. So not every country has the assistance of Samantha Power or other influential U.S. officials to, you know, do this form of entryism, so to speak, into an organization. And, you know, I'll add one very quick point, too, is that the UN, in a way, if you think about it, it's kind of like a utopian idea, the organization, because the idea is that people will come and work here, and in doing so, they will shed their national identities or downgrade them in importance and embrace a universalistic identity based on their membership in the UN. And that's actually when we referenced in our story, the UN's official code of conduct and regulations. They ask you see yourself as exclusively international official and not national official. That's a very interesting sort of you know, unique way of framing someone's membership in an organization. And I think some people maybe are capable of doing that. They'll put aside their national identification entirely and focus only on the interests of the organization. But for other people, you know, the tribal identity or national identity is extremely overpowering and strong, and they will never abandon it in favor of what the UN is asking in this case. And in that case, of course, you're going to have people who are leaking information and things like that. And again, it could be many countries, but in this case, because of American assistance, perhaps, it was much more easy for the Israelis to do that.
And while you didn't editorialize in the piece, there's an interesting moment where Kushner himself is preparing talking points for the ambassador, Prozer, to describe Kushner, and he in his own talking points, he says Yahav has very good political and analytical skills. He knows exactly what member states' political positions are, and he's an intelligence officer in training and was a political officer in the Israel embassy in the UK, working with the MPs in the House of Commons and Lords. So according to his own self-assessment, he calls himself an intelligence officer in training. What kind of, so one piece of pushback I've seen sort of attempting to formulate is, goes to that question of, you know, whether you can actually divide your national and international, you know, affiliations and your service to your country, and says, well, it's not like working for the CIA where you're secreting out information. In the UN, you're sort of allowed to share information. What are you allowed to share? What aren't you supposed to share? And what type of information was he sharing with the Israelis that has drawn criticism from UN officials in the days in the time since your story has been published?
Yeah, so we spoke to some UN officials to try to get a sense of their interpretation of the conduct, and one individual was a former Assistant Secretary General, and, you know, his view is that the conduct described in the emails is completely adverse to the ethos and the rules of the United Nations, because, you know, you're undermining the interests of the organization by leaking private correspondence, private reports which are marked confidential specifically, and requested UN officials not to disseminate and so forth.
TOS.
And, you know, there are other things in there. There were accounts of private meetings between UN officials and, you know, officials of the Egyptian government or the Iraqi government or other global governance organizations.
How dare you?
Internal accounts from the Secretary General's circle.
How fucking dare you? You just insulted half a chat.
Of individuals.
Canada. God.
Who, you know, jockeying for positions and political appointments and so forth, which are forthcoming. Even unpublished draft texts of then Secretary General Ban Ki-moon's remarks, which Lichtner was saying he was telling his former colleagues he's going to help change them to be more favorable to Israel and so forth. So this is tremendously undermining the UN's impartiality or undermining its ability to push forward policies and so forth. And there were also specifically some reports of killings of Palestinian teenagers in the West Bank that the UN was receiving inquiries about from reporters. Lichtner, according to the emails, he was involved in sharing information about that privately with Israeli officials and also giving them proactive advice how to respond to this and frame their own response. And, tellingly, a lot of these emails are sent from a Gmail account because, if you work for an organization and you want to hide your communication, you'll often move to a private email account such that your communications, which you don't want people to see, cannot be queried by somebody inside the organization. That's why Hillary Clinton used a personal email account, for instance, to do things some years ago. It's very common for people in governments to do that when they don't want people to see. So I think that it was all very something that the UN would completely disapprove of.
But
the
that doesn't
issue
mean
is
that it
that
wasn't controversial,
unlike the CIA, unlike the US government, the UN doesn't have a class.
Latin is kind of hard to translate to English because there are many cases that we do not have in English. Yeah, it is. That's what a lot of people don't get. I love that you can do gloggy with the hands. It's so funny, right? What's that one that you always do gloggy with the hands and the I think it's fucking hilarious, girl.
Notification system and confidentiality.
Gloggy with the Italian hands.
And so forth, but there's not the same enforcement mechanism. It's not that you will go to jail if you do this, or you will even be fired necessarily. It's more like an honor system. When maybe if it's such an important subject, maybe you should have more of a rigorous, regime to prevent for leaks of information. But in the absence of that, it's sort of a broken system a little bit. It's a bit more porous than should be given the gravity of the matters at hand.
Great story, Mom.
Yeah, that one. Yeah. I love that because it's like Gluggy's at a rock concert.
Appreciate you joining us, sir. Thank you.
Great. All right. Guys, I'm tired. I'm going to eat dinner. I got my ramen ready. So thankful for that. I'm so tired. I'm going to eat dinner. Can't wait. Love ramen. One of my favorite foods. Although I really like sushi. Thank you. Yeah, good. Good to see you, Divine Misty. Everyone. Thank you so much for joining me on another episode of the GusX broadcast. Stay tuned for the credits and your summary. Make sure to use your summary. I will see everyone tomorrow. Hopefully. Bye-bye. Take care. Good night, chat. Damn. Okay. What up? I love that you guys love all the stuff that I made. I'm seriously. There you go, Lucy. Who should we raid out to? Let's see. Who's on? I would raid Noisy, but the problem is you have to follow him, and I'm trying not to do that. Igloo, yeah, Igloo. Let's raid out to Igloo because Igloo's the man, and he raided us last time. We're gonna raid. He watches the broadcast, so we're raiding out to Igloo as a thank you for the raid the other night. He's the man. Shout out, spam in the chat. I want you guys to spam in chat to Igloo, okay? I want that fucking chat room
dumps.
Full
They call them
of
dumps.
emotes.
Big, massive dumps.
Igloo, what up, dog? You're about to get spammed. Everyone, let's fucking go.